Xhosa,
bakhuluma isiXhosa,
English,
amangisi,
Afrikaans, isiSwati,
Swati, amaSwati,
isiZulu,
uMageba, umThaniya.
okay. So I don't know what we're gonna do because I don't speak isiZulu.
Ay angazi zokwenza njani ngoba mina ngikhuluma isiZulu.
Or I must just try.
Noma ngizame.
Should I just try, ne? Nizongilungisa phambili.
We'll fix it as we go.
All right. I think we must start.
Ngicabanga ukuthi sesingaqala manje.
A beautiful morning it is in Durban.
Siyanibingelela ekseni obuhle eThekwini.
We are expecting the deputy mayor of the city to join us.
Silindele usekela mayor wedolobha ukuthi abe kanye nathi.
So that she or he can welcome us.
Ukuze asemukele.
Oh, it's a she. So that she can welcome us officially.
Ukuze asemukele ngokusemthethweni.
But then yesterday we were in Pietermaritzburg.
Izolo besemsunduzi.
And there was nobody to welcome us.
Awungeshwa bengekho impelo samukelayo.
So we welcomed ourselves.
Hayi savele sazemukela thina qobo.
So even today, if there's nobody to welcome us, we'll welcome ourselves.
Na namhlanje kuma ngekho zosimukela hayi siyakwazi nokuyimukela nathi.
One thing that we are not going to do is not to speak to you because you are not welcome.
Into engeke siyenze ukuthi singakhulumi nani ngani ngoba samukeliwe.
Are we agreed?
Siyavumelana?
Marnani is welcome us.
You also welcome us.
Oh, so we can proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Good, good. I have a feeling that today is going to be a very good day.
Ayingezwe impela ukuthi usuku namhlanje alizoba lohle kakhulu.
Ningisizeke if he interprets wrong things ningitshele.
Assist me here if the interpreter is missing the mark, please do shout.
Ne? Angimthembi grand.
I'm not too sure about this interpreter.
isiZulu, I was here in KwaZulu-Natal on Friday. We were here in Stenga.
NgoLwesihlanu besile kwaDukuza.
Yesterday we were in Pietermaritzburg.
Izolo besemgungundlovu.
Today we are here in eThekwini.
Namhlanje silana eThekwini.
Hayi noma kuthiwa ikhanda lami liqinile manje. Sengikhuluma isiZulu manje.
Yeah, now I speak proper Zulu now.
Yeah, sangempela manje.
I've been Zulufied.
Yeah, ngibuya le kwaNongoma ke mina.
I'm from KwaNongoma, you see.
Everybody who was speaking there in that meeting of yesterday was saying
Wonke bekhuluma le ayibethi noma ekhuluma.
Yeah, nami my new name is
Nami igama lami lesoku
Yeah. And I suspect all the speakers that are going to speak today, when they take the mic, the first thing they are going to say is
Ngiyasola futhi bonke abazokhuluma bazosho njalo uma
Siyavumelana.
Agreed.
Siyavumelana. Kwasuka lokho.
There you go again.
Okay, welcome to the meeting of the Portfolio Committee of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
Siyanemukela kumhlangano we-Portfolio Committee yezamahlathi nezokudoba kanye nezemvelo.
I know that all of you are in the right meeting.
Ngiyazi ukuthi nonke nisemhlanganweni oqondile ngqo.
Am I right?
Oyiwona kunjalo.
Kwasuka lokho. Well, I should not have said it because I realized that I've started trouble. You don't have to interpret this. And you know I don't trust you. Okay, but before we get into the business of the day, may I request that all the gentlemen remove their hats and we all rise to sing the national anthem.
Ngaphambi ukuthi siqhubeke ngiyacela sisukumeni isimeni sonke sizocula iculo lesizwe amadoda onke athule igqoko. Yoba sisasukuma.
Usisileleli Afrika Malupawalisu Kondolayo Izwa imitanazo yetu Usisilelele China Lusapolwayo Ulela uluka sichama sa Yesu Usibuluke, usibuluke, sichabasa, Yesu, sichabasa, South Africa, South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
We are well underway now.
Siyaqhubeka sihlabelele igama.
I want to take this opportunity to introduce the team that I am with here.
Ngicela ukuthatha lethuba ukuthi nginethulele ithimba esihamba nalo.
I want to start on my left and introduce to you Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Paulsen is a representative of the EFF, a member of the Portfolio Committee and a member of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa.
Ngicela ukwethula umhlonishwa Paulsen oyilunga laleli committee aphinda abe yilunga leParliament elimele iqembu leEFF.
Next to me is Honorable Mchunu. Honorable Mchunu is a member representing the ANC in the Portfolio Committee and a member of Parliament of RSA.
Umhlonishwa Mchunu uyilunga laleli committee abe yilunga leParliament elidutshwe uKhongolose.
On my right is Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh is a member representing the IFP. He's a member of the Portfolio Committee and a member of Parliament of RSA.
Umhlonishwa Singh uyilunga laleli committee uyilunga leParliament ujutshwe indlovu.
Next to Honorable Singh is Honorable Dlamini. He's a member of the Portfolio Committee representing the ANC. He's also a member of this committee and a member of Parliament of RSA.
Umhlonishwa Dlamini uyilunga laleli committee abe yilunga leParliament elidutshwe uKhongolose.
Next to him is Honorable Weber. Honorable Weber is a member of the Democratic Alliance, a member of this committee and a member of Parliament.
Umhlonishwa Weber yena uyilunga laleli committee uyilunga leParliament udutshwe iDA eParliament.
We have apologies from Honorable Kancho, who is a member of the ANC from the Eastern Cape and a member of this committee.
Sixolisele umhlonishwa uGanchu oyilunga laleli committee oyilunga leParliament udutshwe uKhongolose usuka le Eastern Cape.
We also have an apology from Honorable Mbata, who comes from Gauteng, representing the ANC and a member of this committee.
Siphinde sibe nesixoliso sikamhlonishwa uMbatha othutshwe uKhongolose eParliament uyilunga lale committee aphinda abe yilunga leParliament futhi.
We have the apology of Honorable Bryant and Honorable Winkler, who both represent the DA and they are also members of Parliament in this committee.
Sibe nexoliso sikamhlonishwa uBryant nomhlonishwa uWeber
Winkler.
Winkler, thank you. ba yilunga leli committee ilunga le parliament bathunywe iDA.
And last apologies, Honorable Holomisa, who represents the UDM, is also a member of this committee.
Isixoliso sokugcina esikamhlonishwa uHolomisa oyilunga leli committee oyilunga le parliament othunywe iUDM eparliament.
Honorable Weber is from Mpumalanga.
Umhlonishwa uWeber uvela le eMpumalanga.
Honorable Dlamini is from Gauteng.
Umhlonishwa uDlamini uvela eGauteng.
Do I have to tell you where he comes from?
Mtshele umhlonishwa uSing uqhamukapi.
Honorable Singh is from KwaZulu Natal.
Umhlonishwa uSing uvela la kwaZulu Natal.
Do I have to tell you where she comes from?
Nginitshela ukuthi uvela phi?
Honorable Mkunu is from KwaZulu Natal.
Umhlonishwa uMqunu uvela khona la kwaZulu Natal.
Do I have to tell you where he comes from?
Nginitshele uqhamukapi?
Honorable Paulsen is from the Western Cape.
Honorable Paulsen uvela le eKapa Loto.
Honorable Winkler, who has apologized, is from KwaZulu Natal.
Honorable Winkler uvela la kwaZulu Natal uxolisile.
Honorable Kancho, Eastern Cape.
Umhlonishwa uGantsho uvela Eastern Cape.
Honorable Holomisa, Eastern Cape.
No umhlonishwa uHolomisa naye Eastern Cape.
Honorable Bryant, Western Cape.
Umhlonishwa uBryant yena Western Cape.
Honorable Mbata from Gauteng.
No umhlonishwa uMbatha yena uvela eGauteng.
Mina, you know me, Mus.
Mina sinangaza ngithi
I don't have to introduce myself, do I now?
ngizethule na noma
Aningazi.
you don't know me.
Kodwa niyangibona Mus, bese ngishilo ukuthi ngibuya kwaNongoma nje.
You can see me. I told you I'm from Nongoma.
Okay, how do you identify people of Nongoma?
Ngabona kanjani abavela kwaNongoma? Ehlala Nkosi.
Angifanele ukubuya. Eh? Say. Or I must have Ispandla. Ne? Okay, I removed my Ispandla today. Mangeza.
Yeah. I took off isiphandla sami namhlanje.
But ngizosibuyisela manje.
I'll put it back just now.
My name is Ntibi Modise.
Igama lami Ntibi Modise
Nongoma.
from Nongoma.
There's no Modise in Nongoma, no total. Hey man. I come from Gauteng.
Ngivela eGauteng.
I'm the chairperson of this committee.
Ngiwusihlalo waleli committee.
I'm the youngest member of this committee.
Ngingomncinyane kuleli committee.
And the most handsome one.
Futhi obabayo ba kuleli committee.
Niyangibona Mos.
Yeah, nani nayibonela ngisibabani.
Vavavum na ikhona. Honorable Singh, I forgot to remove my ring.
Kodwa ukhiphe iring yami yomshado.
Ngifuna umakoti la kwaZulu.
Ngikhiphe intweni because I'm looking for a bride around here.
I was actually trying to buy time so that the mayor comes, but the mayor is not here still.
Bengizama ukunikeza imeya uyithuba ukuthi ifike kodwa hayi asiyiboni.
Akafiki.
She's not here yet.
All right. But with us there is a contingent from the department and from parliament.
Phakathi kwethu sinethimba elivela kumnyango kanye naseparlamente.
I am going to request all of them to rise, then I can tell you who they are.
Ngizocela bonke basukume bese nginitshela ukuthi bangobani.
From the protection services,
Abavela kwezokuphepha
the
nokuvikela.
interpreters,
Otolika abahumushi.
the secretariat,
Abasiza kwezokugcinwa
sound system, and everybody else who's with us.
Abezomsindo.
I told you ukuthi ningitshele maka interpret into engekho.
I told you to tell me when he interprets wrong stuff.
I said people of sound system yena athi abantu bomsindo. Sound system ngesizulu umsindo. Ayeke.
Laba basipethele insimbi noma ubuxhakaxhaka bomsindo.
Even this one is wrong. Ayikho yonke le. But that's fine. This is the team. Even there at the back,
Yilo ke leli qembu nalapha ngemuva
This is the team that works with us
ithimba esisebenza nalo leli
in discharging our responsibilities.
ukuthi senze umsebenzi esiwenzayo.
I believe that you must have met the advanced team. They
Ngiyakholwa-
must have came 2 weeks or a week before.
Nakho ukuthi nibabonile abasigijimele phambili abafike emavikeni amabili phambi kwalo suku lanamhlanje.
The people who invited you to this event
Okuyibona
and told
aba-
you what is expected.
Abanimemela banitshela ukuthi kulindeleke ukuthi nifike la nizothini noma nizokwenzani.
Am I right or am I right?
Ngineqiniso noma ngineqiniso.
I'm right. Good. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Now that the mayor is not here, let's proceed.
Ngoba usodolopha akafiki ayi siyaqhubeka.
I want to invite Honorable Singh because he's a homeboy.
Ngicela ukumema umhlonishwa uSingh ngani ngoba iyinsizwa yendawo
So that he can give us an overview of climate change.
ukuthi asinikeze isithombe esipheleleyo
Make a bit of-
ukuquqa kwesimo sezulu.
Make a bit of reflections of how you people of KwaZulu-Natal are affected by this thing.
Asivezele kunokuthi nina abantu bakwaZulu Natal inhlukumeze kanjani le ndaba na.
But fundamentally, the purpose of us being here.
Kakhulu ukuthi yini inhloso nenjongo yokuza kwethu la.
But ngiyaniyamukela
I do welcome you.
mina ngiyamukela nina
I personally welcome you.
because you are the most important guest here.
Yinina abantu ababaleke kakhulu nizimenye ibaleke kakhulu la.
This is not our meeting, it's your meeting.
Akusumhlangano wethu lo umhlangano wenu lo.
So we are not going to be doing a lot of talking. You will be doing the talking.
Thina ngeke sikhulume kakhulu silindele ukuthi khulume nina kakhulu namhlanje.
For the same reason that you people of KwaZulu-Natal have experienced climate change in the recent past.
Ngaleso sizathu ukuthi nina nike nadibana nezikhukhula kuleinsukwini nje ezadlule namkulezi inyanga ezimbalwa ezedlule.
No, ikhukhula is floods. I did not say floods.
Nidibane nokuguquka kwesimo sezulu ezinyangeni ezimbalwa ezedlule.
Siyavumelana.
Agreed.
But I said you people must advise me when he interprets wrongly.
Ngitheni ngiluleke uma edlama nkwebivu utolika.
He has committed 10 mistakes already.
Usesho okuyiphutha okuyishumi.
And you have not advised me even once.
Nathula nathi tu.
Now it proves that who is the real Zulu here.
Sekuyavela ukuthi ubani umzulu wangempela la.
Kuyabonakala ke manje. Uthi ubani wakaNongoma. Hayi nizoyala niyale nento mara mangiphuma la nizongikhumbula ukuthi lo mfana wakwaNongoma lo.
Yeah, when I live here, you'll remember that this boy from Nongoma was said it all.
Yeah, uyabona mawehla ngala bridge.
When you go down that bridge,
Kunendlu ngaku left
there is a house on the left.
emhlophe so.
It's white.
Ukithi ke la.
Yeah, that's where I come from. That's my home.
Honorable Singh.
Mhlonishwa Singh.
Sanibonani nonke.
Greetings, everyone.
Ngiyabonga hlalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Qhamuka Gauteng. City of gold. Igoli. It comes from the city of gold. Hayi Nongoma. Siyamazi abantu kaNongoma.
We know people from Nongoma.
Ngiyathokoza kakhulu utholile lithuba namhlanje.
Honor for me to get this opportunity.
Xolisa ukuthi inkulumo yami basisingisi isilimi kaGeorge. Yamazi isilimi kaGeorge.
I apologize that my presentation will be in George's language. Do you know George?
So that our interpreters can follow very closely what's happening.
Otolika ke bezulu bazosiza balandele nathi ngokusheshsha.
Yamukela nonke abakhona la izinduna.
I greet
Ama NGOs.
everyone here from Izinduna, NGOs,
And all the ladies and gentlemen that are here,
bonke abesifazane nabesilisa bakhona la.
welcome to your hometown.
Siyanimukela edolobheni lenu.
Umina mfana sekhaya.
I'm a local dude around here.
Kamuka la South Coast Mkomazi. Yamazi Mkomazi
I'm from
Mkababa
right here,
Mkomazi.
Mkababa Mkomazi.
Ikamuka khona.
That's where I hail from.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Sibonge sihlalo ngaleli thuba elihle.
And I must say that I am a very, very proud member of the Committee for the Department of Environmental Affairs, Forestry and Fisheries.
Angisho ukuthi ngiyilunga elizigqajayo ngokuba ilunga lekomiti lezokudoba lezamahlathi kanye nezemvelo.
Working with all our wonderful colleagues that are here from different political parties.
Ngisebenza nalabo zakwethu abahle kangaka nabamangazayo abavela emaqembini ahlukahlukene.
And led by the oldest in the group.
Liholwa umdala kunathi sonke. Umdala weinsuku.
You know, some of you, when you watch us on television, you think that we don't talk to each other, we can't sit at a table and have a meal together or a glass of water, but we do.
Uma nisibuka lapha ku TV anicabanga ukuthi siyakhulumisana sihlala ndawonye ematafuleni siyakhuluma siphuze ndawonye ingilazi yamanzi.
We disagree sometimes on policy direction that we need to take.
Siyaphikisana kakhulu ngemnqubomgomo ekufanele ithathwe esikhathini eziningi.
But at the end of the day, as parliamentarians, we focus on the issues at hand, the issues affecting the people of South Africa, which include you.
Kodwa ke kupheleni kosuku njengoba bonke abaseParliament sibheke kwizinto ezithinta ngqo umuntu wase South Africa nezimusa phambili.
Chairperson, I'm very glad to see Mr. Desmond Desai here, who is the chairperson of the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance and who's been leading the charge on environmental issues in the Durban South Basin and the rest of KwaZulu-Natal for a number of years. Welcome, Desmond.
Siyabonga ukubona phakathi kwethu umnumzana Desmond Desai osesebenza isikhathi esiningi ezintweni ezithinta imvelo lapha ya emazantsi neTheku.
I didn't realize he brought his fan club along, but it's good to know. It's good to know that there are so many people on a Sunday morning you could be here to engage.
Uze neqeqebana lakhe kodwa kuyathokozisa ukuthi kuze abantu abaningi kangaka kuyisonto ekseni.
I also want to acknowledge, share with your permission, a lady, if she's here, Sue Mehen. That's Sue.
Ngemvume yakho sihlalo ngifisa ukumukela intokazi labathi Sue Mehen.
I don't know her. It's the first time I'm seeing her.
Angimazi ngiyaqala ukumbona.
But yesterday, Desmond, when I saw the Independent newspaper, which is a newspaper we get in KwaZulu-Natal, there was a headline picture of a number of students from Durban Girls College and Maris Stella holding placards about climate change, the effect of climate change, etc., and saying that they want to do their bit. And I got hold of the journalist who wrote the article, and sorry about the late notice, but I thought it was very important that you be here or somebody be here, but there will be an opportunity to continue giving us your submissions, and we'll let you know that. But thank you for coming.
Izolo ku-Independent newspaper ngibone kuma-headlines lapha kuyinhloko bezikhona emphepheni bemile iy'ngane nabafundi abavela la eThekwini bephethe amabhodi abhalwe ukuthi balufuna ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu kunakekelwe. So ngase ngiqhumana nentatheli yangiqhuma naye ngase ngimema ngokukhulu ukuphuthuma lokhu. Ngiyabonga ukuthi afike la namhlanje. Siyathemba lizovela ithuba ukuthi naye asho izethulo zakhe ukusisiza.
Now, climate change, ladies and gentlemen, I always say gentle ladies and men. I don't know why they call the men gentle. The ladies are gentle. So it will be gentle ladies and men.
Namhlanje ke besifazane abayiphethe kahle nabesilisa nganoma ngazi kuhlale kuthiwe yini amadoda aqoqekile noma iphethe kahle ngoba besifazane abakwazi ukuphatha.
It is maybe in the last 5 years or so
Eminyakeni emihlanu edlule
that the word climate change is on all our lips.
igama elikhuluma ngokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu siseyindebeni zethu sonke.
And the reason for that is that each one of us have been experiencing in our own ways the effect of what is called climate change.
Izathu salokho ukuthi sonke sikhona la sesizwile ubuhlungu balento okuthiwa ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
We've witnessed horrific floods
Sibone izikhukhula ezinesihluku
which has caused mayhem, which has caused loss of lives, and we offer our condolences on behalf of the chairperson.
elethe ubunzima kakhulu kubantu kwasalahlekelwa imphefumulo yabantu kanye nemizi yabo sicela ukuthi dudu kini ngimele usihlalo.
We've seen what windstorms have done. We've seen what earthquakes are doing around the world.
Sibonile iphepho ukuthi zenzani ukundikindizela noma ukunyakaza komhlaba ukuthi kwenzani emhlabeni.
Things like tremors, when the ground shakes.
Ngesikhathi
We think it's only the Amabuto from Nongoma doing that. But you feel these tremors and you think, where does it come from?
Esikhathi sibona umhlaba uqhaqhazela, sometimes ucabanga ukuthi amabutho kuphela. It's only the amabutho from Dongoma that are able to cause tremors, but we've seen earth tremors on its own.
We've seen the impact of the tsunami, which is something that we never thought will happen in our lifetime, Chairperson.
Sabona sihlukunyezwa yitsunami, into esasingakaze sayibona empilweni yethu yonke.
Everybody around the world, including South Africa and the South African government, started thinking about these happenings and said, what can we do
Umhlaba wonke ke jikelele kanye neSouth Africa baqala bahlanganisa amakhanda bathi singenzani uma sekunje
to mitigate the risks of climate change?
ukunciphisa ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu ngaleli zinga.
And a lot of this, Chairperson, you and I and my colleagues know, are man-made things that cause, the depletion of the ozone layer that causes all these things to happen. It's man-made. So it's our responsibility to make sure that we correct the wrong things that we are doing.
Siyazi ukuthi lezimo zokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu zenziwa ngaphezulu kakhulu okwenziwa yithi thina abantu esenza ukuthi no ozone layer banciphe babhodloke bese kuba kubi kanje njoba sekunje.
The pollution in the air, the Durban South Basin people, we know how you've suffered over the years with some of the industries. I don't want to mention their names. We know other areas in Mpumalanga, the pollution.
Angifuna ukuyibalula imboni nenkampani kodwa siyazazi ezingcolisa umoya.
All man-made.
Zonke zenziwa abantu lezinto.
And government decided that they have to respond to correct these things that are happening.
Uhulumeni wasuthatha isinqumo sokuthi hayi asiphendule kulezi zinto ukuvikela impilo.
So in 2018, June 2018,
NgoJune 2018,
Dr. Edna Molewa, bless her soul, she's passed on.
uDokotela Molewa inkosi mbusise ngani ngoba usadlule emhlabeni.
She was a Minister of Environment at that time. She introduced in cabinet what is called a brand new bill, the Climate Change Bill.
Wasethulela lo mthethosivivinyo omusha wokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
It took a long time
Wasithatha iside isikhathi
for that bill to go through the process of cabinet
ukuthi lo mthethosivivinyo uzofike kwi-cabinet yeparliament
and then come to this portfolio committee chaired by
ukuze ifike
Comrade Modise,
kule portfolio committee
Honorable Modise.
ephethe umhlonishwa umndise.
So when it came, the minister came, presented the bill to us
Uma
in a
ufika
format like this.
umphathiso noma ungqongqoshe weza wazoyithula kithi esithangamini esifane nalesi.
And when a minister presents the bill to the portfolio committee, it becomes the property of the portfolio committee, this committee here.
Uma umphathiswa eyethula umthethosivivinyo kwi-portfolio committee lokho kube sekuba umsebenzi wayi portfolio committee.
It's the role of the portfolio committee to consult, to consider what the cabinet is saying, what government is saying, propose amendments that we would like to propose, and finally adopt the bill so that it gets passed in Parliament, in the National Assembly, then goes to the National Council of Provinces, and if it is passed there, then it goes to the President so that it becomes the law of the land.
Kuba umsebenzi we-portfolio committee ukuthi uyithathe uyilalele uyicubungule ufune ulwazi olunzulu bese bafake nezichibiyelo ezidingakalayo bese idluliselwa ku-NCOP midlula lapho bese yengimangameli ukuthi ayisayine ibe umthetho.
We've already in September last year received oral representation from certain bodies, the Climate Change Commission, the Wit School of Governance, the Center for Environmental Rights, Abongane, South African Human Rights Commission. They came before our committee and made representation, but that's not the end all and the be all.
Ngo September last year sathola izethulo ezayivela kuma shoshozela abasebenza ngokushintsha kwesimo sezimpilo lezi inhlangano ayibalile.
So the committee now is embarking on a process on behalf of Parliament to engage the public.
Ikomiti ke manje selithathe ichungechunge elithunyelwe yiParliament ukuthi lizwe izakhamuzi ukuthi zona zithini.
So this is the purpose of the public hearings, to hear what you have to say, and I won't tell you how you're going to do that because my colleague is going to do that. But we make careful notes of what you say. Our research team is here, we take it back, we consider it as a committee, and then we start debating it and we put a final bill before Parliament for Parliament to adopt.
Inhloso yethu ke yokuza la ukuthi kuzosizonizwa izethulo zenu ukuthi nina nithini mayelana nokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu bese abahlele ngala abongabacwaningi beParliament bazoyicubungula bayicwaninge bayihlole bese beyibuyisa kithi kwikomiti bese siyaqhubeka nalo ukuthi nizozethula kanjani izethulo zenu uza kwethu uzosho ukuthi nizoza kanjani ukuthi nizositshela.
The committee goes to every province in the country. They've been to Limpopo, Mpumalanga, it's KwaZulu, next week it's Gauteng. Unfortunately, you can't go to every town or every city or every dorp. You have to choose certain areas.
Ikomiti lihamba izwe lonke ade lesempumalanga la eLimpopo sebela kwaZulu Natal basaya kwezinye indawo awukwazi ke kodwa ukuthi uhambe wonke amadolobha khetha indawo eseduzane nawo.
But hopefully, Chairperson, today we'll get a sense of what the people of eThekwini feel about this bill, what they want to propose as amendments, and how they can make further submissions.
Siyathemba sihlalo ukuthi abantu baseThekwini namhlanje zobeza ukuthi bathini ngalomthetho sivivinyo bathi achitshiyelwe kuphi nokuthi bazizwa kanjani nje ngalomthetho sivivinyo ukuze siqhubeke siye phambili.
Thank you very much. I hope I've done justice to this part. Thank you,
Siyabonga
Chair.
kakhulu ngithemba umsebenzi wami ube muhle sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh.
Sibonge mhlonishwa uSingh.
If you are disputing that I'm from Nongoma,
Uma usaphika ukuthi ngivela lehla la Nkosi.
you must go down that street I told you about.
Hamba ngalomgwaqo ebengikutshela ngawo.
Just after the bridge,
Uyabona nje uqeda kudlula ibhuloho
on the left,
ngala kwesokunxele.
there's a white house there.
Kunendle emhlophe lapha ya.
That's where I come from.
Indle yami leyo kahle kahle.
So, you can dispute all you like. I come from just after the bridge.
Ungaphika konke okuthanda kodwa mina ngivela ngaphesha kwebhuloho.
Yeah. And yajabula ke mawuthi thina we cause tremor. Yeah. Thina abantu bakwaNongoma we cause tremor.
Ngiyajabula uma uthi thina abantu bakwaNongoma senza umhlaba unyakaze ngidindizela umhlaba.
Ukhuluma ngathi ke amabutho.
Yeah, we are amabutho esilo.
Yeah. In fact, I want to quickly go and change ngqoke lezi impahla zami zamabutho.
Ngizoshesha manje ngiyolanda izavatho zami
Yeah.
zamabutho imvunulo.
Ini?
Imvunulo.
Ivunulo. Yeah. Yeah. Ngiyogqoka ivunulo yami manje.
Ngizovunula manje.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Singh.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa Singh.
We all heard him, right?
Sijabule.
I like how he unpacks it.
Ngithandile indlela ayithamunde ngayo.
Hello, Des.
Sawubona Des.
You are proper. When we were consulting on, Des is from the South Basin. You remember the engine story?
Uvela lapha yana emazantsi neTheku sezwe indaba ezibhlungu ngo engine.
Yeah. We have not forgotten about the story of the people of South Basin.
Asibakhohliwe kakhulu abantu baseThekwini ngezantsi nalo.
It is in the pipeline.
Kusehlelweni lethu basohlelweni lethu.
If people of engine are watching us on TV, then we do this. Where I come from, we do this.
Uma abantu bakwa engine besibuka ku TV
Element vieto saltrecho.
siyabuya.
Yeah. And kumnandi manje ungayitolikile. Kumnandi manje because sekuno drive omusha ungayitolikile. Bangayizwa la bangihamba nabo. Ongangizwanga ngiyaqhuba. Right. I want to invite Chloe. Please don't be longer than Honorable Singh. You are just taller than him, not longer than him. Please help us create an understanding in terms of context.
Sicela usize ukuthi siqonde ngokujulileyo ukuthi lo mthetho sivivinyo uthini noma usiphatheleni.
Sure.
Okay. No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I will definitely be brief. Greetings to honorable members
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ohloniphekileyo ngibingelele kumalunga ahloniphekileyo ngizoba mfishane impela.
and greetings to members of the community.
Ngibingelele wonke amalunga omphakathi akhona
Just to lay a quick context on the climate change bill,
ukuthi ngishaye ngamafuphi ukuthi umthetho sivivinyo wokushintsha kwesimo sezulu uyini noma uthini.
the process of developing the climate change bill started in 2018 and we held consultation in all the provinces, including here in KwaZulu-Natal.
Siqale ngo2018 saya kuzo zonke izifundazwe kanye nalesi saKwaZulu Natal.
Climate change bill has two main components, which is adaptation, which simply means our ability to cope with the impacts of climate change.
Umthetho sivivinywa wesimo sokuguquka kwezulu uphethe izinto ezimbili ekhuluma ngokuphilisana kanye nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu.
The other main component is mitigation, which means the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions.
Enye ebalekile ukuthi sinciphisa kanjani ukugcwala komoya ongcolileyo emkhathini.
The bill has 6 chapters.
Umthetho sivivinywa unezahluko eziyisithupha.
Chapter 1 focuses on the object of the bill, which is mainly the objectives of the bill.
Isahluko sokuqala ubheke ukuthi zithini inhloso zalomthetho sivivinyo.
And the main objective is to improve our coordination across all spheres of society, all levels of government, inclusive of course, business, civil society, and academia to address the issues of climate change.
Okokuqala nqanga ukuthi sithuthukise ukusebenzisana wonke amazinga kahulumeni wonke amazinga ahlelekile omphakathi kanye nosomabhizinisi nezimboni.
The other main objective is to enable us to reduce our greenhouse gas emission as a country as part of our contribution to the implementation of the Paris Agreement.
Okunye okwesithathu ukunciphisa ukwanda komoya ongcolileyo emkhathini uhambisane nemithetho uhulumeni azobe ishayile.
Chapter 2 focus on policy alignment and institutional mechanism.
Isahluko sesibili sigxile wona kokuvumelana noma kokuhambisana kwemithetho eshaywayo kweminyango kahulumeni.
On this chapter, the bill will empower, of course, the provincial forums and the local forums to be able to address issues of climate change.
Kulesahluko kuzonikezwa amandla kuyinhlaka ezisebenza kwisifundazwe nezisebenza kwizinga lemkhandlu ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi babhekane ngqo nokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
The local sphere forum will also be able to address issues of a climate change that affects the local sphere.
Abalaphaya emazingeni omasipala kuma locals bazobe behlangana bevumelana ukuthi la emphakathini endaweni yethu isimo sokuguquka kwezulu sizoyilwa kanje.
Giving due consideration to the vulnerable communities that are affected to climate change.
Sibheke sigxilile kakhulu kwimphakathi ehlukunyeziwe yilokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
Chapter 3 focuses on the provincial and the local sphere of government.
Isahluko sesithathu sona sibheka kakhulu kuhulumeni wesifundazwe nohulumeni bomasipala.
And this chapter will empower the MECs and the executive mayors to undertake risk and vulnerability assessment and develop climate change response plans.
Sona lesahluko sinikeza amandla ku MEC umphathiswa kanye no mayor ukuthi mabaqhamuke nohlelo olucubungula ubungozi besimo sokushintsha kwezulu endaweni yabo.
They will further be empowered to implement programs that are contained into the strategic plans and report progress against the strategic plans.
Bazonikezwa amandla ukuthi baqhamuke nohla oluhlelekile okufanele balandele baphinde bakhiphe izethulo ukuthi bahambe bafikaphi.
Chapter 4 focus on national adaptation planning, which empower the minister to develop the national adaptation strategy that will of course guide all spheres of society and all sectors to undertake climate change adaptation initiatives.
Isahluko sesine sinikeza amandla ungqongqoshe kazwelonke osebenza ngezemvelo ukuthi akabe nohlelo oluzolandelwa yizwe lonke ukuthi sizophila kanjani sinesimo sezulu esivikelekile.
The minister will also be empowered to synthesize a report that will enable her to assess how far are we doing as a country in terms of the implementation of the national adaptation strategy.
Ungqongqoshe noma umphathiso uyobe enikezwa amandla ukuthi akabe ne report noma umbiko noma isethulo esihlelekile esisho ukuthi sihambe kanjani njengezwe ukuthi siphilisane nesimo sezulu esiphephile.
Chapter 5 focus on the greenhouse gas removals.
Isahluko sesihlanu sona sigxile ukuthi siususa kanjani umoya ongcolile osemkhathini.
It will empower the minister to develop different instruments such as the carbon budget and the sectoral emissions targets.
Izonikeza ungqongqoshe amandla ukuthi akube nomthetho esho ukuthi imboni zingakhiqiza umoya ongaka zingeqi nezimboni ngokwehlukana kwazo ukuze uma zeqile lapho kube khona isijezo esikhona noma ukucontrola okukhona.
With the implementation of the carbon budget, the minister will be able to allocate a limit upon which companies which are emitting greenhouse gas emission, they cannot emit beyond.
Lokhu okuthiwa phecelezi i-carbon budget kusho ukuthi isikalo noma izinga imboni nemboni engafanele ileqe ukukhiqiza umoya ongcolileyo.
And on the sectoral emission target, it means that other sectors such as energy, transport will also contributes towards the reduction of the greenhouse emissions.
Lokhu okuthiwa phecelezi okwe-sectoral kuzobe kubheke izimboni ezahlukahlukene njengezimboni ezikhiqiza ugesi noma amalahle, izimboni ezokuthutha ukuthi zona ingxenye yabo izobe ikaleke kanjani kumoya abangawukhipha nokuthi kufanele kube izikalo zabo zithini.
The minister will also be empowered to undertake greenhouse gas inventory, which means that she will be able to have data and information in relation to the greenhouse so that we are able to measure how are we doing in terms of our emission reductions.
Kusho ukuthi umphathiswa kuyomele abe neso elibanzi noma elisoba noma isithombe sipheleleyo ukuthi izimboni zisebenza kanjani zikhiqiza kangakanani umoya ongcolileyo ukuze kuzoba nesicambululo noma nesisombululo esicacile.
Finally, chapter 6 focus on general matters and transitional matters, which largely focus on the number of regulations that will be put in place to facilitate the implementation of the climate change bill.
Isahluko sesithathu sibheka ukuthi ke ukuze wenzeke lo mthetho noma ufezeke lo mthetho yini okufanele kubhekwe ezweni nokuthi ke kube nohlelo lokuthi kuzoqalwa ngakuphi ngokulandelana kwakhona.
These regulations will include, among other things, monitoring and evaluations.
Ama regulations noma izinkomba ezilawulayo zizobe zikhomba ukuthi sibheka kanjani emuva ukuthi sisukaphi sesikuphi.
Allocations and compliance with the carbon budget.
Bese kuba isabele sikhishwayo kanye nokubamba umthetho we carbon womoya ongcolileyo okhishiwe ukuthi umthetho uyalandelwa yini na.
In summary, Chair, this will be the only climate change act that will regulate activities that has to do with addressing climate change in the country.
Ngamafuphi sihlalo lo mthetho kuzoba uwona wodwa ozobe ulawulwa ezobe usiza ngokulawulwa izinto eziyenza ukuthi kube nokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu ezweni.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's the summary of the climate change bill. I try to be within the allocated
Ngiyabanga
time.
sihlalo ngizamile ukushaya njengesoka ngamafuphi.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramaru.
Sibonge kakhulu mnumzana uRamaro.
Did we hear him?
Simzwile.
Did we hear him?
Simzwile na.
Were you even listening to him?
Benlalela kodwa.
Did you hear what Honorable Singh said?
Nimzwile umhlonishwa uSingh utheni?
Nimzwil?
Did we?
I suspect that you were given notes.
Ngiyakholwa
You were told what to say before we even present.
ngiyasola ngazi ukuthi nitsheliwe ukuthi kufanele nizositshelane ngaphambi ukuthi ukuthi sithini.
So at school you have notes in preparation of an exam for geography. When you get there, we are writing maths.
Esikoleni ufika ube nama notes mhlambe geography kanje yezezwe uthi uyafika lapha esikoleni hayi sekufundwa ibalo manje.
Yeah. So those notes live there.
Lawo ma notes enwatholile hayi asiwabeke neceleni.
Let's focus on this one.
Ake sidile kulokho okuchiwo njengamanje la.
Sina sikhulumile angithi manje si right.
We've agreed. I'm sure we're good.
No, I'm not saying that.
We're right.
I'm not saying that either. Ngithi thina sikhulumile manje.
We have spoken now.
Yeah, so it is. I see a hand there.
Ngibona isandla lapha emuva.
Ma'am, I saw your hand.
Kuphakamisile mama.
No, that's fine. You need to be very tolerant, ne?
Ayazama ukuyibamba nje.
If you don't tolerate us, we won't tolerate you.
Uma uhlule kuyikhuza nathi ngesikwazi.
This is part of the process. This, what I'm doing here, is what we came here to do.
Ingxenye yomsebenzi wethu le lokho engikwenzayo la ilokho esikuzele la.
Yeah, and we must not be told what to do. We know what we're doing.
Cela ungatshelwa ukuthi asenze ngoba siyawenza wethu.
Now, I want to invite Honorable Mchunu,
Ngicela ukumema umhlonishwa umchunu.
so that Honorable Mchunu must tell us how we are going to proceed.
Umhlonishwa umchunu uzositshela ukuthi sizoqhubeka kanjani.
We agreed, right?
Siyavumelana.
Honorable Mchunu.
Mhlonishwa umchunu.
Angibonge sihlalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Ngibingelele kusihlalo namalungu onke committee.
Greetings to Chair and all the members of the Portfolio Committee.
Ngibingelele na sisuka nabo eParliament abasebenzi.
Greetings to our parliamentary staff.
Ngiyabingelela kumphakathi waseThekwini namaphethelo.
I greet all the members of the community from eThekwini and surroundings.
Aw khona neNewcastle. Oh, I na neNewcastle siyanibingelela.
Even you from Newcastle, we greet you.
Siyabonga ukuthi nikhona nonke.
We appreciate that you are all here today.
Uma kukhona abamele ubukhosi obukhona ngaphansi kweTheku nabo siyababingelela kulomhlangano.
Those from the traditional house of leadership in eThekwini, if you hear, we greet you accordingly.
Sesifike kuvutho ndaba.
We have reached the climax, the crux of the matter.
Mangithi sifike kuvutho ndaba sesifike kulokhu esizokwenza lapha esikuzele lapha as a portfolio committee.
Now we've exactly come to why we had to come here as the portfolio committee.
Sizela ukuzolalela.
We are here to listen.
Sizela ukuthi nithola ithuba lokubeka imbono yenu.
We are here to give you an opportunity to register your submissions.
Ngizochaza ukuthi sizoyiletha kanjani imbono.
I will break down how we're going to do that.
Okokuqala esizokwenza umphathi wohlelo usihlalo weportfolio committee Honorable Modise uzonikezela ithuba lokuthi siphakamise izandla.
First and foremost, the chairperson, Honorable Modise, will give us all an opportunity to raise our hands.
Sizoqala ke sizoqala ngapha kwesokudla.
We'll start here from the right.
Sinikezele izandla eziyishumi.
We will pick up the first 10.
Labo abazonikezwa leli thuba bazobuya beze kulezi ihlalo ezilaphakathi nendawo.
Those 10 who were appointed by the chairperson will have to come to sit on these chairs in the middle.
Uma usufikile usunikiwe ithuba usihlalo okokuqala okwenzayo uyazethula ukuthi ubani.
When chairs afforded you the opportunity and you've come to the mic, the first thing you do, you introduce yourself, who you are,
Nokuthi uvelaphi.
and then where you come from.
Ngenza umzekelo uma ngabe ukhona umeli ward committee uyasho ukuthi ngisuka kwi ward committee yase ward 57.
For an example, if you're mandated by the ward committee, you say, I'm from one committee, 57.
Noma usuka kwi NGO noma uzizele uyasho kodwa uthi ngilunga lomphakathi lase ward 103 ngizela ukuzo ukwenza lesi
Or
sethu.
you are representing a certain NGO, you state it, your name and the NGO, or you're just a member of the community who's just presenting own views. You say your name, your surname, and the ward where you come from.
Umuqala ke ukhuluma unikezwe imzuzu emihlanu.
When you start to speak, you got only 5 minutes to say it all.
Ngesikhathi ke ukhuluma ubeka izimvo zakho sizofisa ukwazi ukuthi uyawamukela lo mthetho sivivinyo noma awuwemukeli.
When you speak airing your views, please don't forget to tell us whether you reject or you support this bill.
Sizothi ke mase siqedile kulolu hlangothi lesokudla siye ngapha kwesokunxele
As soon as
sethu.
we're done with the right, we move to the left side.
Nakhona sizothatha izandla eziwu10.
Even there, we'll pick up the first 10 hands.
Nakhona babuye bezela bese sibanikeza ithuba lokuthi bakhulume babeke imbono yabo.
They also come here, be afforded opportunity to air their views.
Sizolandela ke lolo hlelo ukuthi sonke sikhulume sisho ukuthi sibona kanjani ngalomthetho sivivinyo iziphi izinto esifisa ukuthi zibe khona noma zishintshwe.
We will all follow that procedure where we state how we feel about this proposed bill and what we feel as should be amended or added.
Ngiyezwa abanye mangithi imzuzu umhlanu bayababaza kodwa
I hear when I say 5 minutes, others are bit shouting.
kodwa into ekhona ukuthi ngaphandle kwaleli thuba lokuthi uze phambili uzokhuluma kukhona nethuba lokubhala.
Other than this opportunity for oral presentation, there is an opportunity of submitting written submissions.
So sizocela ukuthi uma ngabe weqelwa isikhathi imibono yakho imningi ungakakwazi ukuyibeka yonke uzobese ke uthola ithuba lokuthi ubhale phansi.
We humbly request that if your points exceed your 5 minutes, please take the option of submitting your points written, making a written submission, in other words.
Nangiya uchileka lapha ya njobe phakamisa isandla nje uzobe esilekelela.
With her hand up, she's got papers for you to fill for your written submissions.
Angisho ke ukuthi imibono ebhaliwe siyayemukela nayo uma ngabe awulitholanga ithuba noma nje ufike nayo uyiphethe ubonane noChileka nanaba abahleli lapha etafuleni abalekelelayo ulethe kubona leyo mibono leyo.
Let me also advise that we do welcome written submissions. You can submit them to Chileka or to other members of the staff at that table. Whether you got the opportunity or not, we receive written submissions as such.
Ivulelekile ke imbono ebhaliwe sizolokhu siqhubeka nayo size siqede yonke lolu chungechunge lwale mhlangano yokuthi niphawule ngalomthetho sivivinyo.
We do welcome the written submissions as we continue with this tour of these public hearings nationwide.
Sihlalo kukhona balapha phezulu ngiyacabanga ukuthi mase siqede kwesokudla seza kwesokunxele siyokhuphukela lapha phezulu sibanikeze nabithuba lokuthi babeke imbono.
Chair, when we finish with those, the right and the left downstairs, we just go upstairs and give those a chance too.
Nalaba bamele inhlaka ikahulumeni uma bekhona bamukelekile nabo ukuthi balethe imbono yabo.
And those representing government departments are also welcome to submit their views orally or in written form.
Nalaba bamele inhlangano ezahlukene ngiyabona khona abalaphi bendabuko abakhona makukhona bamele ubukhosi mabukhona bamele amakomiti ahlukahlukene nabo ithuba elabo uma belibona ukuthi khona okusalayo bese siyakubhala phansi.
Those representing different sectors like traditional healers, traditional leaders, government departments, organized civic society, you are more than welcome to submit your written or your oral representation. Yes, you are more than welcome to do so, all of you.
Siyabonga kakhulu namukelekile ukuthi silalele ngoba sizekini ukuzolalela ukuthi nithini ngalomthetho sivivinyo ongowokuqala ongakazubebikho okhuluma ngokuguquguquko lwesimo sezulu eMzansi.
Thank you all for coming. We're here to listen to you. Let's hear your deliberations on this first and foremost proposed bill that we never had in the history of the Republic of South Africa.
So namhlanje sizoqopha umlando
So-
njengabantu baseThekwini siyabonga.
So today we came here to make history as people of eThekwini.
Thank you very much, Mam Kunu.
Sibonge kumama uMchunu
Ngumkhombandlela.
for giving us marching orders.
She says you must start on the right.
Uthi asiqale ngala kwesokudla
And she says we must lift our hand, raise our hands.
phakamisa izandla zethu nje masifuna ukubeka.
So when we note you, you come to the chair.
Uma sikhomba uze sihlalweni.
Let's start there at the back there. Ba,
Qale emuva laphaya
ma, sis. Sisi,
dadewethu waza nawe.
nawe ba. Noi two, hlenilandelana. Oh, noi three. Nawe ba. Just behind them, yourself, ma'am. Yourself, sir. With your neighbor there. Ma'am, yourself. Yourself, ma'am. Are we done? Spell it. How many more?
Shota bangaki?
Okay, ayu sizophinda sibuye ungasa. Ngikubonile ke sisi ne. Nginibonile nobabili. Nawe move. I saw you. So
We've
phinda
noted
sibuye.
you, we're still coming back.
I just hope neighbors do not say the same thing.
Angithemba ukuthi angisho into eyodwa.
Niyathanda ukopisa ke nabantu baseNatal.
You love coping.
All right. Let's proceed. Say, talk to us.
Amandla. Amandla. Qina mhlupha qina mhlalo hluphekile qina. Qina mhlalo hluphekile qina. Amandla. Ngiyabingelela igama lami ngunaledi isibongo ngwanene.
Igama lami nguNaledi Isibongo Kanene,
Ngiphuma
greetings
pha-
to everyone.
Ngiphuma phansi wenhlangano South Durban Environmental Community Allies.
Ngiphuma ngaphansi kwenhlangano le ayishiyo. I'm coming from the organization that he mentioned.
Enkangala indawo Ward 99.
I'm from Enkangala, Ward 99.
99. Mhlasimbe engizoqala ngakho ngiyaxolisa umhlekazi angikwazanga ukurecognize ukuthi umhlekazi bani lo ade ekhuluma manje enginika ithuba ngithe ngifika nje ngama lapha phezulu kunento ayikhulumile engafikanga kumina kahle ngicabanga ukuthi nje wonke umuntu okhona lana uze ngobehluphekile ngoba sikhathele ingenxa yomoya but indlela okhulume ngayo kuthina uma uthi akumele sikutshene wena kumele utshele thina ngibuza umbuzo ukuthi
firstly-
sizeleni pho la thina.
Firstly, I would like to apologize if I did not note your name, but when I entered here, there is something that you said that did not sit well with us. You said you are here and you are here to tell us and you know what you're supposed to do. And that did not sit here with us. We are here because we have some issues that we want to raise.
Ngiyaqonda ukuthi nginezo 5 minutes ukuthi ngikhulume kepha kuningi ebengifisa ukukhuluma ngakho mhlasimpe iphuzu lokuqala engifisa ukulisho usihlalo kwakhuluma ngendaba ukuthi kunama organization kuneyinhlangano ezikhona la.
I know that I've given 5 minutes, but there are so many issues that I want to raise. The chairperson did mention that there are organizations that are present.
Ukube mhlambe beniza kumina direct nizofuna information ngasibizanga benzonyisa ku Desmond Tisa.
If you were coming to me directly, I was going to refer you to the organization.
Mhlambe iphuzu lokuqala engifisa ukulibeka ukuthi kumele sizame uqinisekisa ukuthi iclimate change wonke umuntu omhlalo eSouth Africa uyayazi ukuthi isho iqonda ukuthini.
Firstly, maybe we need to make sure that all South Africans know what does climate change mean.
Ngokuya ezikoleni ngokuvula ama workshop amaningi ukuthi sikwazi ukuattenda sithole ulwazi ngokuphinda futhi sithole inetworking lapho khona sixhumana khona ziningi i-social media la sixhumana khona sithole ulwazi oluphelele olugcwele oliqinisekile ukuthi liyiqiniso ukuthi climate change isho ukuthini kuthina.
Maybe they need to visit schools or open workshops or other social network where we can discuss and get information on what does climate change mean.
Usayikho uyasibulala usayikho.
Cycle is killing us.
Engine uyasibulala.
Engine is killing
Usasol
us.
usapref uyasibulala.
Sasol and Saprev are killing us.
So kwenzakalani lana labantu kahle kahle angani noma ngizothi capital system noma yini.
I do not understand whether is this a capital system.
Because into abayenzayo bafike basitshelele siyaqonda ukuthi njengoba umoya wethu usungcolile into esiyidinga kakhulu i-carbon dioxide thina bese sikhiphe oxygen.
I understand that our air is very polluted. What we need is carbon dioxide so that we can produce oxygen. Yes.
So usakhe into ayenzayo yethu ufika sitshelele izihlahla. Sijabule umoya ube muhle umoya after a week umoya wenze njani uphindele esimeni sawo ngokuthini ngokuthi sayikhathele lezihlahla zakho ngicathi lokho besikufuna zayikoleni ukuthi i-deforestation is cutting down of trees enye impact yayi climate change leyo.
What Cycle does, they come and plant trees, and then our air will get clean, and then after a few times, they will come and cut them off again. I think we all understand what is deforestation means when they're cutting off the trees, of which is the contributor of climate change.
Bahlali bami ngicela unitshela iqiniso mina engalazi le imbona ade ngiyibala ngithi ziyasibulala nike niyibone ukuthi zikhipha intuthu emhlophe leyo ntuthu emhlophe imnyama kahle kahle ifaka ama chemicals ukuthi thina sitshene ukuthi ayisibulali ngalo ndlela so uma uyibona imhlophe iphuma phezulu uzothi hawo imhlophe ifleli kanti intuthu esibulalayo leyo.
To my fellow citizen, the companies that I've just mentioned, you have seen that they always have fumes and white smoke. You will think that smoke is clean, but what they do, they add chemicals. You will think that smoke is supposed to be darker, but they add chemicals, and those chemicals are killing us.
So labantu bale mboni lezi bayitshela usihlaniphile kade hayi ngoba sihlaniphile sifundile. Now bambake
These people from these companies, they think they are clever, but we are smart and we are educated.
So into eyenzakalayo mengikhuluma ngicela ukuhlala kule area ngasekhaya enkangale ngasemagabheni.
When I speak here, I would like to refer from the community that I'm coming from.
La ngihlala ngakhona kunetha lishise lidume libande ngosuku olulodwa.
Where I come from, there will be a rain, it will be hot, and there will be a storm in one day.
So ngingaqedi amaphuzu ngishiyela abanye mhlasimbe sengigoqa engakusho.
Before I can just conclude, I can just say this point.
Siyabonga kakhulu izikhulu zami ngenkulu inhlonipho ukuthi nifike la nizosibiza kule meeting.
Lastly, thank you for coming here, and thank you for coming to this meeting.
Thina sayivala imigaqo siyaziwa indle emnyama.
We are known as blacks. We can close the roads.
Futhi bese kuyalapho uma ukuba nisithathanga lesinyathelo nisithathayo bese yivala imigaqo.
It was heading there. If you didn't take the decision that you just took, we were heading there.
So okugcina ngifisa ukusho mhlambe leli parliament elingcwele kumele lizame ukusebenzisana nathi esama organization. Lolu lwazi nilifunayo kubantu ngenzeka ukuthi most yabo abazilutho, but thina siyazi sinalo ulwazi ukuthi because we've been campaigning for lento for about 10 years. Sibhizi silwa singene emkampanini imboni inkosasoli sambisa memorandum shiswe ilanga bahlale ngaphakathi laba bohola amabhillion lapha bangasenzeli lutho bangayilandi even shi memorandum. So mhlambe kumele nxose ma uzogoqa konke mhlasimbe okumele nikwenze ukuthi nize kuthini niyeke ukuthi lezi ihlale ephezulu nitshene ukuthi mase nibiza umphaka labantu abazilutho labantu labo anizange nibanikeze ama workshop anizange nibafundise climate change nizobabuza ngeclimate change bathini bazothini obviously uzosuma thini iyouth. So engifuna ukusho ke ngicela izikhulu zami into engemele niyenze ehlani pride nize kuthini so nika thini into enifunayo. Ngiyabonga.
I encourage that you come to us as a parliament, and I encourage that you come to us as the parliament and have these discussions, because we're the one who have been writing memorandums, studying on these millionaires' gates and submitting those memorandums. But you are here today and you are speaking to the community. These people, most of them are not aware of the issues of some of the issues with climate change and the issues that we had with these companies. We encourage you to come to us and have these discussions. As a youth, we have information and you know what's going on.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request that we try not to drown speakers.
Ngicela sinikane ithuba sikhulume sonke.
So that when there's interpretation that is being done, it is to assist those who did not hear the speaker.
Ngicela ukuthi sinikane ithuba ukuze otolika bakwazi ukuthi bachazele ukuze wonke umuntu akwazi ukuzwa.
Ifana nalento yezandla ne uma ushayele lo ungashayeli naloya.
This
So
is
be
like the
careful.
issue
Masiqhubeke
of clapping hands. We need to clap. Let's continue.
Angibingelele uhlelo nabantu abakhona bonke abantu abasendlini umphakathi.
Greetings to everyone in the community.
Sicela la anginako ukuthini amaningi nokukhuluma ukuthiwani ngiyezwe ngezinto eziningi sikubonile kwenzeka.
I don't have much to say. I've seen things happen and I've heard stuff.
Yebo la ngiqhamuka khona ngiqhamuka kwaNdengezi kwa Ward 12.
I am from Kwandengezi, Ward 12.
Yebo. La sikhona thina entweni yethu kuningi kuyenzeka kude kodwa ngoba kubuqamamana nathi kubukhona kodwa makhulunywa ngomoya nezinto ezenzakalayo kunesichitho la kuchithwa khona izinto lapha.
I hear what you are saying when it comes to air pollution, but there is a dumping site in our area.
Njengoba yishiswa lezi zinto kushiswa konke kusuke nomoya wonke uza kuthina siyaphefumula lokho.
When when they're burning these refuse, the smoke and the air, it all comes to us.
Sikholelwe ekutheni ke ngoba nikhona bafowethu nonke nikhona niyasibambisa. Kuzosebenzeka mhlambe kuqhubekeke izinto zilunge.
Now that you are here, we believe that we can work together and fix these issues.
Sina kukhathazeka okuningi ezintweni zonke ezenzakalayo nasemanzini siyathanda ukukhuluma ngamasemanzini ngoba sinezinto esizenzayo emfuleni.
There are so many issues that we have, even the issue of water. There are so many things that are happening in our rivers.
Abanye abantu bayayiphilisa ngaleyo nto bayakwazi ukuyodoba bathole zonke izinto abayidingayo.
A lot of people are surviving on this. Some people are
Logo-
fishers. This is how they survive.
Lokho kuyasikhalisa bafowethu nezinto eziningi ezenzekile njengezikhukhula kuthina nje ngila ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi ngizoyithola indlela engade ngiyifuna.
I am here because we have so many issues that are troubling us. Even the issue of floods. I am here because I'm hoping for a way forward.
Ngilandela impela le ndaba bafowethu ngendlela yokuthenini ngidukelwe ngalahlekelwa mina ubaba namanje angamtholi ngisamfuna. Waduka nje wahamba namanzi lutho. Uma uhlezi ekhaya ezintweni obekuthiwa zibekiwe nebe sikubeka sindandanisa sithi ekhaya makunomshophi kwenziwa ukuthi alikho ngisho iphepha elithi ubaba ukhona umuke namanzi angithi akekho umuntu ochazayo noshoyo ukuthi kwenzakaleni asazi kodwa ukuthi uhulumeni uzosiza ngani.
I am here because I am grieving. I have lost my father. He was taken by the floods. My mother is at home, and all the traditional processes that are supposed to be done when somebody has passed on, we haven't done anything. We do not know what to do. We don't even have paperwork. I've lost my father, and we don't know what to do at the moment.
Kuma nje yona impilo esihlezike leyo asazi ngoba phela iphepha ilona elishoyo ukuthi nangu umuntu isidumbu nasi nali iphepha ke liyaphuma manje akukho lutho akwenzeki lutho nje ukuthuli kuthedu.
Nothing is happening. It's all quiet. We don't have paperwork. We don't have a body to show that the person has passed, and there is nothing moving.
Sihambile indaba yonke ubaba besebenza kwa Olympic eshayela amabhasi.
We've been.
Wahamba nebhasi lo wahamba nebhasi lokho enteke.
He was.
Salimbi ibhasi salithola. Yena simthola.
My father was a bus driver. He was driving a bus working for Olympics. We've looked everywhere. They did find the bus, but we never found the body.
Yikona lokho ebengikuphethe nokubalekile okukhulu.
This is my submission, and thank you to everyone.
Mhlekazi, Baba,
Sir,
please come back.
sisacela ubuye.
We really sympathize with you. Sicela igama lakho
Siyazwelana kakhulu. Can we have your name?
on record.
Unhlanhla Wilfred Thusi
Nhlanhla Wilfred Thuse from
Kwandengezi Ward 12.
what 12?
Yes ma.
All right. Sibongile ba.
Ngiyabonga.
We really sympathize with you.
Siyazwelana kakhulu nawe baba.
Sanibonani igama lami nguThandiwa kaMadlala eWard 107.
My name is Ntibi Modise from Ward
107.
107.
Yes, inkinga yethu eWard 107 sahlukumezeka kakhulu ngezikhukhula indaba yebridge manje mangabe sihamba ngo-M besisacela ukuthi le bill ingenelele naseWard 107 indabeni yokulungisa ibridge kunomonakalo omkhulu.
At Ward 7, during the floods, we lost a bridge and we cannot cross. We are encouraging that this bill may intervene to this issue of us losing the bridge during the floods.
Yebo ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Chilis, can we just get the contact details of Nhlanhla Thusi?
Sicela imininingwane kaNhlanhla Thusi.
We must just get more details from him
Sifuna ukuthi
so
asichazele
that we
asichazele
can raise this with the provincial government.
ukuze sizoyidlulisela kwabaphethe.
Sanibonani, ngibingelele usihlalo.
Greetings to everyone and the chair.
No, igama uNxolani wakaMatinise from Ward 62 oThongati.
My name is Xolani Tinise from
Xolani Matinise.
Xolani Matinise
Yes.
from Ward 20,
Ward 62.
from Ward 62 at
Thongati.
Utongati.
Yes. No, angibonge ithuba. Into ye climate change ibaluleke kakhulu ukuthi our government ayithathe serious.
This issue of climate change is very important that the government must take it serious.
Njengamanje mawubuka kwenzeka izinto ebehlezi ibona kwamanye amazwe.
Currently you can see
Sibona ko TV.
currently we can see things that normally happen in other countries and they are happening to us.
Uyabona nje kukhona into eke yenzeka ukuthi ugovernment wase South Africa wathembisa ukuthi uzo reduce ama greenhouse gases ngo 34% ngo 2020. How far with that? Because we are in the 2023 now.
Recently, the government promised us that they will reduce the greenhouse gases by 34%. Senikangakanani ke naleyo process?
Because mawubuka njengamanje mina ngihlala eduze kwe company enkulu eyaziwayo uThongati Hullets.
I live by next to the big organization Utongati Hullets.
Uqinisile umfowethu ukuthi uyabo lesi smoke even ke uThongati Hullets sometimes uyungakwazi nokubona emehlweni kukhona into ephuma khona ekuxhophayo emehlweni.
Sometimes
around that factory.
For us around that factory, we have experienced a lot of smoke. Sometimes you can't even see and you even get into your eyes.
Ngiyafisa ukuthi malunga ahloniphekile waseParliament nikuthathe serious lokho eseniqalile. Siyathemba ke sihlalo uke washo ukuthi we are the youngest member of this committee. Ngethemba lokuthi uza nama ideas amasha ukuthi how to deal with this matter. Because njengamanje climate change zikhona imithetho ebekiwe through ilento government ukudila nama companies akhiqiza into ebulala ilento imozulu. But our government abalandeleli ngendlela ekuyiyona ingakho sigcina sinale nkinga.
I know that there are measures and regulations that the government has put in place, but there is no follow-up to make sure that those regulations have been kept. You mentioned that previously that you are the youngest member. I am hoping that you are going to bring in fresh ideas and do a follow-up on these issues.
Ngoba ukudila ne climate change decentralization ukuthi ama factory njengamanje yabo ufuyanaka more especially la eThekwini wonke umuntu usuka la usuke emakhaya eze la eThekwini because uzofuna umsebenzi nayo leyo nto iyakwenza ukuthi kube nenkinga yokuthi eThekwini sizoba nemozulu engafani nezinye indawo because sesibaningi.
Dealing with this issue
Government wethu akazame ukuthi ama industries la amakhulu awathathe phela awasondeze nangasemakhaya so that kuyeke kuba nalenkinga esinayo eThekwini.
If you notice that a lot of people are coming to Durban for work, there are factories, and also that contributes to the issue of climate change. Government needs to intervene, maybe move other factories and come into the rural areas.
Sengiphetha ngifuna ukusho ukuthi kuvamisile ke malunga ahloniphekile weParliament ukuthi nenze kanjeni izinto. Nifike nenze public hearing nihambe nibuyele eParliament
kodwa kungabikho implementation singaboni ukuthi after safaka imibono kwenzakaleni ngizosenza isibonelo kube ne public hearing ka NHI asazi ukuthi uNHI ubanjwe yini ukuthi inga implement uNHI kube ne public hearing ka section 25 asazi ukuthi ilento section 25 why inga implement into yakho na because nayenza public hearing naweza ama views omphakathi but implementation angazi ukuthi ibanjwe yini kubalekile ukuthi siye senza ama public hearing sibuyele emphathini noba sibone kushaya imithetho eParliament ehambisana nelento nemibono abayithole njengoba nizile kuthina like ukuthi njengamanje siyasho ukuthi anibhekene ama industries ayasibulala.
This has become a norm that the parliament would come to us and listen to our views, but there will be no implementation. Previously, we've had meetings and we were submitting our views on the NHI bill, but there were no implementation. There was another bill, the section 5, our views were heard, but that bill was never implemented. So we are asking that the parliament must listen to our views and then go back, implement our views that we have raised.
Sengiphetha ngoba bekushiwo kwathiwa fanele sisho ukuthi siyayamkela noba siyamkela ayisekho the bill. The bill of climate change.
Lastly, it was said that we need to voice and say we accept or reject ngiyayemukela e-bill.
Can I?
Okay.
Okay, can I carry on? Good morning to the honourable members of Parliament, members of the portfolio community, other various organisations, and men and women.
Ngiyanemukela nonke ihambeli zethu ezisuka eParliament nawo wonke umuntu okhona la endlini.
Okay, my name is Mr Ntibi. I come from Ward 52.
Ngisuka ku Ward 52 igama lami nguNorman Naidu.
Okay, I'm going to raise my concerns here first, and then I'll give you my recommendation.
Ngizophakamisa izikhalo zami bese ngininikeza izincomo.
Okay, I'm no scientist, but the telltale signs of climate change has been here for years. The white paper has come out in 2018, but growing up, I could see the telltale signs of flooding, of global warming, and sea mass is heating up. Our fish are dying because of, deoxygenation and, acidification of the sea.
Angisiyeke uchwepheshe kodwa ngiyayibona ke imthelela yokushintsha kwesimo sezulu inkinga eziningi nje zikhona ofish abasekho amanzi agcwele iacid kuningi esikubonayo okubangwa ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu.
Okay, I'm a subsistence fisherman.
Ngiyumdobi.
Okay, I fish for my family and sell some of my fish to eke out a living.
Ngidobela umndeni wami ngiphinde ngidayise ofish ukuze ngeke ngisupport umndeni wami.
All right, catching fish for survival has become a challenge.
Ukubamba kofish sidobela imndeni yethu sekuqala ukuba inkinga.
Okay, fish stocks have become scarce. They've moved to deeper waters. They've migrated to other areas of our coast.
Ofish ke abasekho bayasuka baye kulezi indawo ezimaphakathi.
Now what does this mean to me? It means I've got to travel further away from my fishing spots, which cost transport costs are high. So
lokho kusho ukuthi ke kufanele ngisuke la endaweni yami engidobela kuyona okuyizindleko ngoba kufanele ke ngigibele ngiye kulezi ndawo engakwazi ukudoba kuzona.
Okay, this means we're taking out food from my family.
Lokho kusho ukuthi ke nithatha ukudla ke etafuleni lomndeni wami.
Okay. I am all for the marine protected areas, which is an important thing for saving of fish stocks.
Ngibheka kakhulu kulezi ndawo okuthiwa ke evikelekile ezinendawo ke enofish abaningi.
Okay, but this sacrifice that I make not to fish in the marine protected areas should reward me in some way.
Uma ngabe ke ngingavumelekile ukudoba ke kulezi ndawo ke ezivikeliwe, kufanele kube khona ke engikutholayo ngalokho.
Yet it does not, because recreational boats are allowed to fish offshore at the marine protected areas. There again, we fisher folks are screwed.
Thina ke labo abadoba behamba ngekephe bavumelekile ke ukudoba ke phakathi nendawo. Thina esidoba ke ngasekuqaleni asivumelekile ukudoba.
Okay, climate change is a fact. It's been around for many years, not from 5 years ago. It affects everyone, farmers, livestock, humans, poor fisher folks, the most poorest of the poor.
Isishintsha kwesimo sezulu ekuthinta abantu abaningi, abalimi, abanezilwane, abatshalayo, kanye abadobi bonke nje bathinteka ke ngale kushintsha kwesimo sezulu.
Okay, you know, we've been through this new climate change. It looks good, it sounds good. You know, if it's going to be implemented as per what they say, I'm all for it.
Uma ngabe ke lolu daba lwebhili ye climate change izokwenziwa noma izo-implementwa ngingayeseka.
Okay, all role players and stakeholders must be held accountable. Those communities and industries that are contributing to global warming should be punished by ways of FT fines, jail terms. This at the moment is not done.
Uma ke kukhona abantu ke okuyibona babangela ukushintsha isimo sezulu noma izimboni, kufanele bajeziswe noma ke bengahlawulisa inani elithile noma baboshe uma ngabe bephula umthetho.
There is no repercussion for the defaulters.
Asikwazi ukuyekela umuntu ebenza icala.
From the point of a fisherman, I appeal to the bodies. I hear our Honorable Singh is part of the deaf. I appeal to the bodies to control fishing, to take cognizance of the plight of the poor fisher folks and do away with licenses for the subsistence fisher folk, as well as do away with the restriction of how many fishes that we can catch.
Ngizocela lokho njengomuntu omdobi ngizile mnumzana uSingh ukuthi ke uyimember ke yebhodi ngicela ukuthi ke asisize thina njengabadobi kukhona eminye imithetho ke noma ke ilicense okufanele ayihoxise kuthina abadobi nesibalo nje sokuthi kufanele udobe into engakanani kufanele ke akuhoxise lokho ukusiza abantu abadobayo.
Okay. At present, please recognize us fisher, our subsistence fisher folks.
Thina ke esidobayo ngicela ukuthi sibhekelele.
And lastly, remember the fisher folk are not responsible for the dwindling fish stocks. It is the illegal trawlers and the legal trawlers is pollution and global warming that are the culprit. Thank you.
Asithina ke simbangile kakhulu yokuncipha kofishi kodwa labo abadoba ngokungemvume kanye nabangcolisayo ibona ke abaholela ekutheni kunciphe ke ofishi.
Sanibonani, igama uSihlwa Khanyile, ngisuka eMgababa eDanganya.
My name is Sihle Khanyile. I am from Umgababa eDanganya.
I greet you all.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke.
Okay. Firstly, I'm going to second my brother that stood here. We're having difficulties with Sapi cycle, to mention it, because 2 of my friends are infected with tuberculosis as we speak.
Sinenkinga enkulu ke thina ngale nginkampani
Sapi cycle.
Sapi cycle. Abanye abangani bami nje sebeze bathola ke isifo.
Okay. And as well, I won't dwell too much on what we are experiencing as youth, the unemployment, but me and my mom, we live on farming and none of us is working at home. We live on the pension money and farming. And the problem with the farming that we have currently is that we don't have people assisting us, maybe in government and stuff.
Angizongena kakhulu udaba longasebenzi kodwa mina nomama wami ekhaya siphila ngokulima asinalo usizo silithola kuhulumeni ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sizilimele.
And what we'd like for the government to assist us is firstly to reinstate Upper Day, which has been forgotten.
Engicela nje kuhulumeni usizo ukuthi abuyise upper day
for planting.
ukuze sikwazi ukulima.
And as well, the companies they must contribute to us planting stuff for the oxygen so that it's easier on us as well.
Neinkampani kufanele zisixhase thina abantu esitshalayo ukuze sisizakale.
Yeah, I don't think I have more to say besides. Before I go as well, we have disasters at all our households. People from disaster, they came in, they took documents and stuff, and the rumor spread as well that there was monies that were given by the government, but it didn't come to us, the people who are poor. Because we're still living under the same condition. If I can show you my house, it's open, the rooftop. We can count stars. Not that we're singing twinkle, twinkle, little stars, but we can literally count stars up to this date.
Sikuze kulolu daba ke le igameke zasehlele abakwa disaster bafika bathatha amaphepha nemininingwane yethu uma sizwa ngamahebezi ukuthi kukhona imali ke ezaphumayo kodwa alukho usizo salithola emndenini wami nje kunendlu evulekile uphahla sibukwazi ukubona isibhakabhaka asikaze silithola usizo.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Okay, good day, honorable members of parliament and the portfolio committee. My name is David Naika and I'm from Amkumas, Ward 99.
Hello, David Naika, ngisuka eMkhomazi.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, David. Can you hear the noise?
Yawuzwa umsindo?
We can't even hear you.
Asikwazi ukuzwa kahle.
My honorable guests, you see those people there at the top, they are my special guests.
Zihambeli zami laba baphezulu.
May I request that you reduce the volumes there?
Sicela ukuthi wehlisa kancane umsindo.
Proceed, David.
Okay, my name is David Naika and I'm from the Amkumas area, Ward 99.
Ngisuka ku Ward 99 eMkhomazi, igama lami ngu David Naika.
We are in favor of the climate charter bill, and the thing is the infrastructures need to be repaired and maintained, because from central Durban going all the way down south, going all the way down north, all the estuaries are polluted with raw sewage.
Ngiyayeseka ke ibill ngoba nje uma ubheka usuka maphakathi neTheku ubhekele enhla izindawo ke zilimele kukhona nendawo ke ezingcolile ekufanele zilungiswe.
At the present moment, there's unemployment rate is rife. People are unemployed, and majority of them depend on the oceans for survival.
Okwamanje nje izinga labantu abangasebenzi likhuphuke kakhulu abantu baziphilisa ngokudoba.
Our marine life is being destroyed by the chemicals and the sewer pollution.
Indawo zethu zokudoba zingcole kakhulu ke namanzi futhi angcolile.
Since 1994 to date, from the ANC government has taken over, he has promised free education, free water and free electricity. But to date, there's nothing, and all the water is being polluted badly with raw sewage. That needs to be maintained.
Kusukela ngo-94 ukhongolose ethatha umbuso wasithembisa ukuthi sothola imfundo yamahala amanzi kanye negesi kukho konke ke akukho esike sakuthola.
We also need to stop the burning of fossil fuels and move to renewable energy.
Asiyeke ke ukushisa ke noma sithembele ke kugesi loyo osebenzisa izinto ezishisiwe kodwa kusetshenziswe i-renewable energy.
That will lower the emissions and it'll be safer, it'll make the environment much more safer.
Kuzohlisa ke umthelela lapha obangela ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kuphinde kusize nomhlaba wethu.
And thank you, I've got a written submission that I will submit with more information.
Ngiyabonga khona ngikubhale phansi ngizokuletha.
Good morning. I'm Yageshni Woodley. I'm representing Groundwork and I live in La Mercy, which is Ward 51.
Ngiyanibingelela nguMiss Modley ngisuka ku Ward 51.
Yes. I would like to present to the committee, will this climate change bill be a repeat of the deadly air case, where we are seeing there are no regulations to enforce the actions that are being proposed in this act?
Kukhona ke ngifuna ukwethula ke ukuveza ukuthi ngabe kusazophinda leso simo la khona kwethula imithetho yabe ingasalandelelwa.
Yes, we have waited 5 years for the bill to reach this point of hearings only. Will we wait another 5 years to see the regulations that will enact this bill?
Silinde iminyaka emihlanu ukuze sizozwa noma siphawule ngale bill, ingabe solinde eminye yini emihlanu ngaphambi kokuthi ke isetshenziswe.
Meanwhile, Eskom and Sasol continue to kill people in the production of profits and energy.
Kodwa ke ngaleso kulesi sikhathi uEskom nezinye inkampani ziyaqhubeka ziyasebenza ke kodwa abantu bebelimala.
The just transition is not for Eskom, for Sasol, and for ArcelorMittal. The grant funding should be used for the people of South Africa.
Lolu shintsho kalifanele ukuthi ke libhekiswe nje kulezi inkampani azibalile kodwa lufanele libhekiswe kuwo wonke umuntu kuze kusizakale wonke umuntu.
For jobs and skills that help our people and contribute to society.
Kufanele lesize imiphakathi yethu ke kuphinde lakhe namathuba emsebenzi.
A healthy society.
Ukuze ke umphakathi wethu kuzoba ophilile.
Also, I want to add that the CO2 tax is the only mechanism for penalty that is proposed in this bill.
Engibekayo ukuthi i-CO2 tax noma intela efakwayo lapha ukuthi ifake ukuze ke abantu bahlawuliswe.
What if Sasol decides to pay the higher tax and continue to pollute and kill our people?
Uma kokwenzakalani uma ngabe uSasol ekhetha ukuthi uzokhokha intela ephezulu aqhubeke angcolise umphakathi.
I also want to raise the question around cooperative governance.
Kunombuzo ke engifuna ukusa lapha ka cooperative governance.
This mechanism is failing the people of South Africa. These structures are not working.
Le ndlela okusetshenzwa ngayo iyahluleka ukusiza abantu baseningizimu Afrika.
Municipal government is not meeting their objectives of providing services to our people.
Umasipala awilethi idinga emphakathini ngendlela elindelekile.
Adaptation is not taking place in eThekwini. 450 people have lost their lives.
Alukho ushintsho lwenzakayo lapha eThekwini, abantu abawu 450 sebelahlekelwe izimpilo zabo.
I would like to suggest the PCC model.
Ngicela ukwethula nje iPCC model.
Where government, civil society, labor and business are working together.
Lapho uhulumeni, inkampani kanye nomphakathi besebenzisana khona.
Our people can understand the accountability of the structure, not the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act.
Abantu bayaqonda ke le ndlela okufanele ngabe kusetshenzwa ngayo kodwa hayi uhulumeni.
I also want to support the view of the earlier community member raised around the trajectory for the greenhouse gas emissions.
Ngithanda ukuvumelana nesikhulumi ke ebesikhuluma ke ngeinkinga edalwa i-greenhouse gases esike sakhuluma ngaphambili.
In Schedule 3, it says we will peak in 2025, 3 years from now.
Schedule 3 uthi ke kuyoqala ngo-2025. Yes, uthi kuyoqala ngo-2025.
We are already behind this trajectory.
Sisemuva nje kumanje.
And lastly, I want to add to the members of this committee, please consider visiting areas like Amshloti, Molweni, Inanda, and Isipingo, where people, entire families have been washed away.
Engicelayo futhi leli komiti ukuthi bevakashele lezo ndawo ezehlelwa igameko ubalindawo zakoMdloti oNanda wazibala zonke ukuthi sicela bazivakashele lezi ezehlelwa ke inhlekelele ezikhukhulu.
But please don't swim in our ocean. Thank you.
Siyacela ningabhukuthi ke olwandle lezi.
ngibingelela usihlalo ngibingelele nekomiti.
Greetings to chair and the committee.
Ngizocela ukuthi mangiqeda ukukhuluma ningangishayeli izandla ngoba isikhathi esibhlungu lesi khona abantu abasazilile so ukushaya izandla kumina kungenzi lutho ngoba baningi abantwana abangatholakalanga baningi abantu abahambayo ngicela kungashayelwa izandla.
Please resist clapping as soon as I'm done because we are still in mourning. We have lost so many people. Clapping doesn't help.
Yeah. Okokuqala engifuna ukukusho baphathiswa bami into engiyibonile abantu abamuke kakhulu yilaba abahlala eindaweni ezingahlolwanga uhulumeni ukuthi inhlabathi yakhona na ingakwazi ukuthi umuzi wakheke.
One thing I've observed particularly is that those houses that were washed away, that suffered the floods, were those that were not previously inspected and approved by government before people could build.
Nakhona angibasola abantu bakithi ngoba bafuna umhlaba. Ngakho ke ngizocela ukuthi umhlaba usheshiswe abantu babeke eindaweni sebehlolile ukuthi nakho ngoba baze bakhe eindaweni ezingafanelekile nje ingenxa yokukhala ngomhlaba.
Even that one, on that note, I don't blame our people because our people want access to land and they end up building on unsafe places because they don't have land. So my request is that let people be moved to safe and approved places.
Ukungiphatha kabuhlungu ukuthi kuko konke lokhu okwekhukhula ku-affect kuphatha kabi kakhulu izingane amakhosikazi abakhubazekile. Na into engiphatha kabuhlungu kuba kuyo yonke into eyenzakalayo namba abantu okuyibona abaphatha kabuhlungu.
What pains me most is the suffering of the vulnerable groups, women, children and people living with disabilities. Those groups, they suffer the most.
Okunye ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngiyazi mase kufike lezi ikhathi nifune indawo nibabeka abantu abahlukumezekile kodwa mina bengizocela ukuthi akwakhiwe ihlale ikhona indawo yokuthi uma kukhona ikhathi ezinjengalezi baphuthunywe abantu babekwe lapho. Lento ifana neinsurance uma ngabe ufaka insurance masushonele uyakuyona ukuthi ngicela wena ungingcwabele ngoba akekho umuntu ohlale nemali.
I know during disasters, there's always emergency places that we set up to place people on temporary basis. But my submission is that let such places be there all the time, like the same model that insurance companies do. They put money aside so that when there is death, you withdraw from that fund because people don't have money all the time. So let there be emergency houses that are always there to cater for catastrophes.
Okunye ngicela ukubeka abaphathiswa bami ukuthi ke labo abahlukunyezwe ilezi ikhukhula babhekelelwa kanjani. Ngiyazi ukuthi imali ayisoze yambuyisa umuntu ohambile kodwa sengishola ukuthi babhekelelwe phela ukuthi umuntu ohlukumezekile emphefumulweni ayikho into ebuhlungu njengokuhlukunyezwa umphefumulo ngoba umphefumulo ngeke ubone but once umphefumulo wahlukumezeka nomqondo nakho konke okusebenza emzimbeni kuyakhathala.
Another thing, let's come up with a way, my humble submission, honorable members, is that let there be some compensation plan of some sort. I know you can never replace a soul and you can never reimburse for a lost soul, but let there be something that can help console the bereaved.
Okunye ngicela ukubeka ukuduma kwezulu kubuhlungu kakhulu ngoba nje lina kukhona ikhukhula liyaduma izulu kube buhlungu ama lightning yonke lento and ke abanye abantu ngiyazi ukuthi omunye uzothawu umvuyana wakhuluma ngezinja izinja ziya affecteka ilwani lezi ziya affecteka makuduma nazo ziyaphila njengathi and futhi ziyasiza siyazingela ngazo zigada imizi yethu kulezi igebenge ezikhona.
Also and I would like the bill to also make provision to cater for dogs because dogs, they are part of us, they are part of the ecosystem. We use them for hunting, we use them for security of our homes. Whenever there's thunderstorms and lightnings, our dogs also suffer just like humans do.
Okunye ngicela ukusho ukuthi i-climate change iwonke umhlaba kade yaqala okhopha angazi bangaki ngiyakubona kodwa awukho umehluko ngakho ke ngiyacela ukuthi mase niqala into bakwethu ake nigijimeni umuntu mayesebenza akasebenzise ngathi usebenza into yakwakhe endlini ngakho konke sonke isikhathi ngiye ngithi mina uma ngabe wenza into awenza sengathi wenza into yakho hayi yomunye umuntu.
The climate change matter is becoming an odd phenomenon now. We've been putting some submissions, we've been deliberating this for a number of time now. I would like to implore our leadership to move with speed. Make this like your own personal matter so that we move with emergency.
Ukopoletsheni ngiyacela ukuthi naye ahlanze ama-drainage. Ama-drainage angcolile awavulekile. Ngiyazi okunye ukukhoza lokho yithina. La sithatha khona ukungcola sifake kuma-drainage. And ngesikhathi kuna izulu amanzi awasakwazi ukungenela kuma-drainage. Bese thina-ke bese sithi hayi ukuthi nokuthi. Ngakho-ke ngiyacela ukuthi kwenziwe i-education. Kufundiswa abantu ukuthi ama-drainage awakona ofaka ama-plastic ofaka amabhodlela. I-drainage la kungena khona amanzi. Bafundiswa abantu.
Let the municipalities clean up the drainages, the waste systems, and also educate our people that people should not be throwing waste, should not be throwing dirt, plastics and bottles into those drainage systems.
Ishasha akuyona mayitshaliwe akuzona ezokusikwa. Ngiyacela futhi sifundiswe bakwathi angisho ukuthi asifundile sifundile kodwa uma ufundisa umuntu uyamkhumbuza njalo ukuthi hayibo njengobona lesishasha nje yonje kushisa nazi imoto zibhakela phana ngeke zikuze ukuthi ishasha zibalekile. Ngiyacela ukuthi imali ingehli ngomlenze akufundiswe.
Let our people be reminded continuously on the importance of trees. Let there be no corruption or squandering of finances.
Enye into illegal dumping ayifunakali. Ngiyacela ukuthi iyekwe. Maqabana akenyeke ukuba ngumsindo bakwethu. Amen.
Please, shall we listen? Shall we listen?
Hayi, ngisaqeda. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Ngicela ukusho ukuthi nguDumisani Mvuyana, Ward 07, umuntu okuyena ongigqugquzela kakhulu kulezi zinto. Udezi kasethi ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Dumisani Mvuyana from Ward 107. I am inspired and encouraged by Des.
Okay. Siyabonga Babu Dumisani.
Thank you, Mr. Dumisani.
People of eThekwini, I'm going to plead for your tolerance.
Siyacela abantu baseThekwini ukuthi sizame ukuyibamba kuyinkonkoshela.
Please let's tolerate each other, ne?
Asibekezelaneni.
Don't be impatient with one another.
Ukhombisa ukubekezelela abanye abantu.
This matter is a very complex and very serious matter.
Lolu daba lubalulekile futhi lujulile.
Please, so I'm going to request that we respect the speakers that are here on the ground.
Ngiyacela ukuthi sihloniphe zonke ikhulumi ezila phansi.
Let's also try to stick to our 5 minutes, ne?
Asizameni sonke ukuthi sishaye ngamafuphi.
Lona di guest tsaka there at the top. Don't be like that.
Abavakashi bami laba lapha phezulu ayi kahle ayihlale phansi.
Chief. Hey bro. Don't push us, ne? Don't do that.
Hayi asingayi lapho mhlonisho.
Proceed, man.
How are you going to talk? How are you going to talk?
Bahlekazi lapho, my guest at the top. Please settle down. You're my guest.
Bahlonisha lapha phezulu ningabavakashi bami ngicela nihlale phansi.
All of you, I'm pleading for your tolerance.
Siyacela sonke sibekezelaneni bafethu.
Masbekezelani. Bekezela.
Good day to the Portfolio Committee. All protocols observed.
Siyabingelela portfolio committee na zonke
My name
ihlalo.
is Sharon Rajman. I'm from an organization called Helping Hands. and
Richmond.
Durban Association for the Aged are working in close partnership with SETSI.
Sisebenzisana no
I just
SETSI.
need to find out from the portfolio committee. Previously, we had government coming to us, to the community, with the, asking us for implementation and suggestion plans.
Sike
When we
nohulumeni
speak-
oke wafika la wazocela izethulo zethu nembono yethu.
When we give them our suggestions, but the plans has already been passed, bills has been passed, they just use us as a rubber stamping body to say there was community participation and
Safika
consultation.
sashimbono kodwa imithetho isishayiwe konke seqediwe thina nje sasibanga nje umsindo kuphela.
I pray and hope this portfolio committee will implement and take some of the suggestions that came up here.
Ngiyathandaza ngiyethemba ukuthi le committee lizoyithatha lizenze iphakamise eziyithula la.
I did say I am from the South Durban Basin.
Ngishilo
We are
ngathi
actually
ngisuka ku-South Durban Basin.
very disappointed. The South Durban Basin is plagued with cancer, with respiratory
Thina
problems, with
kudlalwa ngathi lapha
TB.
sibhekene no cancer no TB neyinkinga zokuphefumula.
We had a green lung, that's the Clerwood Racecourse. We fought tooth and nail to not allow the logistics park, but unfortunately, the metro, the municipality had approved the plans.
Salwa kuzovula isakhiwo esisha lapha salwa ngawo wonke amandla kodwa umasipala wasuvumile.
We got all the heavy duty trucks in the Clerwood, they're actually raping the Clerwood roads. They're raping the roads, the Clerwood and South Durban
Amakhulu
Basin.
agijima lapha ko-Clerwood adlwengula imigwaqo lapha into eyisimanga sento.
If you drive on the M7, you'll see it's so badly damaged, Tara Road.
Uma uhamba lapha ku-M7 ngawubona ukuthi uphele kanjani ama-truck.
There's so much of trucks on the roads, there's daily carnage.
Ama-truck agcwele emgwaqeni ayabhubhisa usuku nosuku.
And they also contribute to the pollution because of all the fumes from these heavy duty trucks.
Futhi ke intuthu eyikhiphayo ingxenye enkulu engcolisa umkhathi wethu.
If you drive on the M4, that's the Southern Freeway going south. One of my colleagues spoke about it.
Uma uhamba ngo-M4 ubheke south omunye uza ukuthi ukhulume ngawo.
There's a whole lot of potholes. If someoe's driving behind you, they'll think you are driving under the influence because you're always dodging and diving the potholes and trying to drive past.
Imgodi laphaya oyeqa zungeza lezi igodi ku-M4 umuntu odlela emuva ngacabanga ukuthi udake utshwala.
Our oceans are so badly polluted. I live in Merebank and in the South Durban Basin.
Ulwandle lwethu lungcolile ngihlala la eMerebank ezantsi neTheku.
We have a lot of fishermen that go and use the cuttings for their livelihood. But unfortunately, because of the high pollution in the area and the sewer in the area, in the waters, they cannot use that as a livelihood anymore.
Sinabantu abaphila ngokudoba abasakwazi nokuyiphilisa ngeinhlanzi elaphaya because kunendle esemanzini eziyokungena olwandle.
Because of the E. coli levels are being so high in the water, pensioners are all forced to buy bottled water and drink. It's really not fair on us.
Indle esemanzini abahola impesheni sekuthiwa mabangawaphuza amanzi asempompini awathenga amanzi athengwayo la asemabhodleleni avaliwe.
It may be a long-term solution, but I suggest we should get back to rail transport and get rid of the road transport and all those containers on the road.
Kungenzeka ukuthi ngaba isibono lesokwenzeka kudala kodwa ngithi ake sibuyiseni izitimela bakwethu zinciphe iy'moto nama-truck emgwaqeni.
And I fully support the bill.
Ngiyawusekela ngokungananazi lo mthethosivivinyo.
Thank you once again for coming to the community. We appreciate your presence in
Siyabonga
the community.
kakhulu nize nizosimamela siyanihlonipha
But
siyanincoma.
I'd also like to invite you all to the South Durban Basin.
Ake
Thank you very much.
ngizosibona lapha e-South Durban Basin nizobona iy'manga.
My name is Nothando Ngidi from Ward 85 in Umlazi.
Nothando vela kwat 85 eMlazi.
I am here representing a non-profit organization called Isandla Community Projects.
Ibele NPO kuthiwa Isandla Community Projects.
I would like to make the following submissions in
Na-
support of the climate change bill.
Nazi izethulo zami ezisekela lo mthetho sivivinyo.
Okokuqala ngizocela ukuthi abahlonishwa abavela eParliament basebenzise ama NPOs, ama non-profit organizations ekuthenini mengabe khona into abafuna ukuyenza kanje ngokuthi mhlambe bafuna ukutshala izihlahla kunikezwe ama NPOs because these are people abavele bezinikele emphakathini ukusebenza bengaholi.
I request that the portfolio committee adopt the strategy of starting first and prioritizing NPOs because those are activists who are already involved in climate change issues.
Kube khona akhona vele ama umbrellas of which ahlanganise ama NPOs yonke indawo la eThekwini.
There's umbrella bodies and including all NPOs around eThekwini municipality.
In the sense ukuthi mengabe kuthiwa kutshalwa izihlahla kuleyo nyanga sazi ukuthi wonke ama NPOs azonikezwa imbewu kutshalwe kube into eyenziwa yiwo wonke umuntu ngesikhathi esisodwa ukuze into eyenzakalayo ibonakale.
For example, if there is a campaign for foresterization, let all the NPOs in climate change be given seeds and seedlings so that everybody plant in an organized and organized.
Mese ngenelela kweyama traditional healers abaholi bethu indlondo ngiyazibona zikhona.
I also recognize traditional healers in our midst. We recognize them.
Yebo, Parliament committee sicela ukuthi nisebenzisane or nikhulume nabantu abaphethe ama traditional healers. Siyanxusa siyacela singumphakathi ukuthi sicela ukuthi mabeqeda ukwenza ama rituals ayenziwayo njengasolwandle eimpophomeni nase emfuleni ibe khona indlela yokucleana asazi ngenzeka kanjani.
Also do engage the leaders of traditional healers that when they do their rituals on the rivers and on the waterfalls and by the seas, let there be some ways and systems of cleaning up after the rituals.
Ngicela ukuthi kube khona indlela angakwazi ukuthi uhulumeni angenelele ekusizeni ekuklineni amahlathi imfula na impophoma isendaweni yamakhosi ngoba
We are asking for government interventions to help with cleanup campaigns in the traditional areas of Amakosi, rivers, forests and waterfalls.
ngoba sekubonakalile sekufikile kuthina ukuthi kunendawo uhulumeni la angahamba hambe angangeneleli kuzona ngenxa yokuthi zisangaphansi kwamakhosi kodwa iqiniso limile abantu abahlalayo khona abahulumeni.
Because it has come to our attention that there are areas that government services don't reach because those areas are traditional areas. But the truth of the matter is that people are living there and those people are government people, are citizens of this country.
Okugcina bengicela ukuthi kube khona indlela ezokwenza ukuthi kukhuthazeke irecycling.
Lastly, let's encourage recycling measures or initiatives.
Yebo siyazi ukuthi kukhona siyabonga ukuthi kukhona kwamanje kodwa esesikutholile ukuthi mengabe uthi uya embarka kulento le recycling uthola ukuthi incane kakhulu imali etholakalayo after usucorrecte udoto omningi.
We know the systems in place and we try to engage with recycling, but we realize there's less profit to be made after you've collected so much of garbage.
Leyo nto ke yenza abantu ababevele benentshisekelo yokwenza lokhu uthola iningi labo ngisho ukuthi umuntu beseqalile eyenza irecycling ugcina eseyekile ngoba uthola ukuthi izindleko zokuqoqela ndawonye udoti nemali ozoyithola mangabe usuhambisile uthola ukuthi sekungena ephaketheni lakho.
So we find that most people get discouraged from partaking in these recycling initiatives because of cost. The costs are very, very high and there is minimal returns, so it doesn't make any business sense to be involved in such.
Mhlasimbe ukusiza ukuthi mhlawumbe ingavela phi imali yokuthi kusizwe lapho kungachargewa lezi inkampani lezi ezi directly involved in pollution yomoya.
My suggestion, where do we subsidize with the lack of profit in the recycling measures? Let's charge companies that are exorbitant with the carbon emissions.
Okugcina ngci ngizocela ukuthi indlu yonke abaholi abakhona sike sibuke le ndaba yama diapers, ama pampers.
Lastly, I would like to request everybody within the sound of my voice in this house, let's consider the issue of diapers, what we call pampers.
Awungcola okukhulu ama napkeni ngoba ayakhukhumala uma esesebenzisiwe kunalokho ayikona kade wathenga.
It is the biggest contributor to water pollution because after they've been used, they grow bigger, they enlarge in size.
Ama napkeni lawa amdala endwangu siyazi ukuthi ayejabukisa ingane but akekho yini mhlambe kulendlu onga inventa into ezobekwa kuyinapkeni lendwangu igoqe indle or kube yilokho kube khona indlela kodwa kungasebenziswa lama gel ngoba expanda kakhulu besicela nje onga inventa into ezosiza kuma
We would
napkeni.
ask for better inventions and innovations around napkins because we grew up using cloth napkins, but it affected the skins of babies. So let's come up with some innovative and creative ways not to burn up the skin for our children, but the diapers should be reduced or minimized.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Sanmanani.
Greetings.
Okay. Sanmanani. Ngumkhize Sibongile from Ward 74.
Kiza Sibongile from Ward 74.
Ngokuhlala kwama okwesikhashana ngila ku Ward 32 eAstra Building.
Temporarily in Ward 32 Astra Building.
Ngiphakama nokubingelela umphathi wohlelo ihambeli zethu nawudadewethu nabafowethu.
Greetings, Chair, all our guests, sisters and brothers and our traditional healers in the house.
Mina ngokwakha kwami ngiyomunye okhahlanyezwe ikhukhula zika 2022 nge11 ka April.
Where I reside, I'm one of the victims of the 2022 floodings.
Into engiyayibuka nengayi-experience kuleminyaka ewu11 ngakhile laphana eMega Village behind Mega City Mall.
What I saw and experienced in my 11 years of stay in Umlazi around Mega City, it's called Mega Village.
Sinenkampani eyakhele thina ebizwa ngokuthi kune-engine no-Sapref bese kuba uSapi.
We've got engine, Sapref and Sapi as the heavy duty industries in those areas.
Enginenkolelo yokuthi izona ezinye eziyimbangela yokuthi indawo yethu nesakhele kuyona kanjalo nemall yethu ibe yenye eyithola isiba enye ehlukumezekayo uma kuthiwa kuba khona imvula eyifikayo.
I believe they are the largest contributors of climate change that make us that affects our area, including our mall in the area.
Kumanje kule ndawo esakhele kuyona bengekhona okokuqala silimala silinyazwa ikhukhula.
It was not for the first time that we suffered flooding in that particular area.
Okufike kuzisa ubhlungu kakhulu mangabe ikhalazo zethu bayafika bezofuna bathathe izithombe kepha ekugcineni usizo silitholi.
The sad part is that every time it happens, they come, they visit us, they take pictures without any help to follow.
Ngo-11 April ngahanjelwa umuzi wami akuzange kuphele ngisho 5 minutes ngiphumile omakhelwane bengikhiphile ngaphakathi nengane engangihleli nayo kepha konke kwashabalala
On
kuhle
the
kwamanzi.
11th of April, I was evicted by my neighbors out of my house. Within 5 minutes, my entire house had been flooded down. I lost everything.
Akugcine ngokuthi kuhlukumezeke thina singomama kepha kuhlukumezeka nabantwana bethu nengqalasizinda esakhele kanjalo nentuthuko esuka isondezelwe thina iyona elimala kakhulu.
It's not only us who suffer, our children also suffer, and so is our developments and infrastructure is affected in a huge way.
Okubhlungu kakhulu umgwaqo ongaphesheya owugijima oya eLamontville namanje akekho olungisile walimala ngalendlela engazothi ngachaza ngithini.
The road connecting Umlazi and Lamontville is called Gijima Road. That road was damaged way back then, even up to today, it hasn't been fixed.
kubeka impilo yabantwana abancane abafunda eBV eBantu Vukani Primary School nasentuthukweni engcupheni.
Young children going to Bantu
Vukani Primary
Bantu
School.
Vugane Primary School. They are exposed to danger because there is no proper safe infrastructure connecting those residential areas.
Okufike kuzosubhlungu kakhulu ngo2019 okuhulumeni wethu esamvotela ubaba Ramaphosa wafika nalo lonke icabinet lakhe bathatha izithombe kepha bathembisa ngokuthi bazosusa wonke lo mphakathi kodwa akukho nokodwa okwenzeka kunalokho abantu abalimala ngo2019 bahlala u2 years ehholo bamuvelwe etendeni kunamhlanje bahleli endlini ezama tin house eyilapha ngakugwala street eBridgeini.
What hurts me more is that 2019, our government that we voted, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, they visited us in 19. They promised us help. Unfortunately, people were told that they will be relocated, but only after the flooding they were moved to a community hall. They were there for 2 years. From there, they were placed into a tent. From the tent, they were put into some tin houses by the road.
Kumanje labo bantu kunabanye abalimele izindlu zabo futhi abangakaze batholakala kunomama nomyeni wakhe banomntwana ononyaka owodwa indlu ibhodlozwe amanzi kodwa kunamhlanje useze wazama ubhuti ukuthi abeke amaplangwe ukwenza ukuthi umntana akhe angaphoseki kuleso sikhala esavulwa imvula.
Some lost their houses, their houses were damaged, some structures remained but with open holes of the houses, of the buildings. Others are just putting temporary measures like woods just to protect children from coming out of the house.
Okunye okufike kuzosubhlungu kakhulu bahlalile abango2019 sibabuka phambi kwethu u2 years ehholo basuse ehholo bayise etendeni. Njengamanje thina sihlale unyaka wonke ehholo Yellowwood Park sasusa Yellowwood Park sise Astra building njengamanje.
Those affected in 2019, we saw them staying for 2 years without any assistance. And last year, we put in Yellowwood Community Hall. From there, we are now in Astra building.
And njengoba sise Astra building sifakwe khona uhulumeni wethu uphinde uthembisa u2 years futhi ukuthi sizoze siphume lapho lokho ongenza ngikusho ngokungananazi ukuthi akukho kushuthi okucacayo ukuthi kubhekapi kodwa imali iphumile.
We are temporarily in Astra building and we are told in 2 years government will come with a solution, but I doubt it because we also aware that budgets were approved, money was allocated, but we don't see any help.
Engikucelayo njengamanje nengifisa ukwazi bengicela ukuthi uhulumeni makayeke ukuthi athathe inqumo ngathi asayine ngaphandle kokuthi ayazazokhuluma ngathi avumelane ayithole imali engezile ukuzozwa ikhalazo zethu ukuthi yini esiyifunayo sidinga ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani.
My request therefore is government to engage us, not to decide on our behalf, sign somewhere, get some monies and spend as they please without proper consulting with us, the community.
Ngicela ukuthi futhi njengamanje kungabi ukuthi usibalela u2 years from 2023 no 2024 akabale u2022 unyaka lo esihlale emahholo siwumphakathi ohluhlunyezwe ikhukhula abale no2024 no2023 because if kudlula ama elections ayikho ezokwenzeka ngoba uhulumeni wethu uphila ngamanga.
If government is promising us 2 years, they shouldn't be counting 2024 and 2025. They should be counting from 2022, the year of floods, because as soon as elections pass, they will forget about us because our government feeds and thrives on lies.
Okugcina nesengiphetha bengicela nje kusuka namhlanje njengoba sihlangene sisonke ukuthi mangabi ukuthi kuyakhulunywa kuphela sicela ukukhuluma ngeplan ezothathwa ibekwe etafuleni sibone ukuthi iplan ithi sizokwakhelwapi izindlu ezihlobo luni lozo ezizakhela kodwa okufanele kwazeke amathini asiwadingi.
My conclusion is that whenever government engages us, they should present us a plan, a physical plan, then that we will see that here is going to be the development and these are the type of houses, because tin houses we don't want.
Sengiphetha,
sis.
ngicela ukuphetha.
Hayi, hayi, sis.
Sengiphetha.
Hayi, it's about
Umasipala
9 minutes
wethu
now.
uyahluleka baba ukumanager i-diary. It's not a first
It's 8
meeting
minutes now.
bengavakashi la
It's
ekhaya.
8 minutes. Can we not do that?
Kancane baba, ngizovala nje
Nanguchile uzokwi-perform ubhale phansi ngiyakona kuningi. Please write it down. Chileka.
Thola iform laphaya ubhaleka amaphuzu amaningi uma kukuningi okuvukayo. Nanti ipen nephepha.
You know, the more you ziyeza ngithi, you get more and more and more. But you only have 5 minutes so that we can hear other speakers. Am I right?
Imzuzu emihlanu shaya ngamaqabantshintshi usinikeze abanye.
Let's come to the left.
Asize kwesokunxele.
We only want the hand, not the whole body. Okay, let's start with you. Silandele ngawe ma'am. You ma'am. There at the back. Yeah, him. You ma'am. You sir. Yeah, one of you. You ma'am. Well, theirs will be the last. Well, theirs will be the last. I know what he's going to say, so. You, ma'am? We're done. One more. We're done? Okay. Okay, please keep your hands up so that they can identify you. What we will do, Rose, after the first speaker is done, we take one in. Please keep your hands up. No, this side. We're coming back here. Don't worry.
Sizobuya kuleli side sicela ukubona izandla ngale ngaphesheya.
It's too many. Okay, then I will note you afresh. That's fine. Baba, let's proceed. My guests, Nina, after here, iminani ne?
Masiqeda lapha abaphezulu bazolandela.
Yeah. Baba.
Amanda. I-Africa. Ngiyanibingelela lo khulumayo umbili wa 29 Greater Kitomena CPD wa 29 ngaphansi kwabuholi ukhansela uRB Mngadi.
Lo khulumayo I'm from Ward 29 under Councillor Mngadi.
Yeah. Engizokuthula lana I'm one of the ward committee around the Ward 29. Iportfolio yami enginayo icritical kakhulu ngendlela engiyibona khona iyayithinta ipollution engikhuluma ngayo.
Where I come from for my committee, the issues that I'm about to raise, they are very critical.
And then okokuqala nje nginakho kakhulu engizocela uchair wethu wosuku neparlament lesivashela eThekwini ngizocela bedlulisele ukubaleka kakhulu iGreater Kitomena iyonke ngizobala nje i24 i20 i30 i101 i29 that's the Greater Kitomena enendawo enama informal settlements so much and then iya affect kakhulu.
The issues that I'm about to raise, they are from Ward 24, 30, 29, and the mentioned wards, they are all under Greater Kitomena.
And then okokuqala ukubaleka kakhulu ngizokuthula lana engifuna ukuthi ngidlulise straight eParliament kakhulukazi nje ku speaker weParliament okuyena okhulumela izinto ezi-disaster. I-disaster sina kakhulu 29 kube ama-flights affected abantu abaningi kakhulu more than 200 people abantu aba-affectekile eWard 29.
In our ward, we were mostly affected by the floods. Over 200 people were affected by the floods in our ward.
Okukhulu kakhulu kuleyo disaster enzekile sigcina sesinqanyela umgwaqo wase Ward 24 but that's why ngise iGreater Kitomela but yes affect ba lo mgwaqo lo ulinka le ndawo sikuyona ne Greater Kitomela.
Another structure that was badly damaged is the road that links us to the Greater Kitomena from our ward.
Yeah. And then until now lo mgwaqo kwaze nje unqamuke ejuqu uhlanisa ama township o2 kodwa manje unqamuke ejuqu abantu abakwazi ukuba access ukuwela ngaphesha kweindawo bathi bejikeleze ngale cost upetrol omningi kakhulu kodwa still department yethu ayinake lutho.
Till today, that road has not been fixed. It links two townships. Now people have to go a longer route, which means they're using more petrol, and the road hasn't been fixed till today.
Kunamanye futhi ama-flat alandela ukukhulu ukushesha futhi khona ewa 29 kunomgwaqo futhi olinka 1 kilometers ukuthi ucirculate kanjena i-transport, public transport umphakathi ama-taxi. Lo mgwaqo unqamukile futhi ngokukhulu ukushesha kwi-flat esibili. Still kumanje awukho action owenzekayo.
There's also another road within our townships that is mostly used by the public transport. That road was also badly damaged and it hasn't been fixed.
Okay, i-issue enginaka kakhulu ke i-Greater Kitomena iyonke kodwa ngizogxila kakhulu nge29 indawo ngiyisebenza kakhulu. Inemhosha imhosha ewu4 engisayikhumbulayo emkhulu kakhulu emhosha emkhulu eqala phezulu yoshaya enzansi. Lemhosha leyo ivalekile thaqa. Ihlahla igcwele emgwaqeni. Ama dumping area abantu sebedapa khona. And then amanabukeni aka mention wethu omuyuza kwethu lana agcwele khona ama pampas. Kuningi nje kodwa imhosha yona ivaleke thaqa nje. Okukhoza ukuthi lemhosha bivalekile kuyaphoqa ukuthi amanzi ekwazi ukuthi manje ephumele ngaphandle emzini yabantu.
We have streams in our area, about 4, and they are all full of trees, and they have become an illegal dumping site. The other person mentioned the issue of pampers. This area is full of garbage, and this causes that the water will flow out when there's heavy rains.
And then okunye futhi okuthinta kakhulu okudala yona pollution. I-portfolio engiyisebenza idila nemgwaqo nokuhamba kweimoto nokuthi abantu bahamba njani ama-sidewalk. Ama-sidewalk asenawo ewa 29. Kugcwele ihlahla iwele emgwaqeni. Abapras abadila nehlahla abathinti lutho abasiki at all. Amapaki ewonke around iwa 29 akasiwa at all. Ihlahla iphoqa uma ifanele uhambe ngaphandle uyishiye ipaving yakho i-sidewalk ubangela amathekisi. Yabo ushayise ingane zesikoleni every day ekuseni ntambama zibanga lamathekisi ngoba manje ama-sidewalk agcwele ihlahla agcwele utshani agcwele ama-dumping area imhosha lenge ngayimenshina miningi kakhulu igcwele yonke inhlobo adodo ngayicabanga.
Part of the portfolio that I am working on, we deal mostly with road structures. If you look at our area, particularly our own ward, the sidewalks have been damaged and they are not replaced. Some, they have outgrown trees, and people now have to walk inside the road, which is very dangerous. And the streams are full of of the illegal dumping and every garbage that you could think of. The structures are very much damaged.
Okubuhlungu futhi kakhulu ukusiphatha kabi kwa 29. Njoba kuyaphoqa ukuthi inyanga nenyanga uchair wethu ku ward committee finance report kusenzeni ewadini. Siyasubmita yonke into enzekayo ewadini lesibonayo nofathenzeke. Kodwa is yet now 9 months now ayikho action wenzayo from ku speaker weTheku no mayor weTheku nazo zonke inhlaka zeTheku. Sireporta yonke into enzekayo ngaphela njengoba sinama street committee akwazi ukusitshela lapho kwenzekani even nami ngiward committee ngiyakwazi ukuthi everything ngiyakwazi ukubona la kwenzekani nani ayikho no action owenzekayo kwa 29 kodwa abantu bayahlukumezeka ngezihlahla ewele emgwaqeni kunamahlathi abantu abacrossayo benza ama shortcuts babe ufike ezikoleni izingane kunengane ezidlwengulayo mhlawumbe uthi na notice la kuma social media kwekavela ingane edlwenguliwe ewa 29 aziyanqunywa ngenxa yezihlahla egcwele ehlathini.
As part of the requirements in our committee, we have to report back. The chairperson has to report back. He has been doing this for the past 9 months, but there are no changes and nothing has been done. Our sidewalks are damaged. The streams are very dirty. There's outgrowing forest where children normally walk to school, and it has become a danger to our children. If you will take note, previous months it was reported that one of the children, a very young child, was raped and he was killed.
Yeah. Yes. Because of those ihlahla egcwele emapaki nasemagroundini and then lokho kungiphatha kabuhlungu ngoba ingane ziyadlwengula thina ingane zisanakhula ingane zesikole so ubaba siyayigada ingane
kodwa ngenxa yamahlathi agcwele emawadini ingane nqamulo ithatha ama-shortcuts ukuze ifike ize esikoleni uPras akenzi lutho akabhushi mahlathi akabhushi mapaki siyacela lokho ngeke
This has been a very much issue that borders our community at Ward 29. The outgrowing of trees, the unmaintained structures. PRASA is not doing anything. The trees are outgrowing. Children are walking within the bushes and it's very unsafe. We love our kids, but we take care of our children, but it has become very unsafe for our children.
Greetings. Yeah. Greetings, Honourable Chair and members. My name is Janet Solomon. I'm from Ward 33. I'm a founder member of the coalition Oceans Not Oil.
Ngiyanibingelela igama lami nguJanet Solomon, ngiyimember ye-coalition Oceans Not Oil.
For this morning, we have two additions to your critical thinking around the climate change bill.
Kubili nje sifuna ukuveza kuphathelene ne-climate bill.
May we suggest, number one, in the preamble, where the Republic A has a role to play in the global effect to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions identified by the international community as primary drivers, etc., it needs further definition to become identified by the international scientific community. International perceptions of methane gas have been substantially geopolitically manipulated since the start of the Russian-Ukraine war and show how vulnerable this identifying basis is to manipulation.
Okoqala nje ngifuna ukuveza ukuthi ikhona ke imizamo ebikade yenziwe ngaphambili ukunciphisa kulokhu ukunciphisa umoya onyukayo ongcolisayo. Eminye lomzamo iyethulwe i-international community ukuzilekelele ukunciphisa ke umoya ongcolisayo lapha phezulu.
Number two, our observation is that the thinking behind the creation of the climate change bill is still deeply embedded in the obsession with growth, progress and domination of natural systems.
Ukuthuthukiswa ke kwale bill ngiyasacabanga ukuthi ke uncike kakhulu ekutheni kukhuliswa indawo zethu bese kuthathwa lezo zinto ezimvelo zivikelwe.
That has led to the global warming crisis and reinforces it.
Konke ke ukungcola okudalekayo ikhona okuyimbangela kakhulu ekutheni sibe kulenkinga yokungcoliseka esinakho kanye nento esibiza nge-global warming crisis.
As such, our question revolves around the conjoining of sustainable development objectives and national development goals as the foundation for this vitally important bill.
Esikumemayo ukuthi kufanele kuthuthukise ke izindlela okuyivikeleka ngayo ke indima ukubiza ngama sustainable development objectives.
What happens when the national development goals stand contrary to secure ecologically sustainable development?
Kuyokwenzakalani ke uma ngabe beadopta zonke lezi indlela ke abazethulayo ukuze kusizakale imvelo ukuze kuthuthukiswe.
For instance, I'd like to bring to your attention grassroots resistance to the expansion of extracting ambitions of oil and gas multinationals on our coast, the Gas Master Plan, and Operation Pakisa offshore oil and gas development imaginary.
Uwethuleke umthetho la ke ukhuluma Operation Pakisa offshore oil gas and development imaginary inhlangano noma ke umthetho owaproposwa ovela on page 147.
Okay, this resistance, I'll catch up with you. This resistance has provoked a rejoinder from the ruling party, whose policy discussions of May 2022, proposed on page 148, proposed the stratagem of opposing politically those who oppose oil and gas. They write, the growing opposition to oil and gas exploration needs to be confronted politically, as it is clear that South Africa's endowments of oil and gas could be a source of wealth as well as increase our energy security options, also noting the role of gas in the energy transition.
Uthi imithetho ke ephathelene nokukhishwa noma ke ukumayinwa kwegas ifanele ke ibhekelelwe. Siyakwazi ukuthi ke iyona ndlela okwenziwa ngayo imali, kodwa kufanele kubhekelelwe eminye ke le yaleyo mthetho yokuye oil extraction.
I'll not expand here on the evidentiary basis of how continued oil and gas production exacerbates global warming, because I'm sure you've had loads of those submissions.
Ngizochaza nje kabanzi ukuthi oil negas kithinta kanjani ke kulolu daba lokushintsha kwesimo, lokushintsha kwesimo sezulu.
I have just returned from the Nigerian coast, where the National Development Plan means that you smell gas, you taste gas, you have no drinkable water because it is polluted with crude oil and methane gas, and the average lifespan is 41 years old.
Ngisanda kubuya ke eNigeria la khona ke sike senza ukuthi ke indawo eningi zibezi izindawo ezisuke zine gas. Igas iyakwazi ukungena emanzini, uyakwazi futhi ukunuka igas, kusho ukuthi yonke ke indawo sokungakuyona isuke ingcolisekile.
We have to acknowledge that South Africa has a crisis of corporate captured political leadership.
Nesikubhekelele ukuthi iningizimu Afrika ke igcwele ke ubulungiswa abukho kulibaphathi kubantu abasiphethe,
which is incapable of thinking beyond the short-term business as usual parameters.
Abakwazi ukucabangela isikhathi eside noma ukucabangela ke ikusasa lethu.
I see I've lost all of the whole committee's attention here, but let me continue.
Ngiyabona ngathi ke bonke ikomiti ke alisanginakile, kodwa ke ngizoqhubeka.
Fossil fuel-based solutions prolong the use of carbon and continue unjust development frameworks.
Ukusetshenziswa ke kwalezi izinto azibalile ukuthi igas no oil ikhona ke ukusilimaza ke kakhulu.
The current global average concentration as of January 2023 of CO2 in the atmosphere is 421 parts per million and rising.
Isibalo ke sokungcola lapha komoya njengoba ibalile ke inamba zakhe khombisa ukuthi ke siyakhuphuka kakhulu.
Our suggestion for the amendment, therefore, is to return to the original meaning where sustainability is concerned with the well-being of future generations.
Ngicela sibuyele emuva ke sibheke indlela ezibheki ezazika ebezikade zisetshenziswa ezivikela kakhulu ke umphakathi.
And in particular, the irreplaceable natural resources.
Kakhulukazi lezo zinto ezimvelo kithi esingeke sikwazi ukuzikhandela zona.
As opposed to gratification of present needs, which we call well-being, and a removal of national development goals as the bill's foundational framework.
Siphinde sibhekelele kanye nemithetho ke ehole eguidayo ukuze ke sikwazi ukuvikela imvelo yethu kanye nomphakathi.
We thank you.
Siyabonga.
What's up? Two things before you proceed. See, each of these honorable members have their timers, all right? So when a speaker takes the platform, we press start. It tells us when is your 5 minutes ending, all right? So I thought I must just send a message. When you see me standing up, it's because 5 minutes has passed, and I'm tolerating you with some few seconds. You know, it's extra.
Ngibona ngisukuma ngikhumbuza isikhathi sakho sesiphelile gqiba qeda.
Siyavumelana ne?
Agreed.
Yes. Agree, we are many, so we want to listen to as many people as possible.
Understand that it's too many of us here and we want sifisa ukulalela abantu abaningi ngamunye ngamunye sinizwe.
Just a surety, Mrs. Solomon, we make it our business to take notes here. So we might not literally be looking at you. At the time when you look at us, our heads are there. And then when your head is down, ours goes up. But I can assure you that we have this beautiful team here who are also on record. So everything else that is being said here will be revisiting it. And I'm happy that you've submitted something in writing. Give us a copy too so that we're able to reminisce about it. And it would work for all of us to do that. Thank you.
qiniseka ukuthi uma usibona sibheke phansi sithatha ama notes futhi kuba khona nabanye abathatha ama notes la futhi nokuthi ububhalile siyakubonga sikuthathile nakho. Sekungawe Mhlonishwa.
Ngiyabingelela igama lami ngumthi kwakamjilo ngiqhamuka eMpumalanga, the original Mpumalanga. Umthi wakamjilo ngiqhamuka eMpumalanga, the original Mpumalanga, eHammersdale.
My name is Mti
Mpumalanga Township.
from Mpumalanga Township, the original Mpumalanga.
Yebo. No, in reality, Mpumalanga Township was founded in 1843. And then Mpumalanga province, itholakale after 94. So where's the original
1843
Township?
Mpumalanga Township and Mpumalanga province just now.
No, mina angizuba mningi sihlalo namalunga wonke committee nomphakathi okhona la.
I won't be long, Chair. I'll be brief.
Number one, angisho nje ngidlulisa ukudumala ukuthi simenyiwe impela, kodwa abanikazi bendaba ekufanele ngabe bakhona la bayaphendula ababonwa osozimboni noma abaphathi bezimboni kulezi inkinga ezihlukumeza zonke insuku zokungcola komoya.
Me register my disappointment that we don't see the biggest culprit when it comes to pollution and climate change. The leaders and the owners of big industry, heavy industry, that are giving us these pollutions. We don't see them here.
So sizokhuluma siqede kodwa njoba behobile la behobe khona bazoqhubeka nokungcolisa umoya. Ngoba abekho la bezwe ikhalo nezimfuno zethu.
We will say whatever we are saying here, but it will be disregarded because they are hiding in their corner where they are. We will speak and they'll continue with business as usual.
Okwami nje kubili engifisa ukuthi bahlonishwa sigxilise kakhulu kona singakhuluma kushona ilanga
I got two that I want us to capitalize on.
Kodwa uma singakwazi ukuthi sifundise imphakathi
if we can
ngokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu
educate and
singahlala kushona ilanga
increase our
singaphumi
awareness on communities on this climate change, we would talk here a whole day without any results.
Okwesibili ngiyafisa ukuthi le program le ithathe isiwe ezikoleni ngoba ezinye zezikole zinama wetland, so ingane azazi ukuthi wetland iyini. Nathi sisabazali abanye bethu abazi ukubaleka kwewetland mayikhona esakhiweni sahulumeni noma esikoleni noma yini enye semphakathini.
Secondly, let's take this campaign to schools because some of these schools are on wetlands. Let our people, let our children know about wetlands and the dangers of such.
Okugcina sengivala ngicela sisebenzise lento ekuthiwa i-smart formula ukuthi njoba sihlangene namhlanje ama response ne feedback kukona konke sikubekile la ngabe siyibekela isikhathi esingakanani ngoba uma singakwenzanga lokho so hlezi siba nemhlangano sihlale siqede siphume but fanele sibe sebenzisa i-smart formula hlamba ngiyichaza ukuthi isho ukuthini.
My last one is that let's adopt a smart formula plan. I will expatiate what does it mean.
Uma ukhuluma nge-smart formula bayazi laba benza i-physics ne-maths.
Those who did physics and maths, they know.
Ukuthi kona konke okushoyo ufanele ube specific ukuthi ucabanga ukwenza nini.
In whatever thing that you say, you must be specific and clear when you want to do it.
You must be, izinto ezishoyo must be measurable. Sikale ukuthi sizokwenzeka nini.
Whatever you said must be measurable when you want to achieve it. There should be time frames.
Zibe attainable.
And those things should be attainable, achievable.
Zibe relevant to inkinga zabantu.
They must be relevant and talk directly to the real problems of the people.
Bese kuba zibe traceable sikwazi ukulandeleleka.
And also traceable that you can be able to follow up and monitor.
Yabona njoba sikhona la. Mina umoya wami uyakhathazeka ngoba.
As we are here, my soul is
nizothwala izono zabanye abantu. Number 1, ikhukhula nokulungiswa kwemizi edemejekile kubhilonga kwenye department ekufanele ngabaphendula la ukuthi kungani ukulungisa kwezindlu ze-disaster kuthatha iy'nyanga ezingaphezulu kweziyishumi.
I'm troubled by the fact that you'll carry the sins of others because we should be having people from disaster in our local leadership here. We should be having people from human settlements who should be responding to people. Why is houses of people or infrastructure not being redeveloped?
Okugcina ngicise ngivala ngiyacela ukuthi ngokuzayo nibameme osozimboni ngoba asifuni kuba ngazuthi khona abantu ekuliwa nabo ngoba labantu bayikhokha intela. So njobe ekhokha intela angeke ke kuthiwe abatholakali ngoba kube bakhona la. Kuningi engabe ngiyakusho but angifuni ukusho into kwi-platform wrong. Siyacela nje eyami submission ithi ngesupport amendment yebill kodwa sicela iswe ezikoleni nasemphakathini
take it to
program
schools,
abantu bazi ngayo.
community, so that you increase our awareness and bring captains of industry in setups like this next time you engage.
Sanibonani nonke.
Greetings, everyone.
Untobizini Ngcobo lona
Ntombazini Ngcobo.
from Ward 84. Unobhala we-Ward Committee.
Ward 84, Secretary of the Ward Committee.
So mina nje okwami lana ngila kubonela kuma regulation ngithi chapter 6.
On
So-
regulations, chapter 6.
Lapha na ku 3 kuthi a regulation made in terms of the act may provide. So that may put me out. I don't know whether uma city regulation may provide. It may or it might not. So why is it this regulation will provide so that there will be a binding regulation? So uma city nje may siyayivula ukuthi ke akho binding regulation lana. So is this regulation binding? Because of this may it take it out of the binding part of it. So nje eyami bilapho neyokuthi ene
Contribution yami is on regulations. I see on the document, it says regulation may. My concern is the wording of the clause may, because may sounds like optional, is not binding. In a nutshell.
Yes, so nje ngiyamukela bill, but it must be a binding regulation.
I support the bill, but let all the submissions there on the bill be binding with consequences.
Yes, and sizocela futhi kuhulumeni wethu ukuthi ke kube ne accountability as well.
And we also request accountability from our government.
Yeah, to I portfolio le yaka climate, because we singayifaka siwaphasisa ama bill, but if there is no accountability, no akekho nje ozoyilandela le
We
bill
can make
izohlala nje
submissions, but
eshelfini kanjalo.
if there is no accountability from the portfolio committee, it will just be another document in the shelves.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Amandla! Amandla! My name is Alan Holmes. I'm a ward committee for human settlements housing. I'm ward 68.
Alan Holmes, lapha Ward 68, ngimilunga le ward committee.
Plus I also I belong to an organization called COP2, Changing Our Behavior to Unite.
Ngivela kwinhlangano kuthiwa uKhoktu, seyishilo.
You see, I'm from an area called Wentworth.
Ngisuka la eWentworth.
The poorest area yet the richest. Meaning, all these factories around us.
Indawo empofu kodwa futhi ecebile ngoba sinezimboni eziningi lapha eduze kwethu.
My mother died of cancer.
Uma wami wabulawa
My son got autism.
Umntanami une autism.
The highest cancer, leukemia, and asthma place.
Indawo ye cancer ne asthma iselapha engivela khona. Izinda zakhona.
The unemployment is the highest.
Kanjalo nokungasebenzi sekusemazingeni aphezulu.
These youngsters that are selling drugs now, they lead to drugs.
Ingane seyidayisa idakamizwa lapho kuze ziyiphilisi.
And our youth is dying.
Intsha yethu iyafa.
They're getting shot.
Ba-
They're getting killed because
bayaffa.
they're leading to drugs.
Ngani ngoba sebengene kwimpilo yedakamizwa.
The pain of our community, I can talk about pain. I experienced pain.
Ngingakhuluma ngabo ngani ngoba into engiyazi kahle.
In 2020,
Ngo 2020
there was an explosion that happened from engine.
kwaqhuma lapha engine.
And a piece of metal flew out of engine and burnt a flat.
Kwasuka into lapha evuthayo from engine ngesikhathi qhuma yayoshisa ibhilidi thizeni.
And burnt a child's hand.
Yasha nengane yasha nesandla.
What they did,
Benzani ke ngalokho?
they moved the family out.
Bakhipha nje imndeni
They
wengane.
revamped the flats
Balungisa lawo ma flat.
and they brought them right back and bought them furniture.
Babaphinda bababuyisela base babathengela nje finish.
There was photos damage that you'll never get back. There was memories from my mother's cabinets that you'll never get back.
Khona umlando ongasoze wawubuyisa owahamba.
Okay, that's one. Then another thing. In 2010,
Ngo 2010
we were living across the road from engine.
sasihlala nje ngaphesheya.
It was called a barracks.
Engine. Kuthiwa ama barracks.
They forced removed us in a new South Africa.
Basusa ngenkani kuyi South Africa entsha le.
They moved us from a house to a flat,
Bakususe endlini bakuse flatini.
from a yard to no yard,
Bekususe unejaridi la kwakho
from parks to no parks.
sinamapaki laphaya asenamapaki.
Now, recently they said one block is condemned. Actually, sorry, 7 years ago they said one block is condemned.
Ngomnyakeni eyikhombisa edlule bathi iblock elilodwa nje lama flat alisamukelekile.
Recently they said all the blocks are condemned.
Manje sebethi hayi wonke lama blocks ama flat hayi azodilizwa.
Engine put 20 million on that.
Engine wakhisabelo sezigidigidi ezishumamabili.
So there's a lot of pain, heartache in our community.
Hey, ubuhlungu benhliziyo nesililo lapha emphakathini wethu.
Then we formed this organization to employ our people.
Saqamba ke lenhlangano sathi ayi sizoqasha abantu bakithi.
We're sitting on the engine desk,
Sihleli lapha emadeskini
but things are not going right.
hayi izinto ayihambi kahle.
So recently, as last week, and so we've been marching.
Evikini ledlule besimasha lapha.
But engine promised something.
Engine wasithembisa ke.
Just as last as Thursday,
ngolesine ledlule.
engine came out and said, okay, the refinery is talking to the South Durban Basin community after protest.
Bathi bakhuluma nathi ke ebesibhikisha.
And then that same day, later on, they give us interdicts.
Ngalolo suku nje bezathe basakhuluma nathi babe beseva ngamaphepha enkantolo.
We went to High Court.
Basibizela lenkantolo ephakeme yamajaji.
High Court, they want to charge us for treason and whatever.
Oh.
And
Sesithwesa iqala lokuvukela umbuso namananga.
but there's no charges on there. The judge asks, how come there's no charges? If you're saying they did these things, how come there's no charges?
Asiboni kodwa ukuthi ithini iqala esibekele lona kahle kahle.
So there's a lot of pain, guys. Our people are dying, cancer, leukemia. You're putting a bill. I don't support this bill because you're not hearing the cries of the community. You're not going down to the nitty-gritty. Sitting up there is not going to help. You'll need to find out from everyone what's the pain of the community.
Angisupport le bill ngani ngoba ayikhombisi ukwazi ubuhlungu bomphakathi.
We're sitting in High Court now. We can go to jail for this thing. That's why I say, guys, it's very serious. This is personal.
Judge manje singaboshwa nokuboshwa sokumina lento ngithinta ngqo.
Our community is falling apart.
Mphakathi yethu yabhidlika.
And yet we got all these industries. Thank you.
Kodwa sinakho konke lokho okunye. Ezimboni ezisizunguzile.
Ngiyabingelela ikomiti lonke.
Greetings all committee members.
Igama uZukiswa Lufuta
Zogiso Nokuta,
from Ward 74.
Ward 74.
And uzukudla xesha
Won't take much of your time
ukuze ngivulele nabanye abangekakhulumi.
so that my colleagues will also express.
Ispeaker ska Ward 29
Ward 29 speaker
no Ward 84
and Ward 84
sebekhavile o ebengizokhuluma.
covered me.
Ngiyabona akuzusiza ukuthi siphinde
I
aphinde
won't have
into
to
vele
repeat
ibiseyivele
same-
ukuzoyikhuluma
same
seyikhulunyiwe.
issues.
Engizocela ukulekelela yilo ukhona uSpeaker esike saphakamisa ukuthi ingathi kungaba khona abantu abaqondene nalo ma department.
One speaker said, I wish there were representatives of relevant departments.
Like maku implementwa into like angazi noma zebiza ama official noma zebiza ngani, but kwi parliament lele ayisho nina abantu bakwi province.
We see portfolio members, I'm sure there's relevant structures at government level in the province.
Kufanele ukuthi maku implementwa
Yeah.
nalo lithi ukuba khona
When you call us, those people should also be there
to avoid ama complaint asuka emphakathini.
to avoid or control complaints from the members of the community.
Umphakathi uyareporta ureporta kuma council.
Communities report to councillors.
Ama council azirisa kuma province.
Councillors take it up to the province.
So maye ngaba ama province engasebenzi emphakathini kublenywa ucancel.
When the province is not delivering, the community is blaming the local councillor.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Yangabusakhala kumina. Ngiyabingelela.
Greetings.
Sihlalo wakanongoma.
Chairperson from Nongoma.
Lapha kaNongoma sike sithi kwanyakaza imkhonto wenkonyane wenkonyane kaNdaba kwanyakaza imkhonto we amandla sisuke singasathokozile sihlalo.
When we sing such songs from Nongoma, normally we're not pleased.
Angifuni ukulihlabelela but
I don't wanna sing,
angikho happy.
but I'm not pleased. I'm not
Ngifisa
happy.
mhlambe ukucheck izinto ezimbili la
Let me check two
sihlalo
things, Chair,
nekomiti lakho ngaphambili.
together with the committee.
Sekujwayelekile ukuthi amazwe onke omhlaba asazazi hlanganisa amaningi babhizi benza lento ekuthiwa cop ban.
It's now
So-
common cause that countries are uniting, they're now doing COP this, that and the other.
Ngifuna ukucheck ukuthi thina njenge South Africa
And then I wanna check that we as South Africa,
kuleza inqumo ezithathwa kulawa ama conference
in all those decisions that are taken in those conferences in the world,
ikhona yini esesike sayi implement ukube sifika la nisiyasitela ukuthi
any that
hayi
we've implemented
lokhu
one,
cha sesakwenza
from
lokhu
those
futhi
conferences.
sesakwenza
This we have done and that we have done.
because njengamanje sesizokwenza ibill yethu la
Because now we're doing
ma
our
ukuthi
own
anikaze nenze lutho noko
bill.
Paris agreement anikaze nenze lutho
Paris agreement.
okuyacaca ukuthi njengoba silana namhlanje sizela ubala
If you have not implemented any of those agreements at Paris and so on, so if that simply means even today we are gathered for no reason, no results.
ngifisa ukeda lento ethi lapha manikhulumisa ama offense nama penalties einkampanini ezingezwe
I see a list of offenses and penalties to companies that are maybe which are disobedient.
mina ngifisa ukeda le mayingezwa nayihlawulisa ngibona ifuni nemali enizohlawulisa yona incane 5 million mncane
If the company is
awukhuphuke ukuthi 50
is not
mayihlula lapho ayivalwe for 5 years noma for 10 years ivaliwe inga operate
if companies are not complying, the charge, the penalties should be increased from 5 million to 50 million. And let the company shut doors maybe for 5 years or so as penalties.
okugcina
Lastly,
lezi inkampani sikhuluma ngazo
these companies we're talking about here,
sizakhele ekuhlaleni ziwomakhelwane bethu
They are our neighbors where we stay.
kodwa manje akusiphathi kahle ukuthi noma kuthiwa ziyahlawula ke lo 5 million enishoyo omncane kodwa lo 5 million uthathwa futhi yonikezwa nina eningenankinga nale nkampani thina esiguliswa yile nkampani asinangisha ama clinic eduzana aba supporting ngisho I health system le abasibulala bona ngayo.
Another matter is that even the penalties that you charge these companies which are not complying, talk about the 5 million that is on the paper, will go to you, government. It won't come to the communities that is suffering health hazards. They are not even supporting the health systems, health structures in the local areas.
Uza kahle zakwethu. Ngifuna ukugcina la. Lapha eMandeni kuno Sipho lapha.
Here, just right here in Mandeni, there's a company called Sapi.
Basigcoba ngamatshe sizamukulwa silwela lento ukuthi awusupporte phela I health system yendawo because abantu they are affected izikole zendawo oma primary school around lapho ingane iphethe oma skin cancers phethe zonke izifungo ongasuyicabanga zingcoliswa yini uSaphi Psycho but nasuka nina nahamba nayo uhlawulisa uSaphi anisemini sinike ngisho uthi ubhobho lo
In right here in Mandeni, where we were stoned when we were instructing Sapi to help fix the health system, to help fix the schools. Young school children have got some skin diseases because of the chemicals emitted from Sapi. Well, government came, intervened, they fined Sapi, but we got nothing as the members of community, nothing in return at all.
Lezi inkampani futhi si charge noma sky charge bekufanele ngabe kunesikhwama esikhona la zonke lezi inkampani engcolisayo nje umoya bekufanele kube nesikhwama imali ezihlawuliswayo bese leyo mali iyathathwa ilekelele ekutshaleni izihlahla ilekelele nje kuma programs adila direct nalento ye climate change.
These companies were the biggest culprits for climate change should be contributing to a fund which will help with the creation of forests and other things related.
Void. Nongom. Yeah, uinsiza yangakithi wena. Kodwa sinikanga igama lakho.
You're my homeboy. Please, your name, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alice Thompson.
Okay.
Let's just get his name.
Igama umazwe Njabulo uNdwandwe Sibongo.
Mazwe Njabulo Ndwandwe.
Lideke lona kwahlanganiswa amagama abili enziwe igama elilodwa ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alice Thompson.
Sanibingelela ngu-Alice Thompson.
I'm from Ward 64.
From Ward 64.
I just want to say that with all due respect, I was disappointed that we all arrived here at 10 o'clock, but the committee was late and came half an hour late.
Ukuthi ngiphoxekile ukuthi sifike la ngo-10 kodwa ikomiti lona laba late.
And this was disrespectful to us.
Lokho ngibona kungasihloniphi.
Okay, I want to start by talking about Ubuntu. The definition is I'm because
Ngicela uqala
we
ukukhuluma
are.
ngobuntu ngithi buyini ubuntu ngizobuchaza.
And this definition can be extended to say I am through all of life.
Singayichaza sithi ngilokho engiyikho ngenxa yabantu noma ngenxa ngenxa yabantu bonke.
I am because the bees pollinate the flowers.
Ngingumuntu noma ngikhona ngoba inyosi ziya ziqoshe imbalini.
I am because the rain falls.
Ngikhona ngoba imvula yana.
I am because the earthworms give nutrients to the soil, which now pass through my veins.
Ngikhona ngoba ama worms ayasebenza lapha Inyundo isemhlabathi.
Okay. So we depend on nature.
Ngamagama amafuphi sincike kwimvelo.
I find that there's a lack of urgency in the bill.
Ngibona ngazuthi umthethosivivinyo lo awunakho ukusheshsha okuphuthumayo.
It does not reflect the seriousness of climate breakdown
Ayikhombisa ukuthi senkingeni engakanani ngokwesimo sezulu.
and the huge impact it is already having on our lives.
Nenkinga enkulu ingwadla esesibhekene nayo.
And we've experienced flooding, severe storms,
Sibhekene
and
nezikhukhula,
storm surges.
nemvula enolaka.
The minister is to determine a new trajectory for national greenhouse gas emissions, but the one used in the meantime is too weak.
Limthetho ekhona njengamanje ibuthaka kakhulu. Ngiyazi ukuthi umthethosivivinyo lo uzama ukulungisa lokho.
Already, the national determined contributions from 2021 is too weak, but the bill uses the NDC from 2015.
Umthethosivivinyo usebenzisa into ecashunwa ngo-2015.
Which puts the planet on track for 4 degrees centigrade warming increase and South Africa on track for 8 degrees centigrade increase.
Eka umhlaba wonke ku-4 degrees ukukhula, iSouth Africa ku-8 degrees.
We urgently need to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030.
Fanele swehlise lama emissions umoya ongcolileyo by 40% ngo-2030.
We are running out of time.
Siphelelwa isikhathi.
We must aim for the lower end of updated target emissions range for the 1.5 degrees centigrade pathway.
Asizibophezele ukuthi sifuna ukuthola 1.5 degrees.
So presently the bill is behind the science.
Njengamanje ibill uza ngemuva kwezo science.
It needs to be brought up to date with the science.
Fanele hambisane kanye nescience yesikhathi.
I'm concerned that the bill is taking so long to process.
Kuyangithinta ukuthi le bill ngathi ithatha imdade nemigudu emide.
It was introduced to Parliament on 18th Feb 2022.
Introduce Parliament ngo-2022.
Why is it taking so long to reach
Yini
this
ithatha
stage?
isikhathi eside kangaka kuze kufike manje?
The adaptation measures in the bill will take 5 years to be introduced.
Ama-adaptation measures kwibill athatha iminyaka emihlanu yonke.
And yet we are already experiencing severe impacts.
Ekubeni sesiqalile sithwele kanzima ngalesimo sezulu.
I'm concerned that there are no time frames for the minister to determine the national
Kuyangithinta ukuthi azikho ikhathi ey'qaliwe ukuthi uminister uzoyibhekisisa kanjani lemgomo.
the national greenhouse gas trajectory
Le ukuthi imoya ekhishwayo emkhathini ibhekwa ingakanani isikala kwayo.
for allocating carbon budgets
Kanjalo nokuthatha imnqumo ukuthi inqumo ukuthi kufanele kungeqi okungaka ukungcolisa umoya.
or for publishing the listed greenhouse gases and activities.
Nokuthi kushiwo ukuthi imisebenzi ke eyenziwayo ithi sesihambe safika la.
The timeframes that are given are too long, a whole year, and this should be shortened to 6 months.
Bekunyaka wonke hayi sithi angincishiswe at least kube inyanga eziyisithupha.
The carbon budgets must be enforceable.
Ukalwa komoya ongcolileyo emkhathini kufanele ukwazi ukushaya umthetho ukwazi ukunyakaza.
And presently they are not.
Njengamanje akakenzeki.
There are no penalties if companies do not comply with carbon
Azikho
budgets.
izijezo uma izinkampani zehluleka ukubamba umthetho.
There need to be heavy fines that act as a deterrent for
Fanele
non-compliance.
bahlawule kakhulu uma ukuthi bephula umthetho.
And licenses must be revoked for repeated non-compliance.
Nokuthi babe nama license okusebenza uma bengawugcina umthetho awanqanyulwe lawo ma license.
Section 24 refers to allocating carbon budgets to people,
Section 24 uthi akube khona isikalo esinikezwa abantu.
but these need to be allocated to companies.
Ngithi mina lezi ikala inikezwe inkampani.
The public needs access to information on carbon budgets.
Umphakathi kufanele wazi na ukuthi ikalo zomoya ongcolileyo ungazingaka.
And there's nothing about this in the bill.
Ibhili umthethosivivinyo awusitsheli lokho.
There needs to be adequate transparency.
Awucace ba uphumela obala ba lo mthetho sivivinyo.
We need to see the emission reduction plans.
Sifisa ukubona ukuthi izokwehliswa kanjani umoya ongcolileyo emkhathini, zithini inhlelo zahulumeni.
And I'm concerned that the Protection of Personal Information Act will be used to block access to information.
Ngibona ngazuthi lo mthetho okuthiwa upopi uzosetshenziswa ukuvikela ulwazi esilidingayo.
The bill puts some responsibility in the hands of municipalities to implement adaptation measures.
Lo mthetho uthatha amandla wabeka emagxalabeni omkhandlu uthi yiwo okufanele uthathe inyathelo.
This is important and necessary, but I'm concerned that many of our municipalities are in a mess.
Lokho kubalekile kodwa kuyangithinta ukuthi ngoba masipala bethu bese inkingeni ezingaka.
Many are dysfunctional as a result of poor governance.
Abaningi abasebenzi kahle ngoba kuyacaca abakwazi ukuyiphatha.
Weak institutional capacity.
Namandla nje okwenza umsebenzi opheleleyo ngathi awekho.
Corruption and political instability.
Kanye nenkohlakalo nesimo sepolitiki esingazinzile.
In eThekwini, the response to flooding was terribly inadequate.
La eThekwini ukuphendula ikhukhula ngathi wonke umuntu wayedidekile kwanganele.
The water department is unable to fix leaking and aging infrastructure.
Umnyango wamanzi abakwazi ukuxazulula amanzi avuzayo kanjalo nenqalazizinda engasasebenzi.
56% of our water is leaking.
56% wamanzi ethu kufanele ebantwini ayaconsa.
Okay, and our sewage treatment works were not functioning before the bill. So the bill can only work if municipalities are
Ngamanye
working.
amazwi umthetho sivivinyo uzosebenza uma omasipala nabo besebenza.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga.
Ms. Thompson, if you don't mind, we would really appreciate those notes, eh? Yeah, would really appreciate those notes. They are going to be very helpful to us. Ma'am.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Ngizocela ukuqala ngokuqala nje ngihloniphe abalaphi bendabuko.
May I recognize the traditional healers present?
Emakhosini. Emakhosini. Bayede. Thokozani boko. Kamakushana. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Into engiphezu kwayo ekakhulu zibuzuthu nje kuphela.
I've got 2 points to raise.
And nginenkinga ngisemlazi untombi encane mina ngwadlamini.
My name is Ntombengane Dlamini from Umlazi,
Kuward 74.
Ward 74.
Okay. Manje into esinayo lapha ukuhlukumezeka kwezulu.
We have a problem with weather and thunderstorms.
Yeah. Manje into enkinga lapha sawelwa izindlu.
Our houses were destroyed.
Ey'godlweni zethu la silapha khona silaphela abantu khona imithi ihamba nemvula.
Our health centers, we lost our tools of working, our traditional muti were washed away.
Okwesibili angisebenzi.
And I'm not employed anywhere.
Yeah. Manje naku wakona esigodlweni if malinetha nje izulu ngishawa uvalo lokuthi indlu kuyaphuma futhi naloko engithi ngiyazama ngakho.
Even in my own place of work, if it's raining, I'm afraid because we might lose everything.
Into engizoyishumeza kakhulu nje kakhulu lapha asina kwa umuntu.
What I'm here to preach is that no one looks after us where we are.
Akuna passage.
There is no passage.
Asina ma toilets.
We got no toilets.
Azikho nje indlela zokuhamba la kunzima.
There is no passages at all. We were struggling.
Phinde futhi ngize la ulwandle.
I'll also come to the issue of the sea.
Ulwandle singabalaphi siyalisebenzisa.
We as traditional healers, we use the sea.
La ke siphatheka khona ke masithi sosebenza abantu la impilo yabantu ikhona ngoba silanda khona lapha.
What concerns us is that where we help people in the sea,
Sesifike kuvaliwe singazi ukuthi sivalelwe ini.
when we get to the sea, we find that access has been denied. It's been closed.
Ngelinye ilanga safika ofishi befile lapha yana kufe ofishi singakwazi ukusebenza umsebenzi ofana ngathi
The other
siyawusebenza.
day we came there to work. We found there's a lot of dead fish there. We couldn't even work. A lot of them.
Kanti futhi ulwandle yona esithenga impilo zabantu esisebenzisa la une security yethu khona.
We use the sea. It's a sacred place for us. That's where we help our people from.
Sizocela ke nkosami basukumele bayeke ungasisukumeli. Thina singabalaphi
We
bendabuko.
request that we get a buy-in and a support from government. We as traditional healers.
Mabeke usibeke eceleni njalo makwenziwa into thina abalaphi sibekwe
We
eceleni.
shouldn't be sidelined. We as traditional healers feel sidelined all the time.
Ngoba nathi asizenzanga senzwa ibona
We
abantu
did
apha.
not choose to be traditional healers. It's a calling.
Yazi ngithola ubhlungu ngoba namanje ungafika ubone endlini nami ngithi hamba manje yoshutha kugijima amanzi ekitchen asesigodlweni angisakwazi ukulapha
My
manje.
heart is paining. I can invite you to my place of work right now. There's water running around everywhere in the kitchen. I can't attend to our people properly.
Okugcina inkinga la ikhona.
The last one.
Siyavalwa lapha ya kodwa makuphuma inkosazana lapha kunxuswa thina uthi thina masikhulume nale yankosazana abayikhiphile abantu lapha thina abalaphi bendabuko kudingakala thina kodwa kwesibili izinto eziningi thina sizitholi.
Our problem is that we are denied access to the sea, but whenever there is a cyclone or something, they come upon us. They summon us to come and to talk to the sea, and yet when the decisions to be taken, we are sidelined.
Ngenhlonipho ngiyabonga
In all respect, thank you so much.
siphakamele thina abalaphi bendabuko.
Please do pay attention to traditional healers also. Thank you.
Okay, the next one. Next one. Thank you.
Sicelo landelayo. Siyabonga.
I greet you all.
Please, comrades, colleagues, everybody will get a chance. Let
No
us hear
Kegan
them
from
and then
Tony
you'll get a
Tuba.
chance on the top. Carry on, ma. Carry on.
Sicela niqhubeke sonke sizonikezwa ithuba.
Greeting all. My name is Pam Taylor.
Ngiyanibingelela igama lami nguPearl
Pam Taylor.
Taylor.
I'm from Dr. Taylor Foundation.
Ngiphuma kwinhlangano
One second, ma. I'm Fred. Uzotole tuba kona manje. Uzotole tuba kona manje. Let them finish, and we will take more hands, and then we'll continue from both sides. But let her carry on. After here, we're going top, and then we'll come back to see who is left behind. Kubagama.
I'm from Dr. Taylor Foundation.
Ngiqhamuka kwi-foundation ebizwa nge-Dr. Taylor.
From Ward 29, Ketomena.
Isekhathomena ngaphansi ka-Ward 29.
First of all, I do adopt the bill.
Ngiyayemukela i-bill.
However, I've got few things to ask the Parliament.
Kodwa nginento ezimbalwa engicela ukuzibuza kwiParliament.
Ketomena along Belia Road, from Ketomena Police Station towards Gearbox, there's a dumping area there which was legalized by DSW, but then it went beyond what they were supposed to dump there. Now it's burying us alive. We can't even see the beauty of the view. Is blocked by that dumping. It's so high and it's scaring. Should the floods of April come back, what's going to happen to us? If you don't mind, you can just drive past there. You will see how high it is, and it's just along the road.
kunendawo laphana umgwaqeni kuBelea Road eseduzane nathi kunendawo eyavunyelwa uDSW kusho ukuthi abaqoqi bakadoti bakamasipala base bechitha uDodo omningi ngokweqile uma ungabona nje manje kugcwele kakhulu uma kungenzeka nje kuthiwa ngoApril kubuya ikhukhula kungenzakalani kuthina uma ningathatha nje ithuba nidlule ngakuleya ndawo nizoyibona ukuthi ingcole kangakanani.
Yeah, and secondly, I would request like the road rehabilitation, please. We're paying for, every year we have to renew the license. Where that money goes to? We pay for toll gates. Where all that money goes to?
Okwesibili ngicela nilungise imigwaqo siyakhokha ke si renew ama license ethu nakuma tolls siyakhokha kodwa ke ishonaphi leyo mali.
And I'm asking for an advice. My car was stuck in a pothole at night. I phoned same time I got a reference. And my insurance is refusing to fix it because it's not covering potholes and rims. So I'm stuck on that. I was on the main road when I got stuck. I'm asking for an advice. Where do I go to from now?
Nginembuzo nje lang imoto yami yalima lemgwaqeni ngenxa ama potholes kodwa ke imshwalense wanqaba ukuyikhava ngoba awukhavi ke indawo enama potholes ngithi ke kusukela manje ke ngenze njani ke kuleso simo ngoba ngayifonela ke i-center kodwa ke ngilitholi usizo.
And please, this is an appeal. Senior citizens, every year the number increases, but what we are given, the vouchers, it's always like 350, 400, it has never been 500. But each and every year, you'll find that maybe 100 are adding to the previous senior citizen that were already existing. Please do consider that.
Ngicela sibhekelele kudaba labantu asebadala odabeni lwabantu abadala isibalo siya ngokukhuphuka kodwa unyaka umnyaka neminyaka ke i-voucher ayinyuki ihleli nje ku 350 sicela ukuthi nikubhekelele lokho.
Another appeal to my honorable parliament, please, if there is employment, please just put it down because there is a bracket of people that they cannot get a job, but they're not qualified to get what you call pension. That is from 40 years to 58 years. We're not getting jobs. Please consider the woman. Even if you make us sign contract for 12 months, 24 months or 36 months, we will appreciate that because there is children that we are raising. The majority of us, 90%, we are mothers and we are fathers at the same time. We are growing our families and like if we send them to school and educate them, that will actually reduce the various social ills that we are facing in the community.
Sinesicelo ke futhi kuhulumeni mayelana nokuqashwa kwabantu kukhona ke abantu abaphakathi kweminyaka u40 ku58 abakwazi ke ukhola impesheni ngenxa ke yaleyo minyaka kodwa ke futhi abasaqasheki kahle ngoba mhlawumbe abanye iziskills zifunekayo azikho sicela ukuthi ke nibabhekelele noma ke ningabasayinisa inkontileka zeminyaka ewu12 ukuze bakwazi ukusizakala ngoba bawo baba no mama bakhulisa izingane labo baba.
Okay, and then I'll go back to global warming.
Bese ngiza ke kulesi simo ke sezulu eshintshayo.
We, as I mentioned before, I'm from an NPO. We currently like running documentary relating to climate change. I did share some footage to Sibongile Sitole. I shared the pictures and videos and everything I shared with her that we are busy with right now. So what we are appealing is to get the funds to carry on with we were actually planning to go to visit the school to educate the community, go to schools and clinics, various places, and we're also going to call the mass meetings to educate them about the danger, the advantages and disadvantages of throwing things all over the show.
Ngike ngasho ngathi ngiphuma ke kwi-organization yethu inohlelo ke lapho okufundiswa ngalo abantu mayelana nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu esicelayo ke ngeke ngathumela ke izithombe kusibongile sithole ngimkhombisa ke uhlelo esisebenza ngalesi esishoda ngakho izimali zokuthi sikwazi ukuhamba sifundisa izingane ezikoleni siphinde sifundise indaweni abantu emphakathini mayelana ke nokungcolisa.
Okay, I'll just correct the documentary belongs to Abafazi Filmmaking. It's a group of different ladies that we decided to gather ourselves and deal with it.
Documentary khuluma ngayo yenziwe Abafazi
Film production.
Film production yenziwe ibona.
Yes. We also like to educate the people about the river. We've got a nice stream that is running down the river, a place.
Sifisa ukufundisa abantu futhi nangemfula yethu eseduzane nathi.
Ngibingelele igama lami nguPinki waGumede ngiqhamuka eNewlands West eWard 11.
My name is Pinky Gumede from Newlands West, Ward 11.
Okay, okokuqala ngizokhuluma ngakho kunenkampani eseSpringfield ekuthiwa uNCP Alcohols.
There's a company which is called NCP Alcohols.
Leya nkampani abantu abahamba eSpringfield abahlala koKenville bangafakaza ukuthi iphunga le chemical abayikhiqiza lapha iyaba affecta ngisho abantu abafunde ezikoleni around lapha emini baya affecteka ilela phunga.
There is a company that is being run at Springfield. People who are from around the area Springfield, we attest to this. The fumes from that company are really affecting the community and even the schools around the area.
Okwesibili leya nkampani yakhiwe eduze kakhulu nomgaqo kade isebenzisa ama flammable substances mase kuthiwa kune explosion baningi abantu abangalimala. It's the community nearby, ama pedestrians, imoto ezihambayo lapha ngisho umngeni uzo affecteka. So ama companies kanje ngathi angakhiwa kude nemigaqo emikhulu abe kude nemphakathi.
This company is built next to the main road, and it produces or it uses flammable chemicals, which would be disastrous if ever there would be a fire, and people who are around the area would be badly affected.
Okay, okwesibili ngithanda ukukhuluma ngama suwe plantations. Ama-suwe plantations akhiwe endaweni eziseduze nabantu, for example eyasefingami neyasesiphingo. Kunephunga eliphumayo lapho which is engekho healthy ebantwini. Number 2, i-suwe plantation yasesiphingo it's low rising. Ngeyikhukhula za last year amanzi ayisekhave i-suwe plantation, amanzi pure water ne-suwe plantation amanzi akuyona ayisehlangene, which is not healthy to abantu abahlala lapha koMalikwazi.
Secondly, I would like to speak about the sewer plantations which are built next to our communities. For example, the one in Isipingo is low rising. During the floods, it was full, and the clean water and dirty water were mixed together, and it was flowing into our community, which is very unhealthy for us.
Okay, okunye from January sibe nama severe heat waves okuyinto esingajwayele ukuba nayo. Last week on Monday la eThekwini asikaze sibe neweather efika ku40, but saba neweather efika ku40 la izingane zayigcina iquleke ezikoleni nabantu bagcina begula. So kwamanye ama impacts global warming.
A few weeks ago, we had a severe heat in January. From January, we had a severe heat, which was causing a heat stroke to children, and the degrees were up as high as to 40, which is caused by global warming.
Okay, okugcina nginesicelo sokuthi ama solid waste centers la umasipala ohamba othulula khona udoti ungakhiwa endaweni eziseduze nemphakathi, cause udoti namaphunga lawa aqhamuka lapha ay affect i-community. For example, i-solid waste center yase Springfield yakhiwe eduze nabantu, kunesibhedlela lapha iKing George, kunabantu abahlala Kennedy Road, kunabantu abahlala ngase Repond.
abantu baseduze kakhulu naleya waste center ngicela ukuthi ama waste center akhiwe away from abantu.
May we request that the waste center are built
Wait,
far away
igama God.
from people?
Igama, kabukabi,
Pinky Gumede,
kabukabi.
Ward 11 Newlands West.
Ward 11, okay.
May we request that the solid waste centers be built far away from our community? And if you look at Springfield, the solid waste center is very close to us. There is a hospital, King George Hospital, and there's other communities. We request that maybe the solid waste centers be built far away from people.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguPhumla Ntobela ophuma ku Ward 24 eChesterville.
I'm from Chesterville, Pumla Ntobela from Ward 24.
Siyajabulela lelithuba esilitholayo. Isicelo sami sibhekise kakhulu kuhulumeni bengisacela ukuthi angenelele kakhulu kubantu emawadini kuzo zonke ifundazwe.
We would like the government interventions in our wards
Afundise kakhulu nge-recycling.
to educate our people about recycling.
Yes, ikhona bakhona abayaziyo but
Ay. Msindo la ngamuva. Msindo la ngamuva. Nikeza ithuba. Qhubeka. Nguni. Ntombela, mahlobo.
no Ntobela. Ntobela.
Ntobela, okay.
Yeah. So afundise kakhulu ngokuthi kwenziwa kanjani because njengamanje kuyakwenziwa emphakathini kodwa sibuka ngaphumeleli because okwamabhodlela baya recycle abawabeke emgwaqweni agcine egcwele imigwaqo ngoba icompany yakhona ayikho eseduze ise Cape Town ekhona so ku transport and everything ayikho into abakwazi ukuyenza abantu.
We request that our government intervene when it comes to educating people about recycling. In our communities, they do recycling, but it's not done properly. They do collect, for example, they collect bottles and they ended up piling next to the road because the company that recycles bottles, it's based in Cape Town, so it's very difficult to transport the bottles.
Besingathanda sicela ukuthi abe khona ama companies KZN.
We request that we also must have companies here based here in KZN.
Okonye besingakuthokozela isolar system siyabuka ugesi uyasihlukumeza ngale kokuhlukumeza usakhela umoya ongcolile because mokwenziwa ugesi kusebenziswa kakhulu amalahle uoyela kuzoba negas okwenza ukuthi umoya wethu esiwuphefumulayo nawo ungcole ngokunjalo besingathanda basebenzise isolar system.
We request that maybe we transition from using electricity to solar. We know that electricity pollutes our air. They use coal, oil, and gas. We're requesting that maybe we can use solar systems.
Besicela futhi kube nokutshalwa kwehlahla ngaso sonke isikhathi ngoba siyabantu asikakafundiseki kahle ukuthi ihlahla ibaluleke ngani kuthina.
We request that we also encourage people to plant trees. We're really not educated properly when it comes to the importance of planting trees.
Kuzoba ukusebenzisa koplastiki sibhilivela kakhulu kuplastiki kodwa asazi ukuthi usidamager kangakanani.
Secondly is the usage of plastic, which is very damaging. We request that may we be given more education with regards to using plastic.
Okay, kube elinye point lo le compose because abantu iningi lethu siyindle emnyama siyiyouth besingakaze sifundiseke sicela uhulumeni angenelele ukuthi sifunde njengoba sikhula sikwazi ukukhula sazi ukuthi kubaluleke ngani ukulahla ukudla sikuthatha sikutransporta kuhamba nemoto yomgqoma kadoti kulimazaphi kunokuthi sizenzele thina emakhaya senze compost ngako ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola umoya alright sitshalele thina ama veggies and stuff.
We also request government assistance when it comes to educating our people with decomposed. A lot of people are throwing away their food and we are not really educated when it comes to decomposing.
Kuzoba ukusebenzisa kwezimoto esizisebenzisayo in our days. Besingathanda uhulumeni introduce indaba yezimoto zagesi.
We would, but
Besingathanda uhulumeni asebenzise izimoto zagesi introduce kuthina abantu ukuthi funeke sikwazi ukusebenzisa imoto yagesi than oya diesel no petrol.
we are also requesting that our government introduce the usage of electric cars instead of fuel cars.
Thanks.
Siyabonga.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for giving us this platform. My name is Shanice Furman, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance.
Ngiqhamuka kwinhlangano ke eSouth Durban Community Alliance, igama lami
Shanice. Our stance on the bill, we reject the bill. We object to a number of things.
Thina ke sithi siyayiphikisa le bill ngezinto ezimbalwa esizozibala.
Our government continues to make decisions that contradict its statements on the need that urgent climate action.
Uhulumeni wethu uyaqhubeka nje ukukhuluma itatimende eziphikisayo nalokho okushiwo ukuthi kufanele kube nokuyisukumela indaba yokushintsha kwesimo sezulu.
It continues to support and roll out massive infrastructure for climate harming fossil fuel gas to power projects.
Uyaqhubeka uvumela ke abantu noma inkampani ezidala ukungcola ukuthi ziqhubeke zisebenze.
In Richards Bay, we have 25,000 proposed megawatts in Richards Bay alone, and now the new energy summit that was held last week at the ICC says that eThekwini needs 940 megawatts nuclear power plant, the build of 400 megawatt coal-fired power station, gas import terminal at the Durban Harbour,
Ama megawatts esinawo lapha at Richards Bay, it's
25,000 megawatts.
It's 25,000 megawatts. Kodwa ke ithe kulona kwakhisha ukuthi kufanele kube no
940 megawatts.
941,000 megawatts afunekayo.
940 megawatts nuclear power plant.
In 940 megawatts nuclear plant yona efunekayo eThekwini.
And a 300 megawatt gas to power plant.
Bese kuba ipower ya 300
megawatts.
300 megawatts.
So we still go down the road of supporting risky greenhouse gas emission intensive industrial projects.
Siyaqhubeka nokuseka ke izinto ezizingcolisayo lapha greenhouse ethu.
We have one in northern Limpopo, which is the Makado Special Economic Zone.
Sineyodwa eseLimpopo ibizwa ngeMakado
Special Economic Zone.
Special Economic Zone eseLimpopo.
Proposed to emit 34 megatons of CO2 annually.
Ikhipha yena u34 megatons.
Which is 8% of the targeted national limit in 2030.
Okuyisibalo 8% kwisibalo ke esivumelekile.
And we still have exploring onshore and offshore fossil fuel deposits.
Sisaphinda futhi siyabheka ke obiza nge-onshore and offshore fuel deposits.
Climate change is the biggest environmental challenge and the risk facing the world and should not be regarded as a major threat or an alternative to, but should rather become an integral part of the development efforts in the oil and gas sector through embracing the global energy transition and the use of low carbon technology.
Ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kuyinkinga kuyinselelo esibhekene nayo kakhulu kuze lonke kanye nemhlaba wonke okufanele ke ubhekane nayo kakhulukazi ke kuleyo imikhakha esebenzisa uoyela kanye negesi.
In the absence of an overarching instrument legislating on how the country deals with climate change, Policies are created and implemented without clear, consistent, and times-binding legal framework.
Kuyaqhutshekwa ke kuyasebenza ngaphandle kwemthetho ke egunyazayo noma ebhekelelayo ukusebenza kwalezi imboni ezibanga ukuthi ke kuguquguquke ke isimo sezulu.
The bill allows lobbyists to be able to push and pull policymakers and gain all manner of favors, time extensions and exemptions. And as we've seen repeatedly, the way the Department of the Environment, Forestry and Fishery bends over backwards to serve the country's worst polluters.
Lemthetho kibuka ngathi yabavumela labo abasebenzayo ukuthi ukuyibona banomthelela ukuthi kungcole umoya wethu noma ke kujike ke isimo sezulu nawo umnyango wezamahlathi ukudoba kanye nemvelo uyaqhubeka nokuvumela ukuthi abantu basebenze ukuthi inkampani zisebenze lezi ekuyizona ke ezinomthelela.
This leads to inconsistencies, loopholes, fluctuating levels of ambition, but most importantly, the lack of enforceability.
Lokhu ke kuvula into eningi okwenza ukuthi abantu noma inkampani ziqhubeke zisebenze ngendlela engavumeleki.
The chaotic way the environmental policy and regulation apply to developers such as Salta Sibaya, who were responsible for the massive stormwater runoff in Umdloti on April 11th and May 21st, or UPL chemical factory spill, are just two recent catastrophic examples of what we experience in Durban as a result of toothless legislation combined with captive regulators.
Kukhona kumthetho owavumela uzenzeke isibonelo ngenkampani esibaya kanye nekampani ebizwa ngeUPL ekuyiyona ke yaba nomthelela yesimo esingesihle esakhanda isibhicongo emphakathini osondelene nabo.
The legislation
Shanice,
must...
sorry. We know you got very useful information there. Can you submit it to our researchers to consider? And I'm sure we will consider whether SETC makes oral representations to the committee, because SETC is a very, very important organ as well.
Ucela ukuthi iphepha loliphethe ke ulinikeze oza kwaba abasebenza nabo ngoba ke kunolwazi olubalulekile.
Thank you. If you can hand that to us. Chair, over to you.
Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. You people came very prepared.
Nifike nilungiselele.
All these inputs here are noted, but we value also those ones that are in written form. I can assure you that we are going to attend to them by one by one.
Amaphuzu enu ke sizowathatha ke onke nalawa abhaliwe sizowabhekela elanga lodwa ngalodwa.
You see, you, my guests, at the top there.
Ihambeli zami lapha phezulu.
I want to see if you will be making this noise that you have been making.
Sifuna ukubona ukuthi lo msindo eniwenza phezulu nizowenzani la.
Isikhathi senu manje.
It's your chance now.
Manje ngifuna ukubona ukuthi mabe rasa olhlobo belirasa ngalo nizozizwa kanjani.
I want to see if they make the noise that you made while they were submitting.
Okay, let's do this. We are going to take 5 hands at the top.
So thathi izandla ezinhlanu phezulu.
We're going to take 5 hands here.
So thathi izandla ezinhlanu ngapha.
And we're going to take 5 hands here.
Bese sithatha izandla ezinhlanu nangale.
And then we will close.
Bese siyavala.
We are going to take 5 hands there at the top.
Sithatha
5 hands here.
Izandla ezinhlanu ngapha.
And 5 hands here.
Nezinhlanu
and we
ngapha.
close.
Bese siyavala.
Okay. Yabona angikwazi ukuninota seninotile because niphakamile.
You've noted yourself. I can see you stood up.
Hayi mhlekazi la kuphethe mina la.
I'm in charge here.
You will only speak if I say you must speak. You can't speak before I say you must speak.
Uzokhuluma mase ngikunika ithuba lokukhuluma.
Right. So, ngicela nihlale phansi. Hayi ngiyakubona mngani wami.
May
Hlala
you-
phansi. Hlala phansi, phakamisa isandla.
May you sit down and just raise your hand.
There's no point of order here.
Ayikho point of order la.
Hlala phansi.
Please sit down.
Hlala phansi mngani wami. Nawe mngani wami, hlala phansi.
Please sit down.
Hlalani phansi ngizonibona kahle. Hlalani phansi.
May you sit down so I can see you clearly.
All right. Hlala phansi bro wami. Please sit down.
Please sit down.
Bro, please sit down.
Ngicela uhlale phansi.
Okay. Let's see hands.
Sicela ukubona izandla.
No, if there's a point of order, we're not going to allow it. We want inputs on climate change bill, not points of order.
Sidinga nje imbono mayelana nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Hayi ukuthi siyalungisa.
My brother there at the corner.
Lapha
You'll be number one.
Ekhoneni uzoba.
Wena mhlekazi because uphakamile usinotile was. Ma'am there. There. That one. Yes, you. Lo sisi lo. Nawe baba. Iza wena at the corner. 2. Yabona nina ya wena sisi was. Mngana mnika ama notes wakho. Mtshele ukuthi afika thini. Okay. How many chairs do we have there? Okay. Chilis. Ngicela uthathe lama form. Ungene la. They must write down. And here. They must write down. This is the last round.
Abogcina laba. Nina enengala nangala.
There's this fellow, Rose, that man with the blue cap.
Bazonikeza amaphepha nubhale phansi izethulo zenu. Ngapha nangala sizogcina ngalapha.
How many more do we need? Aim for it. Baba, no, we don't do that. Hey, Chief, we don't do that. Asiyenzi lento uyenzayo. Okay, let me just check how many spaces do we have here. Kunabantu abayehlayo. Two. Now, that man behind you. Yes. Ni right this side, at the top, I believe. Fine. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, bring that fellow, that one. Yeah, and then Chilega is distributing the forms here. I suggest that we must do the right thing.
Abangalitholanga ithuba lokuphawula banilethela amaphepha enzobhala kuwo izethulo zenu sizosilalela sizosifunda ngasinye noma yes ngalinye iphepha.
Masiqhubeke mhlekazi.
Sanibona.
Greetings.
Igama uTreasure Isibongo kaMthonga.
I'm Treasure Mtsonga.
Ipoint lami lokuqala before ngidlule kumanye ama point. I want to say I'm rejecting ibill based on this basis engizowasho njengamanje.
Chitha ibill ngalezi izathu engizozisho. Following reasons.
Njengamalungu omphakathi amenyiwe ukuthi azokhuluma.
We as members of the community invited to contribute.
Asinikwanga isikhathi esanele sokuthi sibuke sicubungule le bill mande sikwazi ukuthi sokhuluma nayo ukuthi sikhona lesidingo sokuthi iphasiswe noma ingaphasiswe.
We're not given ample time to deliberate and digest this bill so that we may approve it or not.
Iphepha leli sinikwe lona lase parliament belisimema.
This flyer
abanye abalitholile kwezinye indawo esingalitholanga.
This flyer
it was just
an
invitation but ibingakhulumi ngokuqukethwe ila. So angeke sivume ingulube sesakeni ngoba ngizothi ngiyavuma kanti ziningi izinto engingayifundanga kahle ekhona la or ezingekho la bengingathanda ukuze kuyieda kwebill.
The invitation flyer has no detail. We see the document right now, it's lengthy. We have not had the time to go through it, so we can endorse it.
So bengacela ukuthi nibuye nihlele ngelinye ilanga nibuye kuthina niqale emphakathini yenu ehleli yona.
I therefore request that you plan again, start with us in our communities.
Give us a bill, see, discuss and community members and come back and make our contribution to a bill. Because I've sesihlalela more than 4 hours. And I want to ukuthi mhlawumbe nginotisile lokho ukuthi iningi lethu sifika sime la phambili asikhulumi ngebill kodwa sikhuluma ngezinto ezithinta ibill.
I'm sure you have noticed that for the past 4 hours we've been here, and many of us coming here, we're not discussing the bill, we're not engaging the bill, but we're talking about things that has got to do with the bill.
Ngizongena ephuzwini lesibili.
My second point.
Kwibill ngitheme ngiphosa amehlo angazi noma lokho engizokusho kufakiwe noma kufakwanga ngenxa isikhathi esincane ngibe naso ukuthi ngibuke ibill.
I'm not sure that it's covered on the bill what I'm about to submit now because I had limited time to go through the document.
Ngiyawabona ama penalties nendlela kumele izinkampani ezilandele lezi ezingcolisa imvelo. Kodwa bengingathanda ukuthi ku-add kwibill ukuthi kube khona i-carbon tax for lezi zinkampani. Ukuze le mali ibuye ilekelela uhulumeni ekusizeni izinkampani ukuthi zikwazi ukuthi zingayingcolisi imvelo ngalendlela ezingcolisa ngayo.
I'm not sure whether carbon tax is part of the bill. It should be levied on companies who are highest contributing with this so that it assists government in mitigating the effects.
Ngikusho lokho ngoba ukhona umfethu okwakhuluma ngama penalty la waswachaza lento ama penalty ayusiza umphakathi owakhelene nalezi imboni ezihlukunyezwa ukungcola kwemvelo ngenxa yezinkampani ezakhe eduze kwabo. Kodwa if kungaba khona i-tax because i-tax kwibill ngaba clear ukuthi yini umsebenzi wayo yini ekumele ikwenze lizwe yini ekumele ikwenzele umphakathi ohleli eduze nalezi imboni especially in terms of i-health yabo.
The penalties are not that satisfactory as one of my the speakers covered, but the tax would be clear how much goes to government, how much goes to assisting the communities around these industries, how much goes to the health, how much goes to the education, and so on and so forth.
Ngidlulele kwiphuzu lami lesithathu.
My third point.
Third point yami involvement yomasipala. Implementation plan.
Involvement of municipalities in the national plan.
Implementation plan yomasipala angiboni la kuthiwa khona umasipala will be penalized if is not submitting any implementation plan to government ongaphezulu, especially umasipala abama metro ngoba ibona kakhulu abanemboni engcolisayo.
I don't see any penalties levied on municipalities who fail to regulate, particularly metros, because they are the ones with so much heavy industries. There should be penalties for local municipalities who can't control and regulate.
Okunye labo masipala labi kakhulukazi labo abama metro because they are overpopulated. Wonke umuntu umuvela kubona ufuna umsebenzi. Kunongcola okucontributayo too much.
There's too much
kwinkinga
pollution of air and waste in the metros because of overcrowding.
But akukho enough ukuthi kuthiwa basinike implementation plan. Sidinga implementation plan nento ezositshela ukuthi if bengasiniki implementation plan yini ezokwenzeka kubona ngoba siyazi inkampani ezopenalizwa bona bazokwenziwa.
Implementation plans are not good enough on metros. We need an implementation plan. If there is no implementation plan, what consequences will they suffer?
My last point. My last point. 10 seconds. Okay, my last point. Seboni bill. Siyazi ukuthi ezinye zendlela esikhiqiza ngayo energy in terms of electricity are also polluting umhlaba nomoya esiphefumula ngawo. So ku wrong ukuthi sine bill ekhuluma ngalokho, but there's nothing speak about mixed energy. There's nothing speak about energy. While you know, for example, all coal stations in South Africa or in the world are contributing to kulento esihlangene ngayo namhlanje. So if wenza iphile kanje, there must be something in the bill that speak about energy. Either it's mixed energy or any kind of energy, because we know they contribute to pollution.
If the bill bubuya mhlonishwa. You what?
Kamuka ku Ward 21 New German Industrial.
Greetings. My name is Don Shange. From Ward 36.
An unemployed graduate.
Ngiumuntu ofundile kodwa ongaqashiwe.
Amagama ngizolandela umfowethu lo osanda kuphuma uspeaker in terms of isikhathi esinikwe sona to analyze this bill.
I will also echo the words of the previous speaker that we had limited time to go through this document.
Ebe okunye besifisa ukuthi lento i-reinforce ifakwe ezikolweni at least ibe i-subject or ibe i-cause because siyabona ukuthi sihlangana eminyaka neminyaka kuhlanganwa ngento eyodwa.
We're also hoping that this will be taken to schools. Every year we come together to discuss one and the same thing.
Isimo sendlala ke eMzansi siyasenza ukuthi sibe divided.
The level of hunger in our country divides us.
Inkampani lezi sikhuluma ngazo njengamanje zifika zithenge ama politicians zithenge ama royal houses.
Big companies have got a simple modus operandi. They buy politicians first and then they buy royal houses.
That is why sibona benama shares kuzona le inkampani.
That's why these two stakeholders, two entities mentioned, they are shareholders of these very big companies.
I wish ukwete ubeka la. Ukwete Mantashe ubekhona.
I so
about
wish
the issue of eqolobeni abantu abadinaya i-mining. But the minister uyak enforce ukuthi lan noma sebewinile enkantolo but ukuthi leyanto mayiqhubeke okusho ukuthi there is a gold handshake that I received.
I so wish Gwede Mantashe was here looking at the Kolobeni saga. The community say we don't want any mining here, but they even win the court case, but the minister goes ahead clearly, so he has received a very good golden handshake.
I think young people must be in the forefront of mining, of gas and oil.
abantu abasha ngikholwa ukuthi kufanele babambe iqhaza bagijime phambili kube yibona abahola indaba yemayini yegas no oyela.
Yeah, cause ubavelile wayeshilo ubavelile Hlongwe, former late deputy minister.
The late deputy minister Bavelile Hlongwe stated that clearly.
Ukuthi okunye ke singakubuza ukuthi ke if renewable energy implementwa ukuthi at least sinikwe out of 9 provinces kube khona mhlambe ezo4 izifundazwe whereby renewable energy izo implementwa khona sibone ukuthi ayifeyili njengoba ifeyilile kwamanye amazwe seyibuyiswa seyizoba istyle eSouth Africa, because at the end of the day tons and tons of coal ayaphuma outside the country but thina siyasafarish.
Let's perhaps use the renewable energy as a case study, probably in 4 provinces, not throughout the country, to see whether how far will it be sustainable, how far will it last us, will it not fail as it has failed in other countries?
Ngiyabonga ke ngidedela abanye.
Thank you. Let me give others a chance.
Sanbona bantu base parliament, sanbona.
Greetings.
Niyaphila.
Parliament people, are you good?
Namhla sinibona ngamehlo. Asiniboni lapha ema TV enishaya loya wengube ebomvu.
We're happy to see you live and direct.
Ngingowakashabalala mina umama washo njalo. Ngingawase Newcastle.
My surname is Shabalala.
Uyo leyo ndawo nibesabana belungu.
I'm from Newcastle. In
Uyakhona.
a notorious place where we asked you, why are you scared of white people?
Bengizokhuluma.
I was going to speak.
Kodwa ngizokhuluma. I wish ukuba uGwede Mantashe ube khona la.
I also wish that Gwede Mantashe was here.
Nina abantu enithi nibuya kwa environment. Nina niphethe uGwede Mantashe.
Those of you who say you from environment.
Uminister wenu nguGwede Mantashe.
Under Gwede Mantashe, your minister.
Department yenu iphethwe nguGwede Mantashe.
Your department is under Gwede Mantashe.
Oqeda khuluma uqeda kusho ukuthi uGwede Mantashe ufaka imayini lapha eXolobeni olwandle ngenkani.
The previous
Uye oyinikeza
speaker says,
environmental authorization.
Gwede Mantashe
Nina nalo
authorized the
Barbara
mine
Chris wenu nithule
by
nivala
the
imilomo.
And you are quiet.
uBarbara Chris uminister wokwenzani?
Barbara Chris what?
Umsebenzi wakhe wenziwa uGwede Mantashe. Akahamba ayogada abantwana bakhe kubo.
Maybe she should just go back
uBarbara
home.
Chris nimtshela ukuthi kusho mina ngulaki ngumhlaladuma.
And look
Ngase Newcastle. Anginali iward.
I don't have a word. I'm from Newcastle.
Umnyango wenu wezemvelo unemthetho emihle kabi.
Your
Air Quality Act,
your
or National
department
Environmental
has
Management
got
Act,
very good laws.
abasupportwa chapter 2 yomthetho sekelo wezwe,
Which are supported
section
by
24
chapter
of the
2
Constitution.
of section
Kodwa
24.
lo mnyango wenu useless.
But your department is useless.
Nesibiza lana, nesibizela mahala, nezokwenza tick exercise box, nithi asizokhuluma ngebhili esasingekho nixoxa. Nani ixoxa nobani? Ibhili ezokwenzana ezosiza ngani? Ayikho le bill sayi objecta lento ngeke izisize ngalutho. Anikho nina niphethe uGwede Mantashe. Hambani noLanda uMantashe lo abuyeze la asitshele ukuthi le bill uba siyisupporta. Siyisupportela ukwenzani ngoba uye ishamthetho esikhulu.
We reject this bill. Your superior, your principal Gwede Mantashe is not here. He should be here. He should be telling us if we do support this bill, what benefit do we have? What will we gain from this bill?
Yanibona niyangihleka, angihleki mina. Angidlali mina ngizangizodla. Ngifike ngo3 ekseni la ngisuke eNewcastle. Kumele ngiyongena emanzini kancane ngibhukude ngibuyele ekhaya ngoba ulwandla lokho ngakithi. Nina nithi uGwede Mantashe akafake imayini olwandle.
You are saying
aninandaba nina nolwandle aninandaba nina nemvelo kodwa nithi
sea.
asikhulume ngemvelo namhlanje nithi kena asivikele imvelo nge-climate change bill kodwa nina aninandaba nemvelo ugwete
You don't care about the
basenkantolo
environment.
nikhona nina fanele ngabe nikhipha imali no-defend abantu bakithi bakhasha abameli ngemali zabo nikhona nina nomnyango ofile nina
Your department should be defending the people in Oloben. So you are a dead department.
uRamaphosa lo wephalaphala makanixoshe nonke nina
The
enhleli
Ramaphosa from Palapala
nonke nihambe nonke
Should-
nimlandele naye
should fire you
uRamaphosa
all.
lo wephalaphala anina msebenzi walutho libe nishaya labantu bengubo ezibomva nazi ukuthi nibashayelani
You are beating the rats and you have no reason why you're doing that.
sengimile futhi ngifuna ukunitshela ukuthi kunomthetho la eSouth Africa othi kukhona ama national key point
There is a law here
kunomthetho la eSouth Africa
regulating national key
okhuluma
points.
ngama protected areas ama wetland
Talks about
ukuthi
protected
le-
areas and wetlands.
umthetho wenu ukuthi kulezo indawo zama wetland akufanele kwenzeke lutho
In those wetlands,
sibizela la
nothing
eThekwini
should be happening.
aniyile Danawo seNewcastle
You-
niyobona ukuthi kuma wetland kwenzakalani
You call us
ni
here
enjoy
in
ukugibela
Durban.
ama flight nje ndize phansi phezulu nabantwana
don't
benu
go to
nabafazi benu
Danhausen.
niyadlala nina
And see what's happening in the wetlands in Danhausen.
Okay. Shh. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. In fact, I want to give you another opportunity to clap hands.
Ngifisa nginikezele enye ithuba lokushaya izandla.
Okay, then because I gave you an opportunity, let's give an opportunity too.
Asimnikeze ithuba ke naye Phawule.
Sanibonani ngizocela ukunibingelela iParliament ngezihlalo zalo.
May I greet the parliament in all your protocols
Bese ngibingelela izimenywa lezi ezithini ezimenyiwe.
and the VIPs which are us.
Ngizibingelela nami uhle wakwasithole ku Ward 78 eMlazi.
I am Dlesithole from Ward 78 Umlazi.
Parliament nginombuzo.
I have just a question for
Ngaphambi
you.
kokuthi ngingene ngigxile embuzweni wami,
Before I get into details,
ngizoqale ngithi ngiyabonga.
I'll start by saying thank you.
Ngibonga ukuthi nikwazile ukuthi nisiqoqe size sizofika la.
I thank you for calling us into this place.
Niphinde nazinika futhi isikhathi
You also-
sokuthi nisiqoqe nithi asiye kuma briefing meeting
You also gave
mayelana nosuku lolwanamhlanje.
time to get briefing about today,
But ukubonga kwami akusho ukuthi nganelisekile.
but my appreciation doesn't suggest that I'm satisfied.
I-climate change bill
The climate change bill,
angiphikisani nayo.
I don't
Kodwa
reject,
ngiyafisa iParliament lazi ukuthi kukhona izinto
but let
thina
parliament,
abantu ngizoqondisa kakhulu kuthina indlu emnyama.
let parliament know
Kunezinto thina esizivumayo
we as
ngenxa yendlala hayi ngoba sivuma ngempela ngoba silambile.
we as black people particularly do agree
Angizo-
to some things because we are hungry.
Angizogxila kakhulu ke ngoba naku umfowethu uphumile angisho ukuthi ngisupportana nakushilo.
I won't dwell that much there because previous speaker has covered. Not that I
Kodwa
support
uma
everything he
kuya
said.
ngoba ukuhlangana kwethu la kubaluleke kakhulu. Kujulile njengomcabango yami ukuthi la sihlangene ngezimpilo zethu nempilo zabantu esibashiyile emuva.
If our meeting here is important,
Kungani nina Parliament nishiye ababulali bethu abanikazi bezinkampani ngoba bekho sibuka nina.
why did you leave behind our killers, the
Nizokwazi
owners of these
yini?
companies?
Nizokwazi yini ukusuka la nibuyele kubona niyobatshela konke sinitshela kona ngoba akuliwa.
Are you,
Yinini enisibizile sina sile
are you
ukuzolwa
going
nani.
to leave here and go straight to them and tell them what we are saying? We're not fighting. And
Kambe
never
inyembezi
come into-
esizikhalayo njoba silapha phambi kwenu bayazibona yini noma ibona abanikhiphile bathi ozani nizoblafa thina ngoba phela thina ndle emnyama siyaconwa nje.
the tears on our faces, do they see, or you were sent by them just to come and bluff us as black people because we are the loving stock of everyone.
ithemba lincane ithemba kuthiwa liyaphilisa but lela lisiphilisi thina
We
siyesaba
are told the hope gives life, but now this hope doesn't give us life. We are timid, we are so afraid.
sengiphetha
In my conclusion,
ngoba vele sesigulisiwe
now that we've been
sisemaphilisini esingawazi sisonke njengoba sihleli
we've
la
been made
nani lapho
to be sick, we are on
elithi
chronic
nizocabangela thina
medication.
parliament
Even yourself that says you are thinking for us.
gijimani ke ngenyawo zombili niyotshela lezi nkampani ukuthi sithi azisiqashe kuyaphoqa ngoba vele sesigulisiwe nezingane
Please
zethu
go tell
asithi
those
sifa sibe sisebenza sithi sifa kube khona okusele ey'nganeni zethu
To employ.
siyadinga umsebenzi kulezi nkampani ezikhona eziletha
We are
ukungcola
jobless.
ngempoqo yiloko kumele
These
kuhlalele phansi
companies
but
are-
niyoletha zona la sizitshele
Are killing
umsebenzi
us.
siyawudinga ukuze sithi sifa kube khona okuzosalela
When
iy'ngane
they
zethu
come here,
siyabonga
we will tell them. We'll also tell them we need jobs. At least let's die working than dying unemployed.
Okay. Ngiqale ngokubingelela iParliament lethu.
Greetings to our parliament.
Lisivakashele namhlanje mayelana nebill ye-climate change.
Visiting us today pertaining climate change.
Ngicela ukusho ukuthi ngivela kwinhlangano ekuthiwa iKwaZulu Natal Homeowners Association.
I'm from an organization called KwaZulu Natal Homeowners Association.
Okay. I-climate change ngizosho ngokungananazi ukuthi yebo is affectile njengemphakathi.
Climate change has affected us as the community
Kanye nezikole ngokunjalo.
together with schools.
And okubalekile sifanele sikwazi nge-climate change niyiParliament fanele nazi ukuthi siyagula mayelana nezifo ezimayelana nama-respiratory diseases.
The important thing that you need to acknowledge as parliament is that this climate change causes a whole lot of respiratory diseases.
And even eThekwini municipality ka-environment ngoba bengibuye ngisithe kwi-committee yakhona kwi-climate change.
I also sit in the climate change committee of Etegwini Environment.
I-study sirevealile ukuthi imphakathi eshayeke kakhulu ngalama respiratory diseases.
The study has revealed that the climate change is causing a whole lot of these respiratory diseases.
And izindawo ezishayeke kakhulu izindawo ukusuka kwaMashu kuya ePhoenix.
And from Mashu to Phoenix, those places were hit the hardest.
Ngiphinde ngibuye kwi-point lezikole
And then when I go back to the issue of schools,
umnumzane lapha phambili uye wa highlighter earlier kwinkulumo yakhe
the honorable member in the front did highlight earlier
ukuthi yesterday ubonile kwelinye lamaphephandaba esinye sezikole zala esilungwini
that yesterday one of the suburban schools here,
zivelile zikhuluma nge-climate change.
they were all out talking about climate change.
Ngithanda ukuphathisa lo myalezo omnumzane ukuthi izikole zabelungu nezikole okuhamba kuyothinta kwiMpumalanga province izikole ezine ecosystem and it's aligned with the school curriculum.
The schools in the suburbs right up to Mpumalanga, they've got ecosystems that are aligned with the curriculum.
But izikole zase KZN aziyenzi ecosystem.
But KZN schools don't do ecosystem.
Because ayikho ibudget allocated izikole zaKwaZulu Natal.
Simply because there is no allocated budget for KZN schools.
Ngikhuluma ngezikole ikakhulukazi lezi ezisendaweni zabantu abamnyama.
I'm talking mainly about schools in the designated black areas.
Umyalezo ke ngithanda ukunihambisa nawo njengoba uchapter 6 webill yenu le ikhuluma nge-allocation of budget.
Message that I'd like you to take away as your bill on chapter 6 talks about the allocation of budget.
Ukuthi nisicelele ku-minister ukuthi enze i-budget edila ne-ecosystem eya ezikolweni zabantu abamnyama.
Please ask the minister to provide a budget or to allocate budget that will go to black schools or public schools or government schools in the townships.
Okunye siyazi ukuthi ukushisa kwemililo nayo kuyimbangela yocontributor kwi-climate change.
We also know that the burning of fires is also another contribution to the climate change.
Uthola ukuthi emphakathini yethu siyathanda ukuba si-addresse izinto ezidila nokushiswa kwemililo kodwa asinawo ama-resources.
You find that in our areas we like to address or combat the issue of burning of fires, but there is no resources.
Siyakhumbula nje ngeinsuku ze-COVID.
We would remember during the COVID days
ukuthi umengameli wethu uPresident Ramaphosa sambone allocator u2 billion ku working for fire.
and that the president allocated about 2 billion rands for working with fire.
So nathi ke siyimphakathi siyadinga iallocation enjalo.
We as the communities, we need such an allocation.
Ngibuye ngize ezihlahleni.
And then I come back to trees and forests.
Siyacela nisicelele ku minister ukuthi
We ask you to request from the minister that
ukuthi nathi siyacela ukuthi sinikwe izihlahla okuthiwa ama-indigenous trees.
we also request an allocation of indigenous trees,
Njengasezindaweni zabelungu.
just like in the suburban areas.
Ngoba uthola ukuthi thina sikhahlamezeke kakhulu kulezi ikhukhula za April ngoba besinganazo izihlahla ebezingakwazi ukuthi zibambe imhlabathi.
Our people in the black areas suffered the most because they don't have trees which could prevent or minimize soil erosion.
Waste management.
Waste management.
Siyacela futhi nisicelele ku minister
Also
ukuthi
request from the minister that
ukuthi sicela ukuthi emphakathini abantu abamnyama bas allocatele ama waste skips lawa okuzokwazi ukuthi sidampe i-waste.
that there be some designated waste skips where people would dump waste.
Ngokusho nje singananazi imphakathi abantu abamnyama ayifani yabelungu in terms of managing i-waste.
We will say it without shame that our black people's areas are not the same as white people's areas in terms of waste management measures and systems. Greetings.
Yeah, nginesicelo la ukuthi njengoba namhlanje size kwi-bill ye-climate change.
My request that since we came for climate change bill today,
Since izinto eziningi esizibalayo lazi ezinyazihlangani ne-climate change sicela abantu ikhalazo zethu nizithathe nisinikezele eminyangweni ofanele.
we request that if some of the issues we raise here are irrelevant to the climate bill, kindly transfer them to the relevant department.
Okay, nginesicelo la eMlazi, uMlazi umkami lami ngumbali ngiphume ward 87
I
eMlazi.
am Bali from 187 Umlazi.
Nginesicelo la uMlazi ungcolile.
Umlazi is very dirty.
Mase kuba nepipe elapha eMega City elihlala liphihlikindle njalo.
And there is a pipe here by Mega City that's always dripping of stuff.
Ukube lela pipe lela lisemhlanga bekade lalungiswa kodwa ngoba lisemlazi
I tell you, if that pipe was in Umhlanga, it would have been fixed long time ago. But now that it is in Umlazi, it's okay.
kodwa kuthina kuthiwa njalo sihlale siphefumula umoya onuka amasimba.
And then we are told to breathe air full of filth and waste.
Mase sicela abasebenzi bakamasipala abanje sibabona khona thukhona behleli phansi imigwaqo ingcolile
And
ama-drain
we
akakliniwe.
ask-
Sicela abasebenzi manje nisicelela
We ask the
abasebenzi.
municipal workers, we always see them seated everywhere in parks. Shall we ask them to work, please?
Sicela ama-street lights eMlazi akukhanye.
We're asking for the street lights to be on in Umlazi.
Sicela noxhaso lwamabhizinisi thina sinama-NPO sicela uxhaso.
We are running NPOs. We are asking for for subsidies and support.
Cela nisisize idakamizwa emlazi ziningi kanti amaphoyisa futhi mancane umlazi nje uGG police station kuthiwa kusebenza amaveni awu2 kuphela.
You can imagine GG police station in Mlazi, there's only 2 vans. There is more population in Mlazi and limited police force.
Mase kubuhlokomela uyahlukumeza uhlokomela.
Sogomela is abusing our people.
Siyabonga.
Bengingaxoshi kodwa mawuthi uyabonga kusho ukuthi uyazambela ungathi uxoshe yini. Mina bengizocela ukuthi bahlise umsindo. Mara mawuthi uyabonga ngiyajabula futhi.
Yebo ngiyabonga. Kodwa lokugcina ngigcine ngohlokomela ngicela badla nisisize uhlokomela uyahlukumeza kakhulukazi izingane zethu ehamba ngomalume ezikoleni. Uhlokomela uyayivimba uyikhomela ngebhamu usho yonke into. Ngicela badla nisisize kulelo point.
Uhlokomela is a peasant.
Uhlokomela ngazi noma something under taxi industries into kanjalo kodwa.
Dogomela is under, it's like the private security force of the taxi industry.
So there's a group called Hlogomela. It's ihlukumeza abantu.
Yes.
I'm sure it's noted. That's a matter of the Portfolio Committee of Public Safety. Not so? Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much. Shall we be quiet, please?
Please, may I request that we reduce the volumes? Please, ngenhlonipho enkulu. We are almost at the end.
With all due respect, we sesiyaqeda.
Mhlekazi.
Ngibonge sihlalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Angibingelele zonke inhlaka ezikhona ethe zafika namhlanje zibenywa umnyango kahulumeni neParliament yonke.
Represented here, invited by government and the Parliament.
Igama lami nguThemba from Newcastle.
I am Themba from Newcastle.
Sebekhulumile abafowethu.
Many have spoken.
Uma sekukhuluma igagu uye uthi noma usulandela ubona ukuthi ay usenginqinda amandla kodwa khona engizokukhuluma.
When an orator has spoken, you feel overwhelmed, but they got a few submissions to make.
Ngizokhuluma.
I will speak.
Into ebhlungu la.
The most burning factor here is
niuhulumeni wethu njoba niyiParliament.
You as government.
Niyakhohle ukuthi navotelwa yithi kuze nihlale lapho phambili.
You forget that we voted you and that's why you're seated in the front.
Nivotelwe yithi nje nihleli lapho phambili lento le nizothi nizoyikhuluma nathi nizodlala ngathi nje kahle kahle
We voted for you. What you are here to discuss with us, actually playing with us or wasting our time.
Mina le climate change bill ngiyichithela na why ngifuna ukuthi nizoyiregulator ekubeni kunama regulations like MPRDA law Act 28 of 2002 angaze nisibize sizohlala la in terms of ama mine ngendlela operator ngayo kuba khona ama pollution la okukhona khona affecteka imfuyo engasakhona ukuthi idle utshani kodwa namhlanje zosibiza kwi climate change. Why nikwenza lokho niuhulumeni?
There are existing laws that are not enforced, around mining, around our livestock that is dying. You are not enforcing those laws, but you are calling us now to come and deliberate on this one. Why?
Are you aware ukuthi uGwede Mantashe udlala ichess ngani?
Niyazi, are you aware that Gwede Mantashe is playing chess using you?
Why ngisho lokho ukuthi uGwede Mantashe udlala ichess ngani?
Why am I saying Gwede is using you to playing chess through you or with you?
It's because imayini lezi ezikhona ngikhuluma ngemayini ezikhona eNewcastle.
Because the mines we have in Newcastle,
they don't comply Mine Health and Safety Act 29 of 1996.
Our Hamsani in the Mining Safety Act 1996.
As well as the MPRDA law 28 of 2002.
The MPRDA law of 2002.
Into ebhlungu laba fowethu njoba sigcwele la ngoba kukhona nezinye inhlaka ethinta amakhosi nabalaphi bendabuko lizoba blinda kahle kahle indlela yokudla imali le ngoba le mali le ngabe nayithatha nivula amathuba omsebenzi kuqhashwa abantu ikuphele futhi lento le ukuthi 18 to 30 years kodwa eParliament kuhlala abantu abano 70 years.
You are telling us that people who are employable should be between 18 and 13, yet 70-year-olds are working in parliament.
Ukube kuya ngami ngabe ngithi uNkulunkulu awuphendule wonke lo mhlaba kuqalwe kabusha ngoba ndlala ngathi ngiyabonga.
If it were by me, I would say God to turn things around and begin the whole world afresh.
Okay. Ngibingelele.
I greet you all
Ngiyabingelela nakubaphathi nakubahlonishwa abavele
and
eParliament.
to all honorable members from parliament.
Ngibonga ithuba bese ngihlala odabeni.
Thank you for the opportunity and I'll go straight to the point.
Ipoint lami lokuqala lila.
First point is,
Njalo mangabe kunalama public hearings or public participations abaseyindaweni zasemadolobheni.
whenever there is this public hearings, they are
Freedom Charter
only in towns.
ithini people shall govern. Kodwa thina esiphuma emakhaya asizizwa as part of
And yet the
our
Freedom
country.
Charter says
Ngoba
the people shall
njalo
govern.
nisekudeni.
We from rural areas, you don't come to us. We
ngingene
have to
nakulo-
go to cities to see you.
Ngingene nakulosi soqeda kusuka othe siyadinga ukuthi mhlambe sibambisane kanye nani kokunye.
One of the ladies said we need to work together with you in some of the things.
Ngoba i-public participation le ngiyishoyo ngiyibuke ngathi nobandlululo
This-
mangabe izoba semadolobheni
This
kuphela.
public participation is discriminating only when it comes to cities only or in urban areas only.
Now angiqondile ukufaka enye issue kodwa lento engiyishoyo iphinde yaba i-practical example khona la ngaphakathi ukuthi kuzothi makuthiwa asizeni sizothula imbono konke sikuthulayo la ngaphambili kukhethwe 10 ngapha kukhethwe 15 ngapha. Now leyo nje iyodwa ikutshengisa that practical example engiyishoyo ukuthi nizozivele nizohlala la emadolobheni kodwa futhi umphakathi omningi usemakhaya nawo thintekayo kuyo yonke lento esikhuluma
Another
ngayo la.
practical example, 10 was selected that side and 15 that side. It's a classical example. It shows that you're disregarding some other people like those of us from the rural areas.
Ukhona ku commando beke wa recommend ukuthi mhlawumbe umnyango wakwa environment kungamela uvalwe.
One commander recommended that the Department of Environment Affairs maybe should be closed.
Ngizosekela lapho ekuthenini izathu mhlawumbe ezenza size sifike lapho.
The reason
Zisuke laphi?
why we have such a feeling
Izathu ezenza size sifike lapho yikungaxhumaneki thina abantu basemakhaya.
is because, especially those of us from rural areas, you don't reach us.
Yeah. Bese mangabe ke umnyango usazoqhubeka uvula usebenze ngendlela.
Then-
Nayo le bill.
If the department will work freely and this bill.
Besizocela man ukuthi mangabe nikwenza enikwenzayo nikwenze kakhulu nama NPOs.
We request that whatever
Ngoba
you do,
ibona
do it
abantu
in
abahlala nomphakathi.
collaboration with NPOs because NPOs are within the communities.
Behlala nomphakathi nje ibona abafinyelela ngokusheshsha kusona sonke isimo esisuke semphakathini ukudlula ama departments okumele reportele.
NPOs respond urgently to the needs of the community way better than government departments.
Bese ngibeka ke la ukuthi enye yezinto mhlambe thina emakhaya engayitholi la ethintekayo esimoshela umoya.
One of the things that affects us in rural areas that I don't see on the bill,
Mangabe kuyaqhutshekwa sizocela ukuthi niqaphele le ndawo yasemakhaya ngani ngemfuyo ngoba kufuyiwe emakhaya.
please do also look at the issues of livestock because people in rural areas thrive on livestock.
And it's a fact ukuthi ubulongwe nabo buyayenza idamage ku ozone layer. So besingathanda ukuthi mhlambe ke kuloko kuhleleka kwezinto kumane kube nomthetho oba khona ekuthenini
It's a fact that cow dung also contributes towards climate change, particularly to the ozone layer. Why can't there be any laws that regulate that also?
yebo kube namadlelo ukuze lapho futhi inkomo ezidlela khona kuzobe sekuthatha leyo compost isebenze yenze okunye ukusebenza.
Why can't we have like some grazing lands where cows, even in rural areas, are in one place And
Bese
then
ke
the cow
imonitor
dung,
ke yonke leyo process
the
imonitor.
cow dung be collected, form compost so that the ecosystem has got a
And then
cycle.
kube ne monitoring after all yonke leyo.
And monitoring in place that checks the whole
Ngiyabonga.
cycle. Thank you.
Ngicela ukubingelela bonke abangaphakathi
May I greet you all
ngenkulu inhlonipho ngihlonipha wonke umuntu lapha akekho ongcono kunomuntu.
with all due respect. I believe there is no one better than anyone here.
Igama nginguntombi from eNomandini.
I am Tombi from Nomandin.
Ngiphuma kusisonke
I
iorganization
come
yami
from an organization called Sisonke,
ku Ward 21.
Ward 21.
Sinenkinga ngoba ubabona nobhuti lo oqala naye uhlala eNomandini. So vele ani nizobona ngazathi khona nokudelela. Eyabona if sewuhlukumezeke kakhulu khona that thing.
We have a problem in Nomandin. Even the first speaker is from there because we have suffered a whole lot and it's like we're losing our minds.
Kungani ngisho njalo sonke isikhathi ukuba bengeyena usisonke ngaba sikho la vele.
The reason I'm saying is that simply because had it not been for Sisonke, we wouldn't be here.
Why ngisho njalo siyavaleleka into eneningi uzwe kuthiwa lapha kwenzeka izinto. Lapho wonke umuntu ukushukelwa umoya. Ikolo lapha ya kunemvula. I think 2 weeks back ingane bezingayi esikolweni.
2 weeks back in our area, kids were not going to school.
Kunqamuka ama bridge lapha ya.
Bridge have broken down.
Yes. Umgwaqo nje uyinkinga abelungu bacindezela iNomandini okunye ke eningakwenzi total anisibhekeleli kwi-budget ngaso sonke isikhathi.
There seems to be no budget for Nomandin. People are being oppressed there.
Abantu kunabantu abateta abantwana belethe umuntu ezandleni zethu. Ayikwazi i-transport i-ambulance ungena ayingoba ingasebenzi.
People are giving birth in their homes. There is no routes for ambulances to get to Nomandin.
If uyabheka indawo incane kabi ukuthi iParliament lingahluleka ukubambisana ukuthi ngakhanda idistance encane kanje ukuthi ufike emphakathini kurong lokho bakwethu.
Our area is very small and we do not understand why our government cannot come up with a permanent solution for our area.
Besicela iParliament lifike eNomandini not kwiNewcastle town.
We ask Parliament to come to Nomandin, not Newcastle town.
Singifuna ukusho ukuthi isikhathele siye sibona ukuthi iParliament labasaba belungu all the time kubulawa abantu lapha lifike iParliament lithi umlungu benimsukela umlungu kwabulala abantu icala liphelile.
We are tired. When Parliament comes to our area, they defend the white people. A white person may kill people there, the Parliament will defend him.
Wathi ubona imfene angazi ke imfene
A
kanje
white man
kwenzeka.
killed a black man. They said he saw a baboon.
Yes, besicela kuba ubheka icelo wayethembisile mzukwane eshintshana namazwi nabanye bethu khona eNomandini.
Came there and he promised and nothing happened.
Wathi uzobuya kanti uyobuya nini
He said
uJesu
he
na?
will come back. He has not come back. You see, Jesus.
If kungenzeki mina njengomuntu othunywa umphakathi sizoyithathela inyathelo yithina okumele sihlale ejele ukuze
If he
kuzosizakala
doesn't come
nabanye.
back, I'm sent here representing my community. We're gonna take actions. We don't mind going to jail. Others will continue.
Siyabonga.
Thank you.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Ngizocela ukuthi ngicela uphakamise bhuti angazi noma isabotage le. Ngizocela ukubingelela eParliament
I greet the Parliament.
nephunga nabakamageba bonke. Lo okhulumayo umakhala esondela umfoka somkhanda kubo kababo wakhe. eNewcastle ngaphansi kwesisonke organization Environment Justice Network.
I am Makale Sondela. I'm from Newcastle.
silapha nje, we are the partners of Oxfam South Africa. Ngangangokuthi sibongana naye ukuthi kwazi ukuseka ukuthi sikwazi ukufika la. Ngoba vele uhulumeni akanandaba nathi.
We are here, we are partners of Oxfam South Africa.
Ngaphambi kokuba ngihlala odabeni ke ngeze ukudla isikhathi. Khona into eyenzakele la ngayithandanga bafowethu. Ngizophinde ngisho njoba ngisho ukuthi sisonke organization Environment Justice Network.
Something happened.
Thina la isibona khona into ebhedayo ke siyayisiphakame ke ehlanye.
Whenever we see something wrong.
Kunobaba nanye awuphakamisa isandla bathi hayi uzokhuluma egcineni besazi nithini ukuthi uzothini mase nimhlalisa phansi. Laba abanye abantu asebephumile bazokwazi ngani befuna ukuthini.
Others that have left, how will they know what he was going to say?
Esingakusho ukuthi bafowethu musanukudlala ngathi.
All I can say is that please don't play with us.
Njengoba uhulumeni nje ethatha amalahle ethu ahambisa phesheya.
Just like government is taking our coal and export it abroad.
Thina sihlala ezweni elinamalahle.
We are from
a
coal-rich area with anthracite.
Yes, kodwa uhulumeni akanandaba thina nathi.
And government doesn't care.
Uhulumeni into akanendaba nayo ukufida isisu sakhe nabangani bakhe kithi bese kwehleka imvuthuluko. Bese nizositshela ngale climate bill lenilethela.
Their stomachs and their cohorts.
I climate bill lenilethela mina ngokubuka kwami bafowethu. Hayi kwayena uhulumeni asimethembi ngoba nemali uyayiboleka.
This climate bill.
Asazi njoba nisibizile mhlawumbe nale mali nisibize ngayo la ibolekiwe.
We don't know whether you borrowed money to bring us here. We don't trust this government any longer.
Ilahle ngishange imfisha ngoba isikhathi nathi sesifuna sibuyele emazweni akithi.
Yeah, I'll be brief because we also need to
ngoba
go
sesithi
back home.
masikhuluma sisi sonke ngoba isisonke inkunzi ekhonyayo bese ithengelwe inkaba ukuthi abashayela abantu bamendleni kakhulu.
Whenever we speak as isonke hitmen are organized to hit us. Kill us.
Into engizoyisho mina uyabona nje ubuhulumeni eletha lento le ebahlulile lephesheya ekuthiwa iphehla ugesi ophehlwa ngomoya. Bafowethu lento ekuthiwa lo shedding ayikho. Ingoba siyashaywa sishayela ukuthi siza ubhlungu. Mabefika nalezi zinto zabo bathi ama renewable tontoni benzela ukuthi bashaye kahle sithi hambani nawo ugesi wenu. Njoba besilethela namalokuzana amasola lawo.
Renewable energy.
Webafowethu amusana ukudlala ngathi sisizwe. Uyabona lento lenilethela ayikho. Ngoba phesheya ibahlulile ngithi. Seniyabuya nizothatha lo Eskom wethu no dayisa phesheya ngoba nifuna ukusitshela ukuthi manje thina asikhona ukuthi afford esbridgini.
You're saying we
why thina si South Africa hlupheka kangaka sine mayini?
Why should we
Newcastle sine Milo tax mine, sine Magdalene mine, sine Isco, iExxonMobil, sine Avimore, sine Coalfield, sine Corobrick. Zonke le mine leseyikhona lapha
in Newcastle.
Yebo, kungani bese hlupheka kangaka sinento zethu?
Why should we suffer when we are blessed with so much?
Uhulumeni maqabane yasijwayela. Uhulumeni maqabane yasijwayela ke ngiphinde ngisho. Bathi nyova nyova sohla. Sinyova ma Africa.
Thank you baba. Thank you. Siyabonga. Hlala phansi baba, uthatha isikhathi sethu uyacula.
Mina njengoba thina siyazabalaza yabona nje Newcastle asimele izizwe ngale. Amakhosi ayasazi. Uhulumeni akasazi ngoba akalifuni iqiniso. Into engozi chairman wami ngicela ukuxolisa baba. Ngiyahlonipha kakhulu futhi ngiyabathanda nabantu. Into engikhulumisa kanje baba ubhlungu. Ngubhlungu ngoba thina sinezinto zethu la. Sinezinto zethu kodwa siyahlupheka. Umoya kunezihlahla sikhule sazi thina ukuthi izihlahla ziyakwazi ukuthi ziwuklina umoya. Senzobuya nisitshela ukuthi ilahle liyalimaza, ilahle lenzani kunini saba khona likhona ilahle. Ngoba nakho nifuna ukusiqhwaga le zinto zethu lezi. Bafowethu musana ukuyishaya noma isibhabhalele. Nina niyisenga noma isilele phansi aniboni ukuthi sekubhlungu. Bafowethu ngicela ukuthi nimtshene uhulumeni lo nithumile
niyasho.
Ukuthi asimusa ukuhlupheka sinezinto zethu thina. Athatha amalahle ethu awasephesheya. Bese siyasala thina singenalutho. Nimtshene futhi kusho umfokazi omkhanda ukhulekano kantini wakubo kababa wakhe. Ukuthi lo hulumeni lo uyabheda. Ngoba zonke into zakhe azenzayo uyasiqikisela engazathi thina singabantu bokuhamba.
Tell them this is
Uthatha
a
abantu
bad
bokuhamba
government.
balethe la ezweni lethu bese sizocindezeleka singabi nalutho
They-
bafowethu.
they bring
Ukuthi niyahlupha ngoba nina umuntu
foreigners
mayikhuluma
and they
iqiniso
oppress
nimhlalisa
us.
phansi ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
One, two. Sanibona.
Greetings.
Ngaze ngamzwela lo siso la eceleni kwami. Ade beqalile betolika. Cha, nami igama ngumvuzo wakantombela kuba baba wakhe.
My name is Mvuzo Ntombela.
Ngisuka nje ku what 94 ngaphansi kwelinye ikhansela elileyisayo.
I'm from what 24 from a very rude councillor.
Yeah. Mhlawumbe before ngiqale, let me just mention that I had sorry. Okay. Ngiyezwakala move. Let me begin by acknowledging someone here because I had a lot of speakers.
Ngicela uqale nami ngincome okuthile oyedwa nje.
I had a lot of speakers talking about Mr. Desmond Disa. I don't know who's he.
Ngizwile bekhuluma ngo Desmond Disa nami ngifisa ukumazi.
Is Desmond Disa in the house?
Ngabukhona.
Can he raise his hand? I don't know Desmond Disa. Oh, nice to meet you, sir. Okay, it shows that that gentleman got a bigger contribution to communities around South Devon.
Ngiyakhombisa ukuthi
Ngiyajabula ukwazi baba.
unenxaxheba enhla idlalayo lapha eThekwini.
Okokuqala ngolesibili ade attend i-energy summit lapha e-ICC.
Tuesday we had come for an energy summit at the ICC.
Ayikho into eyichilo neyihlazo njengokuthi kuhlelwe yonke le yanto kodwa ibingekho interpreter yesiZulu. 2 days.
There is nothing as shameful like such a big budget meeting at the ICC without a Zulu interpreter.
Masikhuluma nge-energy sisuke sikhuluma ngogesi.
When we're talking energy, talking electricity, and they switch it off every day.
Siyazi ukuthi iTheku lakhelwe abantu abamnyama abangakanani.
We know how many black people are in eThekwini.
Kodwa uma sekwenziwa ama-summit i-translation yesiZulu ayibibikho bakhuluma uGeorge kuphela.
But when summits when they call for summits, there is no interpretation for Zulu when Zulu speaking are the majority.
Angazi ke kodwa noma yinto efundwa eParliament yinde
I'm not sure whether that comes from Parliament or where.
Ngiphinde ngibuyeke ngize kule bill. Before ngiqhubeke ngayo nje ngiyasho ukuthi sigxoba ngeenyawo.
On this bill, I can boldly say we're stepping with their feet on it.
Mhlambe before sigxile kuyona uma kuukuthi kuyenzeka ngelinye ilanga ngiyaphasa. Sizoyithini lemphakathi ehlala koMagabheni.
If it happens that this bill is passed to law, what are you going to say about communities in Emakabeni, Mgababa?
Laba bantu labana ubabulele usaphisayiko.
Those people around Mkomas have been killed by Sapisai.
Ingane omama ebebeyithwele bebephefumula lo moya bezala ingane ezikhubazekile ezinye ziyama slow learner because of usaphisayiko.
Women who were pregnant, they gave birth to children. Others are slow learners. Others are struggling with different disabilities because of Sapisai.
Ubani othatha ithuba lokuthi aye lapha afika jezise le nkampani bese compensator umphakathi
Who
nabantu abalinyazwe
penalizes
ile
that
nkampani.
company and compensate the community for suffering?
ngike ngezwe ngandlebenye ukuthi same company isenkantolo kuyimanje.
I heard from the grapevine that the very same company is in courts right now.
Kodwa leyo nto leyo ayaziwa.
But it's not in the public knowledge.
Into etholakala lapha kuthiwa ama emission standard abo obekumele ngabe bayawakhiqiza emphakathini abe exceediwe for years.
It has been discovered that they exceeded the emissions, the carbon emissions for many years.
So uma sohlala la discuss ibill egcineni kwakho konke khona ubaba okwakhuluma la wakhuluma ngento ebhlungu ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu akusinto encane. Sihanjelwa abantu ade besho la 450 something.
The climate change is not a small thing. We lost more than 450 people
ngenxa yezikhukhula
due to floods.
Ubhuti la uthe ubaba wakhe abakamtholi.
Another speaker said they have not found his father.
Njengamanje sizokhuluma ngaleyo nto amasuwa agcwele olwandle.
Today we are here to talk about that, yet sewerages is in the seas, spillage.
Obhuti laba basuka eNewcastle bathi bayobhukuda mabesuka la.
Brothers from Newcastle are saying they are going to swim from here.
Kodwa ulwandle lugcwele indle.
Yet the sea is full of
Ngenxa yani njalo ngenxa yahulumeni wethu.
Why? Simply because of our government.
Kwathi imayor ihamba yobhukuda lapha ekaziye.
And they told the mayor to go and take a swim. He didn't.
Yathumela ideputy yakhe naye wafika wahleka lapha emanzini ethi uyabhukuda.
In fact, he sent his deputy. The deputy went and laughed by the sea and never swam.
Ngicela nifeni sibongeleke kuMantashe saqala ngaye ukuza ukuthi amathuna obabamkhulu ayambiwa.
Please go and register our appreciation to Mantashe. It's only him who told us that the graves of our forefathers will be dug.
Ngenxa yelahle.
Simply because of coal.
Kususwe abantu asebangcwatshwa for 50 years kususwe bejike bebulawa omama mfikile ntshangase namhlanje sihamba phe kwakhe ngenxa kahulumeni wethu yena loGode Mantashe.
People who had been buried for more than half a century would be exhumed, and some people will be killed because of this Gwede Mantashe.
Sekufika la sidinwa.
People of eThekwini, people of eThekwini, people of eThekwini, hey chief, hey Mhlekazi, hey Mhlekazi, you are disrupting our meeting. But Baba, you are disrupting our meeting. Mamela, with due respect, the people of eThekwini. With due respect, that was a very beautiful song. That was the last speaker of the day. Now he closed the public hearings in KwaZulu-Natal in style. This portfolio committee is a portfolio committee of parliament.
Le portfolio committee I committee le parliament.
We are public representatives.
Simele amalunga omphakathi.
Elected by the people.
Sakhethwa abantu.
We are not government.
Asiwona uhulumeni.
We are the legislature.
Sishamthetho.
Now we hold government accountable.
senza ukuthi uhulumeni akhulume iqiniso.
We have noted all the issues that have been raised today.
Zonke izinto enishilo sibhale edolweni.
I want to make 2 points.
Ngifisa ukusho nje amaphuzu amabili.
Public consultations are public meetings.
Imhlangano la kusuke sixhumana khona nomphakathi, imhlangano leyo yemphakathi.
Everyone is invited.
Kumenywe wonke sonke simenyiwe.
And we do not exclude anyone.
Futhi akekho namunye esimbandlululayo.
Including ministers.
Kanjalo nongqongqoshe noma abaphathiswa.
I believe that some of the issues that have been raised here, it being about Minister Mantashe, Minister Cele, Minister Chrissy, and all these ministers, we can assure you that we are going to refer these issues to them.
Sizwile nibizo Minister Cele, Minister Chris, no Minister Mantashe. Siyaqiniseka ukuthi lezi zinto benizisho sizoyidlulisa kubo.
When we started this meeting, Honorable Singh, we made the point that we had invited the mayor, the deputy mayor of this city.
Uma siqala lo mhlangano mhlonisho uSingh sishilo ukuthi besimemile usekela mayor ukuthi azosimukela la.
Now, she did not come. It can't be our fault.
Akezanga akwazi futhi kuba yiphutha lethu.
We have received 13,200 written submissions, not songs.
Semukele izethulo ezu 13,200 hayi amaculo nje izethulo.
We are saying people must continue to engage us.
Sithi abantu mabaqhubeke baxoxisane nathi
on climate change.
Bakhulume nathi ngesimo sokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu.
But I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who spoke here.
Ngicela ukuthatha lethuba ngibonge lo nalowo okhulumile namhlanje.
The people who engaged us from Stenga to Pietermaritzburg to
abantu abakhulume nathi kwaDukuza eMsunduzi nala eThekwini
and Newcastle.
Kanye nabaseNewcastle.
We are not here to force the climate change bill on anyone.
Asizile la ukuzophoqa lo mthetho sivivinyo kunoma ubani.
Now if people say they object to the bill, it's within their right.
Uma bethi abantu bayawuchitha umthetho sivivinyo kuyilungelo labo impela ukuchitha.
But that does not demystify the fact that there are people who are agreeing with the bill.
Kodwa lokho akushintshi ukuthi bakhona abanye abantu abathi hayi siyavumelana nalomthetho sivivinyo.
So those who agree we note, those who disagree we also note.
Nalabo bavumayo siyabashiqilela, nalabo bawuchithayo futhi siyabashiqilela.
So public hearings are important part of our daily job because we are compelled by the constitution to have these meetings.
Ngakuxhumana nomphakathi ke kumsebenzi wethu wemihla ngemihla ngoba umthetho sisekelo uyasiphoqa ukuthi masixhumane nani.
Now when we have public hearings, they are meant for engagement.
Uma sizohlangana nomphakathi silindele ukuzwa umphakathi ukuthi uthini.
Because we don't want to sit in Cape Town and make laws that affect the people of KwaZulu-Natal without hearing their views.
Asifuna ukuhlala eKapa sishaya imithetho sishayele nabantu bakwaZulu-Natal singazi ukuthi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bathini bona.
So it is not correct that we came here to impose ourselves.
Akusino nake iqiniso ukuthi sizela nje uzonthululela ngemithetho.
I want to invite Honorable Paulsen.
Ngicela ukumema umhlonisho wonke.
Honorable Paulsen must tell us what happens from here.
Umhlonisho Paulsen uzositshela ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani ukusuka la.
Then we close the meeting.
Bese siyawuvala umhlangano wanamhlanje.
Honorable Paulsen.
Umhlonisho Paulsen.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Siyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee,
Kanye namalungu ePortfolio Committee.
people of eThekwini.
Nani zakamuzi zaseThekwini.
The committee has listened to you and noted all your submissions orally and those written submissions.
Ikomiti linizwile linlalele konke enikuthulile ngomlomo nalokho enikushicilele nakubhala phansi.
The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment will respond to your submissions and issues raised in these public hearings.
Umnyango wezamahlathi nezokudoba nezemvelo uzophendula kuzo zonke izethulo enizilethile.
The committee will deliberate on the contents of this bill, taking into account written and oral submissions.
Ikomiti lizomukela konke okubhaliwe.
The committee will draft and adopt a report and debate in the National Assembly.
Ikomiti lizobhala report ngalokhu enikulethile.
Subsequently, the bill will be referred to the NCOP
Emveni kwalokho bese lomthethosivivinywa usiwa ku NCOP
for them to embark on their legislative processes.
ukuze bebe beqaleke belungisa ukushaya komthetho.
Thereafter, the bill will be sent to the President
Emveni kwalokho lomthethosivivinywa bese usiwa ehhovisi likaMengameli
to consider, assent and sign into law.
ukuthi awubuke bese awusayina bese uba umthetho.
Regulations will then be gazetted for consultations
Bese ke imigomo iswa kumqingo kuthiwa igazette ukuze futhi baphawule abanye.
and inputs considered before the act becomes enforceable.
Nakho konke abanye abasengaphawula ilalelwe izimvo zabo ngaphambi kokuthi umthetho ushaywe.
Thank you for sacrificing your precious time on a Sunday
Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ninikele ngesikhathi senu esihle nesibalekile kuyisonto.
to come and give inputs on this very important matter.
Ukuthi nize nizothula izimvo zenu kulolu daba olubaleke kangaka.
We have arranged refreshments.
Zikhona kuya ngasethunjini okuhleliwe.
So I think we must all just remain seated and the staff will come around and bring your refreshments to you.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngcono sivele sihlale phansi nje la esihleli khona abasebenzi beParliament bazoniserva banilethele kuya ngasethunjini nihleli lapha ehlalweni.
Once again, thank you very much. Have a safe trip home and enjoy the rest of your day.
Siphinde futhi sithi siyabonga kakhulu nihambe kahle nemakhaya niphephe.
Goodbye.
Siyabonga.
Sibongile kakhulu people of eThekwini. All the participants and all the speakers.
Kubo bonke abaphawulile nabo bonke abakhulumile siyabonga.
This process in the National Assembly will only end in May.
Lolu chungechungeke lukahulumeni loze luphele ngoMay.
So we still accept the written submissions on the climate change bill.
Sisawemukela imbono noma izimvo ezibhaliwe kuze kuyoshala leso sikhathi.
Thank you very much and the meeting is closed.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlangano uyaphela uyaguqa.